Chapter 11-13. You are the founder of the God of War Pavilion. Shintu Xiong is your disciple? Yi Qinghan was shocked. Although he knew that the Battle Emperor was very powerful, he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Shintu Xiong was actually his unfilial disciple? Wasn't this a big joke? Didn't Shintu Xiong say that he was the chief pavilion master of the God of War Pavilion? Yi Qinghan recalled the projection he saw in the God of War Pavilion. The three pavilion masters of the God of War Pavilion were fighting against the three ancestral demons of the demon realm. Could one of them be the Battle Emperor? That couldn't be. Didn't the people of the God of War Pavilion say that the strongest one was Shintu Xiong? Was there something fishy going on? Why don't you believe me? The Battle Emperor smiled faintly. His voice was filled with boundless arrogance and dominance. Do you remember the eternal palace that Shintu Xiong suppressed? That was refined by this emperor. The protective shield of the Supreme Island was also refined by me. I was also the one who suppressed the three demon supremes with a powerful restriction in the end. Otherwise, the divine realm would have fallen long ago and become another demon realm. Ah! Yi Qinghan was a little convinced now. This was because he had heard of the legend of the Battle Emperor from the Star Monarch. In addition, the Battle Emperor had said that he was the best in the divine realm in terms of restriction. The Soul Emperor became a weapon refiner because he obtained a scroll of the Battle Emperors. But what was going on with Shintu Xiong? Who was the chief pavilion master of the God of War Pavilion? The Battle Emperor seemed to have sensed Yi Qinghan's doubts and replied, "Back then, this emperor was immersed in the research of restrictions, so I didn't participate in that planar war. In the end, the divine world was defeated, and the demon world started to invade the divine world. In the end, this emperor led two 9th-grade supreme martial artists to fight fiercely. In the end, those two 9th-grade supreme martial artists died in battle, and this emperor was also heavily injured. However, I successfully used the restrictions to suppress three demon supremes. But I successfully suppressed the three demon supremes with restriction." Yi Qinghan's heart surged as he listened. He could imagine how intense the battle was at that time. He impatiently asked, "And then?" "And then, hee." Then. The Battle Emperor's tone became furious, and he said through clenched teeth, "Then, Shintu Xiong quietly appeared. At that time, he was this emperor's most trusted disciple, but I didn't expect him to be so rebellious. He went against the flow and actually launched a sneak attack on me. This emperor was already heavily injured, and coupled with the fact that I wasn't prepared, my physical body was shattered by him. However, due to the powerful restrictions of the Eternal Palace, I managed to preserve a strand of my remnant soul and used the Eternal Palace to trap him. In the end, I used the restrictions of the Eternal Palace to send this remnant soul into the Battle Emperor Palace and opened the sealed God Valley to gather the energy of heaven and earth. That's how I managed to survive until now." So that was how it was. All the questions that had been bothering Yi Qinghan for a long time were solved at this moment. As for why the projection in the Battle God Pavilion said that the Battle Emperor was Shintu Xiong, this was even easier to explain. Isn't history always rewritten by the victors? Senior Battle Emperor, why did Shintu Xiong attack you? Yi Qinghan still had one last doubt. Shintu Xiong was only at the lower 9th grade, and even if he killed the Battle Emperor, he wouldn't be able to unify the godly world. He even lost a backer. At that time, the Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan should have already reached the upper 9th grade, right? And now, Shintu Xiong suddenly became a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Could it be related to the death of the Battle Emperor? You don't know. The Battle Emperor asked and explained, "The 9th grade supreme martial artist is the pinnacle of a martial artist, reaching the great perfection realm. God crystals will turn into chaos God crystals, which possess the purest and strongest energy in the world. As long as one refines this chaos God crystal, his strength will increase greatly. If not, how could Shintu Xiong, who was at the lower 9th grade, become a 9th grade supreme martial artist in just 1,000,000 years. Chaos God Crystal. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and smacked his head, causing Xiao He, who was sunbathing on the rooftop, to be confused. He laughed bitterly, thinking that he couldn't wrap his head around this. Since Shintu Xiong killed the Battle Emperor, he definitely had something to gain from it. The Chaos God Crystal was his motive for killing the Battle Emperor. He refined the Chaos God Crystal in the Eternal Palace and reached the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist. The treasure on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion seems to be a Chaos God Crystal. The other one should have been refined by Lord Devour. He understood everything. 3 Pavilion Masters of the Battle God Pavilion, 3 9th grade Supreme Martial Artists, and 3 Chaos God Crystals. Shintu Xiong refined the Chaos God Crystal of the Battle Emperor at the lower 9th grade and became a 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist. The Soul Emperor and Lord Devour accidentally snuck into the Nepha's abyss and found 2 Chaos God Crystals. At that time, Shintu Xiong was trapped in the Eternal Palace by the Battle Emperor. In the end, he used the soul-devouring transformation to pluck a tooth from a tiger's mouth and obtained the other 2 Chaos God Crystals. One was refined by Lord Devour, who was at the peak of the 7th grade. Within 100 years, his strength soared to the upper 9th grade. The other was placed on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Lord Devour prepared it for him to refine. Obviously, this Chaos God Crystal could greatly increase anyone's strength. However, if he refined it now, he would only be as strong as Lord Devour, or even stronger than Ice Queen Qing Shan. Still, he would not be Shintu Xiong's match. Therefore, Lord Devour wanted him to reach the 9th grade in order to control a portion of the power of space. After refining the Chaos God Crystal, he would be able to control the power of space more than Shintu Xiong. Then, he would have a chance to kill Shintu Xiong. Senior Battle Emperor, you said that I have reached the 9th grade in order to tell me a big secret. This is it. As Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice, he thought to himself that this was indeed a big secret. If this secret were to spread to the divine world, perhaps all the battle gods would mutiny, right? When the Battle God Pavilion was founded by the Battle Emperor, its purpose was to fight against the devils and protect the divine world. In Shintu Xiong's hands, it became a tool to unify the divine world. No. The Battle Emperor's reply startled Yi Qinghan. This was not a big secret. Could there be an even bigger secret? The Battle Emperor obviously did not want to talk about it anymore. He transmitted his voice indifferently, cultivate hard. When your laws reach the 9th grade, I will tell you everything I know. Including the fall of the Divine Emperor Supremacy and the 10 ancient gods, and some other things. The fall of the Divine Emperor Supremacy and the 10 ancient gods. Yi Qinghan sighed. From the Battle Emperor's tone, the Divine Emperor Supremacy must exist. If the 9th grade supremacy was so strong, how strong would the Divine Emperor Supremacy be? And the fall of the 10 ancient gods, 10 9th grade supremacies. There must be a big secret here. Yi Qinghan forced a smile, shaking his head. It seemed that Lord Devour and the Battle Emperor were right to keep some things from him. With his current competence, these things were too far away for him. If he knew them, he would be pressured, and it would create a mental barrier. Yi Qinghan exhaled, forcing himself not to think about these things. At the moment, he had to cultivate hard and find a way to get back first. If he couldn't get back, or if he died on the way, everything else was just empty talk. The Battle Emperor transmitted a final message before falling completely silent. You should first comprehend this high-grade profound mystery to the large success stage. Since you want to risk it all in return, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. Once you've comprehended this profound, call out to this emperor. At that time, this emperor will give you some pointers on how to use the force of space. Of course, this emperor will only point you in the right direction. As for the specific control method, you'll have to comprehend it yourself. Yi Qinghan nodded, then entered the third level of the soul quietness state to comprehend the space shuttle mystery. Chapter 11-14. In the endless void, there were countless planes. Usually, a large plane was surrounded by countless small planes and material planes. Of course, there were also some barren areas between the large planes, where the heaven and earth essence chi was thin and no life was born. In the barren area between the immortal realm and the demon realm, a 9-story pagoda was flying rapidly in the void. However, its flight path was a little curved, so the pagoda was always circling the barren area. In the endless void, not to mention the black hole that could swallow everything, or the space vortex that even a 9th-grade supreme martial artist couldn't get out of, just the terrifying space-shattering saber current was enough to make a 9th-grade supreme martial artist pale. Therefore, traveling in the void was a very difficult thing, but this pagoda had been flying in this barren area for more than 150 years. This pagoda had a powerful spirit-gathering array that could automatically absorb the heaven and earth essence chi to form a powerful restriction that could resist the space-shattering saber current. This was the masterpiece of the Soul Emperor, the Soul Emperor Pavilion. In the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, it was quiet. In the largest hall sat a woman with unparalleled charm. As long as any man in the world looked at her, they would be instantly aroused. She was holding a book, reading it carefully. From time to time, she closed her eyes to comprehend it, and sometimes she would imitate it. She was very entranced. After a long time, she put down the book, and her beautiful eyes regained their clarity. She looked at the table on the left. When she was sure that the blue jade on the table was intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she didn't pick up the book to read. Instead, she looked at the endless void through the wall of the hall, lost in thought. Phew, it's been 150 years. Little Han, have you been well in the other plane? Can you still come back? The enchantress frowned slightly, which made people's hearts ache. It had been 150 years, and Yi Qinghan's soul jade was still intact. This meant that Yi Qinghan was still alive. Since he was still alive, he must have entered a plane. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces by the space-shattering saber current. She, Lord Devour, and Kid all knew that Yi Qinghan would have a hard time coming back. However, the three of them didn't give up. Lord Devour said to wait here for 100,000 years, so they would wait for 100,000 years. It gave Yi Qinghan hope, and it also gave them hope. Of course, there was another reason. They didn't have the face to go back and see Li Shuwei, and Yu Qingqing. Yi Qinghan hadn't returned yet, so they could only wander around. It was a different scene in the secret realm of reincarnation. Mo Xiaoxiao had come out of the secret realm of reincarnation. However, she was helpless against the anxious Yu Qingqing and the others. It was true that she was very strong, and it was also true that she was the first person in the God world who relied on her soul to reach the Paragon realm. However, let alone her, even Lord Devour didn't dare to travel in the void alone. Even if she knew that Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were in trouble, she couldn't do anything. More than 100 years had passed, and they had been worried for 150 years. Although no one could see it on the surface, the faint sorrow in the depths of their eyes could not be concealed. After that incident, the demon devourer and Yi Qinghan's 6 children stopped being naughty and started to cultivate wholeheartedly. Their innate talents weren't bad, especially the demon devourer, who had inherited Xiao He's and Li Shuwei, supernatural abilities. Moreover, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, reaching the 2nd level of the God General realm in 150 years. Except for Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu, who had refined divine crystals, it was difficult for them to improve their strength. The others were all cultivating diligently. Only by becoming strong enough would they have the chance to search for Yi Qinghan. Or perhaps they would have the chance to fulfill Yi Qinghan's dying wish of slaughtering their way back to the God world. Yu Qingqing's cultivation speed was the fastest, and she had reached the God Arch realm. Her special divine sound law and her strength were strange. Although she had just reached the god the arch realm, her overall strength was already at the 6th grade war god level. Although everyone had an ominous premonition, they had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts that their man, or their father, would not die so easily, because he was a man full of miracles. He would definitely come back. Ha! This young master's law has finally reached the 7th grade realm. On the holy plain, on the rooftop of the holy city's church, a carefree laughter suddenly rang out. Then, under the astonished gazes of the entire city, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He had a head of green hair, a pair of demonic green eyes, and a face full of benevolent smile. Who else could it be but the great His Majesty Han Yi? However, when the crowd was about to sincerely kneel and worship His Majesty Han Yi, His Majesty Han Yi's figure suddenly disappeared in the sky. It was silent, and the tens of millions of people were extremely astonished. Then, they knelt down even more devoutly and prostrated themselves in worship. Did His Majesty Han Yi become a true god? He actually appeared in an instant, and then disappeared in an instant. Teleportation is really cool. Yi Qin Han teleported back and forth in the holy plain, feeling very good. The holy plain was more than 10 times larger than the flame dragon continent, and the space was incomparably stable. Yi Qin Han could casually teleport in an ordinary material plane, but it was still somewhat difficult for him to teleport in this holy plane. At this moment, he teleported across the entire plane. Then, he flew up into the sky, directly passing through the weak point of the space. The power of origin revolved around his body, and he appeared in the endless void. Then, he used the mystery of space shuttle to teleport out. Whoosh! Yi Qin Han's figure disappeared in the sky, and then in the next second, he appeared several tens of thousands of miles away. Damn, I actually teleported so far away. Tui, if it was several tens of thousands of miles away, this young master would have fallen into a spatial vortex. Yi Qin Han looked at the spatial vortex several tens of thousands of miles away, and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He had long since detected this spatial vortex, but a venerable who could casually teleport 100,000 miles away was already very impressive. One must know that when Mo Xiao teleported him in the Sea of Stars, it was only several tens of thousands of miles away. Although the space in the Sea of Stars was unstable, Mo Xiao could still teleport even further. However, one mustn't forget that this was the boundless void, and space was the most stable place. Yi Qin Han believed that if he was in the divine realm, the distance he could teleport would definitely be comparable to Kid. Evasive form, instant shift. Yi Qin Han teleported in the sky, and in the next moment, he entered the War Imperial Palace. He made his figure seem like a specter, faintly discernible. One moment, he appeared, and the next moment, he completely disappeared. After playing around for a full hour, he finally entered the Holy Continent through the weak point of the space. After returning to the rooftop, Yi Qin Han smiled at Xiao He and the awakened Pandora. Then, he immediately started to look inside his body and soul. 100 years had passed, and the power of light in his body had increased. Countless people were endlessly offering the power of light to him day and night. How could it not be a lot? The power of light was similar to the power of God. They were both transformed from heaven and earth essence energy, and they had already started to fuse with each other. However, Yi Qin Han didn't care about this. After all, the cultivation of the laws was the key. If he wanted the power of God, he could enter the War Imperial Palace, open the restrictions, and casually cultivate for a while. Yi Qin Han's focus was on the soul, and the new soul space. As expected, the new soul space was a little bigger, and it was a few tenths bigger than before. There was also a little more origin energy, and the soul sea inside had also expanded. Other than that, there was nothing strange. The strength of my soul has increased a little, and the origin energy has now wrapped around my body 4 or 5 times. Looks like I have to properly practice my soul skills. If I have a strong soul, it would be a pity not to use it. After carefully examining a few times, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He looked at the hopeful Xiao He and said, "It's done. Prepare for a few days. Boss Xiao He will bring you guys out to play. Let's go grab some good stuff." When Xiao He heard that, he immediately jumped around in the sky happily and shouted, "All right, it's been 100 years. This Lord Xiao He is about to be bored to death." Chapter 11:15. You guys, Pandora's eyes lit up when she heard this word. Yi Qinghan wanted her to think about it, but she didn't think about it at all. She just followed Yi Qinghan wherever he went. She was a simple-minded person. After Yi Qinghan avenged her parents, she didn't know what to do anymore. She didn't have a goal in life anymore. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan giving her divine crystals to cultivate, she didn't know how to live her life. 100 years had passed, and Pandora was beginning to refine the last divine crystal. After refining it, she would become a 5th-grade war god. However, she did not have any foundation in martial arts, so she would only be able to deal with Divine King realm experts. Yi Qinghan stayed in the holy city for a few days. He perfected his instant movement, evasion technique, and war imperial palace. The three of them worked together seamlessly and left a path of retreat so that he could escape if he met a strong enemy. He had so much origin energy now that he could even travel in the space turbulence for a period of time without a problem. Alice and the other three relied on the divine crystals that Yi Qinghan had given them to cultivate a group of confidants. Coupled with his good relationship with Sieg, Yi Qinghan was completely at ease. He threw Archangel Lacri and Pandora into the War Imperial Palace, took the Slaughter God Blade, and told everyone that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. Actually, he quietly emerged from the space turbulence and started to fly at high speed in a certain direction. Lacri said that the second half of the Netherworld transformation was also in a dimension nearby. If he flew, he should be able to reach it in 10 days to half a month. Of course, this was based on Yi Qinghan's flying speed. If it was someone else, they would definitely be able to reach it in a few months. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid that he would be tricked because he had an inexhaustible amount of origin energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fly in the void for 3 to 5 years. One had to know that he had fainted in the void for more than 40 days, and his origin energy hadn't been completely digested. Yi Qinghan did not dare to teleport. After all, there were too many spatial vortexes in the void. Moreover, it would not be easy to detect the small-scale spatial blade shattering current. A figure moved with lightning speed through the endless outer space like a flickering shadow. Origin energy revolved around him, and he shot through the air like a comet, arriving 10,000 kilometers away in the next second. As Yi Qinghan flew at high speed, he released his divine sense in all directions, probing the surrounding situation and sensing the ancient aura in the void. If there was a small-scale space-shattering blade current, he would just teleport to avoid it. If he encountered the overwhelming blade-shattering current, he would have no choice but to rely on his origin energy to resist it. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly stopped in the air. He didn't feel abrupt at all. Instead, it felt as if he had been standing there all along. He sensed the situation around him, then teleported Archangel Lacri out. He pointed to the glowing dimension in front of him and said, "Lacri, this is the dimension you were talking about." The Archangel was shocked when he saw the situation nearby. He then shook his head and said, "Yes, sir. I don't know. I've never been to the space turbulence before. I only heard the God of Light mention that the Phoenix Empress dimension is next to the Holy Dimension. I can't tell from the outside at all." Yi Qinghan frowned, but he understood after thinking about it. With Venerable Lacri's strength, why would he dare to come to the space turbulence? He pondered for a moment and said, "What's the situation in the Phoenix Empress dimension? Are there any distinguishing features?" Lacri saw that Yi Qinghan was a little angry, and his heart trembled. He quickly said, "The Phoenix Empress dimension. The great commander is called the Phoenix Empress. That dimension is about the same size as the holy dimension, but most of the people there are women. Women's rights are first there, and men are lowly creatures who can only reproduce." "That's right. The Phoenix Empress lives in the Phoenix Empress Mountain. It's very high, right in the middle of the continent. There's a very big palace there, and it should be very easy to recognize." Yi Qinghan remembered Lackley's words and threw him into the War Emperor Palace. After that, she took the Slaughter God saber and flew forward rapidly. Sweeping out with her divine senses, she found a weak spot in the spatial zone and instantly entered it. The first thing she did was to conceal herself as she secretly used her divine senses to investigate. This place is indeed a place where women's rights are first. There's also a tall mountain in the middle of the continent, and there's also a palace. There's a woman living in there. It seems like this is the Phoenix Empress dimension. Yi Qinghan easily probed and immediately confirmed that this dimension was the Phoenix Empress dimension that Lackley had mentioned. However, in the next second, he raised his eyebrows. He actually sensed that the woman in the palace was actually looking at the sky warily. Furthermore, she was looking at his position. "I've been discovered. This woman doesn't seem to be very strong. At most, she has the strength of a high-grade venerable. How could she sense that I've entered?" Yi Qinghan quietly flew downwards. However, his divine senses were combined with the power of space, and he continued to investigate the woman. The ruler of a material dimension should not have the strength of a rank 9. Moreover, even if she was a rank 9, since Yi Qinghan was already here, he did not intend to leave just like that. As expected, when Yi Qinghan sensed the woman, he frowned. He used his divine senses to investigate the surroundings, but he could not lock onto his position. It seemed like it was a false alarm. Perhaps this woman suddenly became alert at that moment and just happened to see his position. After quietly investigating the continent, Yi Qinghan relaxed. There were not many strong martial artists in this dimension. There were only 10 who had reached the venerable level and whose aura was slightly weaker than the woman. He should be able to deal with them easily. This place was indeed ruled by women. Their appearances were very strange. Their faces were all sharp, oval-shaped faces, pointed ears, and there were wings on their backs. They felt similar to the elves of the Holy Continent, but they did not have the pure aura of the elves of the Holy Continent. They felt slightly evil. Yi Qinghan investigated that the men on this continent looked similar, but their lives were very miserable. This place was just like the matriarchal clan in his previous life. The men here were all enslaved and humiliated. After investigating clearly, Yi Qinghan did not hesitate and directly went toward the mountain in the middle of the dimension. He quietly entered the palace. Seeing that the Phoenix Queen did not lock onto his body, he was finally completely relieved. Buzz. After entering an exquisite bedroom in the backyard of the palace, Yi Qinghan directly released the power of space and froze the entire space in the bedroom. Only then did he reveal his body. Looking at the beautiful woman lying on the side of the palace's large bed, he faintly smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I have no intention of offending you. I just want to ask for something from you." The woman was wearing a green robe and had an elegant figure. She wore a crown on her head and had an arrogant expression on her face. She did not show any anger and had a pair of beautiful wings on her back. When Yi Qinghan released the power of space, her phoenix eyes lit up, but she did not move. At this moment, she coldly looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Who are you?" No wonder this queen felt a trace of special aura just now. So it was you. Yi Qinghan felt this woman's tyrannical aura. In such a situation, she was actually able to remain calm. As expected of an overlord. He smiled and said, "Who I am is not important. I just want to ask for something." The second half of the Dark Knight's soul-devouring transformation. Leave it to me, and I will leave immediately. Hee hee. The woman's gaze became even more fervent as she calmly smiled and said, "Is the first half in your hands?" Yi Qing Han looked at this woman's calm expression and felt a surge of anger. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense and raised the slaughter god's saber. His killing intent surged as he said, "Are you going to hand it over? If not, I will take it myself." In the face of Yi Qing Han's killing intent, the woman's expression did not change. Instead, she smiled and said, "I can't even move. How can I take it? Why don't you withdraw your aura? I will take it to you." Yi Qing Han felt a wave of caution in his heart. There were many methods in this alternate dimension, and he did not want to fail miserably. He said in a low voice, "Where is the second half? I will take it myself." The woman's beautiful phoenix eyes blinked and revealed a trace of shyness. Her face also turned red, and she looked extremely charming. She said, "The second half is in this queen's undergarments." "My lord, you won't take the opportunity to violate me, right?" Obama's demonic aura had been completely refined, and the evil thoughts in Yi Qing Han's soul had also weakened. However, when he saw this woman's ambiguous expression, his heart still wavered slightly. However, it was still lacking compared to the demoness. Hence, he immediately calmed down. When he found that there was indeed a book in the woman's undergarments, he immediately walked over with large strides. He stretched out his hand and touched the inside of the woman's robe. Unexpectedly, when his hand touched inside, he felt a soft and perky object. Yi Qing Han instantly felt a surge of energy silently entering his body through the woman's skin. It even rushed towards the soul-spirit space in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, it passed through the black hole and entered a new soul-spirit space. What a powerful charm technique. Or is it a drug? It can actually make me fall in love in an instant. Not good, this woman can resist the suppression of my spatial ability. Yi Qing Han was stunned. He felt his body heating up as though he had eaten 10 Viagra. His lower body was hard, and at the same time, a strong sense of danger came from his sea of consciousness. This woman actually moved under the suppression of his spatial ability. Her 10 fingers turned into sharp claws and grabbed at his god crystal with lightning speed. Chapter 11:16. You do have some ability. Yi Qing Han snorted coldly and teleported away. He was surprised that this woman called the Phoenix Empress could launch a sneak attack under the pressure of his space. However, it was clear that she wasn't completely immune to the pressure of the space. She was fast, but compared to Yi Qing Han's reaction speed, she was too slow. He could easily dodge it. The power of lightning in his soul space swept through and pierced through the strange energy. If it was the previous Yi Qing Han, he might have fallen for this attack, or if he hadn't finished refining Obama's evil aura, which would have affected him greatly. But now, Yi Qing Han's soul strength had reached the upper 9th grade. This level of soul attack didn't affect him at all. Yi Qing Han controlled the power of space to suppress the Phoenix Empress. At the same time, his divine sense and power of space began to sense this strange woman. It was really dangerous just now. If he had been affected by her strange energy and his soul wasn't clear, her divine crystal would have been broken by her claws. The woman on the bed could no longer remain calm. Her face was pale. Her sure kill move had been easily broken by Yi Qing Han. She felt despair. Soul extermination. A strange golden light flashed in Yi Qing Han's eyes. This woman's magic was too strange. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. He immediately used his soul skill, soul extermination, to attack her soul. His powerful divine sense turned into billions of golden soul threads. They penetrated the Phoenix Empress' head and began to attack her soul ocean. The Phoenix Empress' soul wasn't very strong. As soon as Yi Qing Han used soul extermination, she immediately closed her eyes. Her face became even paler, and her delicate body began to tremble. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly. He sensed that the golden soul threads easily broke through and began to attack her soul ocean. As for the Phoenix Empress, she focused all her attention on controlling her soul power to resist the attacks of the golden soul threads. At this moment, even if Yi Qinghan were to kill her with a single slash, she wouldn't be able to move. To be on the safe side, Yi Qinghan still circled his body with the power of origin. Then, he strode over and punched the Phoenix Empress' soft abdomen. The divine power in his hand carried the power of origin and surged into her divine crystal, forcefully sealing it. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Withdrawing his divine sense attack, Yi Qinghan looked at the despairing Phoenix Empress. With the divine crystal sealed, the Phoenix Empress was a cripple. Without divine power, she couldn't even open her space ring, much less activate her origin energy. He opened the restrictions of the War Emperor Palace and forcefully pulled the Phoenix Empress in. Then, Yi Qinghan scanned the continent with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he quietly left. After making his way out of the spatial turbulence, Yi Qinghan didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. After flying for 3 days, he finally stopped and entered the War Emperor Palace. However, he saw a very interesting scene. Lockery and the Phoenix Empress stared at each other with complicated expressions. He strode over and sealed the Phoenix Empress' divine crystal again. Then, Yi Qinghan turned to look at Lockery and said, "Other than the Phoenix Empress dimension, are there any other small dimensions nearby? The smaller, the better." Lockery looked at Yi Qinghan with a bitter expression. He knew the Phoenix Empress methods. Back then, when he wanted to toy with her, he had suffered at her hands. He didn't expect that he would be captured so easily by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he completely gave up on taking revenge on Yi Qinghan. He thought for a moment and said, "There are a few small dimensions near the holy dimension. You can find them easily." "My lord, why are you going to the small dimensions?" The Phoenix Empress' eyes were filled with coldness as she stared at Yi Qinghan with a burning gaze. She shouted, "You are from the holy dimension. Why did you attack me? Do you know that this is a capital offense? If the Radiant God and the Archangel find out about this, you will not be able to escape death. Furthermore, the holy dimension will have to pay the price for your foolish actions." Swish! Yi Qinghan didn't even look at her. He directly teleported her to the small room where the secret manuals were stored. Then, he took the Slaughter God blade and left the War Emperor Palace with Xiao He. Although they were in the spatial turbulence and the spatial zone didn't fluctuate, Yi Qinghan didn't see anyone in the War Emperor Palace being forced out by the spatial turbulence. However, in this spatial turbulence where danger lurked everywhere, Yi Qinghan still didn't feel safe. He didn't dare to enter the War Emperor Palace for too long. If he was forced out by the spatial turbulence, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he spent half a month to find a small dimension and easily entered it. He found out that the strongest person in this small dimension was a god Arch. Only then did he feel at ease and enter the War Emperor Palace. He didn't look for the Phoenix Empress. Instead, he went to look for Laclay. "Xiao He. Let me show you how boss turns a living person into a lunatic." Yi Qinghan let Xiao He out of the Slaughter God blade. Then, with a wave of his hand, a black helmet, some chains, and a dagger appeared. Drive a living person into a lunatic. Fun, fun. Boss, are you going to turn this ugly freak into a lunatic? Xiao He's eyes lit up when he heard that. He stared at Laclay with goosebumps all over his body. Laclay knew that Yi Qinghan must have discovered something. When he saw Yi Qinghan walking over eerily, he hurriedly knelt down and wailed, "Lord, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden some things about the Phoenix Empress. However, Lord, you didn't ask me. Furthermore, you are so strong. I thought you would be able to take him down easily. Yi Qinghan thought to himself that this was indeed the case. He had been tricked by Laclay. Luckily, his soul spirit was strong. Otherwise, he would have been tricked to death. The Phoenix Empress' strange energy combined with her strange methods would definitely be able to trap an ordinary grade 9 martial artist. Xiao Chen raised his hand and smashed the metal helmet on Laclay's head. He said angrily, "Humph. Tell me everything about the Phoenix Empress. If I'm not satisfied, you know the consequences." Laclay could not care less about the blood on his head. He immediately crawled up and said, "The Phoenix Empress was one of the stronger archangels in the heavenly plane back then. This Phantom of the Dark Night transformation was actually found by many of us when we went treasure hunting in the ancient ruins. I got the first half, and she got the second half. Moreover, she also obtained another ancient secret skill. However, because she killed an archangel later on, the God of Light found out about it. She was almost sentenced to death at that time, but the archangel interceded on her behalf. That was why she was sent to the Phoenix Empress plane, ancient secret skill." Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed. It seemed like there was an unexpected gain this time. With the strength of a venerable, he could still move his body under the pressure of his space power. This ancient secret skill was really awesome. If he could learn it, even if he encountered a stronger rank 9 powerhouse in the future and was oppressed by them, if he could still move, forget about sneak attacks, at least he would have another divine ability to save his life. "Let's go, Xiao He." He nodded at Xiao He, and Xiao He entered the slaughter god saber. Yi Qinghan controlled the restrictions and appeared in the small room where the secret skill was stored. He saw the Phoenix Empress sitting cross-legged. It seemed like she wanted to break the seal in the divine crystal. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely and said, "Phoenix Empress, right? In this combat Emperor Palace, even if you break the seal, can you escape? Why don't I undo your seal and let you try escaping?" Chapter 11:17. Who are you? You're definitely not from the Holy Plane. Your power is different from the people of heaven and the subsidiary planes. Are you a creature from another plane? Although the Phoenix Empress knew that Yi Qinghan was speaking the truth, she didn't show much emotion other than her pupils constricting slightly. Yi Qinghan laughed mockingly, "Is there any meaning? Is it important who I am? Are you still unclear of your situation?" Unexpectedly, the woman also laughed mockingly, "Is there any meaning to it? Even if this Empress cooperates with you in everything, even giving my body to you, will you let me go?" When Yi Qinghan thought about it, it was true. At the very least, the Phoenix Empress could not be released for now. He obviously couldn't be soft-hearted in this kind of matter. At most, he would let her live. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan said indifferently, "I have a skill called soul search. You know that my soul is extremely powerful, right? I can easily flip through your memories. Of course, after soul search, your soul will be annihilated. So, you'd better cooperate and hand over the item obediently, and I'll spare your life." Swish! Swish! The Phoenix Empress stretched out a hand and dug into her inner garments, tossing out 2 booklets. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said in an extremely straightforward manner, "I hope you remember your words today and keep your promise. Don't let a woman despise you." Yi Qinghan was startled once again. This woman was worthy of being an overlord, turning a large plane into a place where women's rights were supreme. She did things in a straightforward manner without any hesitation. She didn't discuss any conditions and directly handed it over to His Highness. In the end, she even goaded him. Originally, he was looking for a small plane and wanted to use some tricks on this woman before she would obediently hand it over. If he had known earlier, he would have directly returned to the Holy Plane. Since he was already here, Yi Qinghan planned to stay here for a while. He directly teleported away and went to the great hall full of mysterious stone tablets. Pandora was sitting there in a daze. Seeing that Yi Qing Han had returned, she hurriedly stood up in joy and called out, "Big brother Han Yi, is it done?" "Yes. We can go back in a few days." Yi Qing Han nodded. Then, he eagerly flipped open the two ancient booklets and read them carefully. This scroll was indeed the second half of the spectre transformation. Yi Qing Han was immediately engrossed in it as he carefully comprehended it. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. After looking at it for an hour, he went into seclusion. Off to the side, Pandora watched as Yi Qing Han stared intently at the scroll, then went into secluded meditation. Smiling, she stared at it for a long time, then closed her eyes and began to practice cultivation. 5 days later, Yi Qing Han's eyes suddenly opened. Under Pandora's dumbfounded gaze, the muscles on his face and the bones in his body began to squirm slowly. Finally, he completely transformed into the appearance of the Archangel Lokri. "Don't worry, Pandora, this is a type of divine ability," Yi Qing Han explained to Pandora with a smile. Then, he called the Battle Emperor and said, "Battle Emperor, check my appearance and soul aura." "Ha!" The War Emperor's divine sense immediately probed out, and then, he sent a sound transmission in surprise. "There really is such a strange divine ability. Your soul aura, body, and the divine power in your body have completely changed. If you don't use the power of space, or the laws of space, no one will be able to discover you. Even a 9th grade supreme being would find it difficult." "Really? Ha! That's enough. With this netherworld transformation, I can easily sneak into the heavens, then into the planar battlefield, and finally into the God realm." After receiving the War Emperor's confirmation, Yi Qing Han was completely at ease. With the strength of a 9th grade War Emperor, the number one person in the God realm back then, what kind of foresight did he have? If he didn't use the power of space, then it would be easy. He would go to heaven and pretend to be a grandson. He wouldn't fight back, he wouldn't scold back, and he wouldn't start a war with others. After changing back to his original body, Yi Qing Han let out a long sigh. He felt relaxed and explained to Pandora before turning his gaze to the other booklet. "This is the secret skill that the Phoenix Empress used to break my spatial suppression. Spatial chaos." Yi Qing Han's eyes lit up, he became excited when he saw the word space. He trained in the spatial laws, and now he had coincidentally obtained an ancient secret skill related to space. Yi Qing Han was like a pervert who had seen a lonely beauty. His eyes were burning hot, scaring Pandora who was beside him. She didn't care about anything else and focused all her attention on watching. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. To cause chaos in space, to cause chaos in all the nearby elements, to create a vacuum. No wonder this Phoenix Empress can ignore my spatial pressure. Sneak attack me. Good stuff, good stuff. This thing, even if Shintu Xiong uses the power of space to suppress me in the future, I can still teleport. My chances of escaping are even greater. Originally, Yi Qing Han had decided to rush back to the Holy Continent after he cultivated the ghost transformation. However, at this moment, he had forgotten everything and started to wholeheartedly ponder over this spatial chaos secret skill. However, this spatial chaos seemed to be very complicated and cumbersome. Yi Qing Han had been in seclusion for an entire month and still had not come out. His current soul spirit was ridiculously strong, and the speed at which he comprehended these secret skills was very fast. This spatial chaos secret skill was extremely profound, and he had not succeeded in comprehending it even after a month. It's already been 3 months. Why hasn't boss come out of seclusion? Sigh. Time passes so slowly, and each day feels like a year. It's so boring. Xiao He was a little depressed as he floated around the hole. In the end, he was about to return to the slaughter god saber to sleep when he saw that Yi Qing Han had finally woken up. Boss, you succeeded in cultivating it. How is it? Is it powerful? Xiao He immediately floated over and asked. Yi Qin Han smiled, and the divine power in his body shook. After that, the various elements in the space around him became chaotic. He then nodded his head in satisfaction and smiled. It's almost done. I still need to familiarize myself with it for a period of time. Let's return to the Holy Continent first. After entering the Holy Continent from the spatial chaos and returning to the Holy City, Alice sensed Yi Qinghan's aura. She immediately flew to the rooftop and shouted at Yi Qinghan in fear, "Your Majesty, something has happened. Something has happened." Yi Qinghan looked at Alice, who had a face full of fear, and waved his hand to set up a god's domain. He told Alice not to panic and to explain the situation clearly. Alice did not say anything and just handed over a jade talisman. Yi Qinghan took it and checked it curiously. The jade talisman shone brightly, and a message entered his mind. Lakri, return to the divine world immediately. A month ago, the altar shone brightly. I immediately came to investigate and found that this jade talisman was built from the sky. Your Majesty, this, Alice started to explain, but before she could finish, Yi Qinghan disappeared. Lakri, what is this? Looking at the jade talisman that Yi Qinghan threw over, Lakri's body trembled, and he said subconsciously, Heaven's summoning order. This is the Archangel's jade talisman that the God of Light summoned us from outside. We must return to heaven 3 months after seeing the jade talisman. Yi Qinghan's face darkened, and his eyes flickered. Could it be that the Archangel was suspicious because of the Phoenix Queen's disappearance? Suspected that Lakri was the culprit? But now that Lakri's divine crystal had been destroyed, how could he return to heaven? If he did not return, the higher-ups would definitely send someone down to investigate. It might even alarm the God of Light. This was troublesome. Yi Qinghan pondered for a long time. Finally, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. There were still 2 months. If there was really no good way, he would bring forward the plan and pretend to be Lakri to heaven. Chapter 11:18. In the end, Yi Qinghan thought for a long time and even asked War Emperor and Xiao He, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. Either he escaped from the holy dimension and found a small dimension to hide in. Or there was only one way, which was to use the spectral transformation to change into Lakri's appearance and go to heaven in his place. War Emperor was leaning towards the first method, which was to let Yi Qinghan cultivate properly. When he became stronger, he would think of a way to sneak back to the immortal realm during the next dimensional war. The next dimensional war. However, Yi Qinghan decisively gave up on this path. The dimensional war was random. Only when the laws of heaven and earth sent down a divine decree would they decide to participate. If a dimension was unlucky, it might participate in 2 dimensional wars in a row within 10,000 years. If it was lucky, it might not participate even once for tens or millions of years. This dimensional war would only start after 3,000 years. Even Yi Qinghan felt that it was too long. Who knew how long it would be before the next dimensional war reached the heaven dimension? Hundreds of thousands of years. Millions of years. Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. Although it was a little rushed, since he had the spectral transformation, and War Emperor said that as long as he didn't use the power of space or the law of space, he wouldn't be able to see through it. Then, he would take the gamble. In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan began to wholeheartedly study Lakri's way of speaking, actions, and expressions. He also studied Lakri's information day and night. Lakri was tormented by Yi Qinghan to the point where he hovered between life and death. He even told Yi Qinghan about how he peeked at his cousin bathing when he was young. All the important things in his life were written down. How many women he had, who he had relationships with in the heaven dimension, who he had enmity with, they were all recorded. Yi Qinghan memorized them all by rote. With the help of his powerful soul, Yi Qinghan had memorized everything that had happened to Lakri since he was young in just 2 months' time. His expression was so simulated that Laclay felt as if he was looking at another version of himself. The only thing that reassured Yi Qin Han was that Lacray's strength was not high. He kept a low profile in the heaven plane and did not have any grudges. It was just that this fellow was lustful, and he had an ambiguous relationship with a few archangel women of status. The Phoenix Empress could not be brought along, so Yi Qin Han could only cripple her divine crystal like Lacray. He threw it to Alice and locked her up with Lacray. The last day of the 3 months. What? Your Majesty, are you going to ascend to heaven? Alice's group of 4 stood in the hall with Pandora. When she heard Yi Qin Han say that he would ascend to heaven tomorrow, Alice's face was full of astonishment, but her eyes were filled with joy. All these years, Yi Qin Han had been cultivating her power. Once Yi Qin Han left, the position of Pope would definitely fall on her head. I'll leave tomorrow. Pandora, I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to go with me? Yi Qin Han did not look at Alice. Instead, he looked at Pandora. Pandora did not say anything and only nodded heavily. Yi Qin Han waved his hand, and 2 figures walked out from the shadows of the hall. They were the head of the Blood Clan and the elder of the werewolves. Yi Qin Han pointed at Alice and said, "From now on, she will be your master. If you don't die in 1,000 years, I will only release your soul fire and return your freedom. Alice, tomorrow, I will announce you as the next pope." Your Majesty, Princess. Alice's face was full of surprise, but she looked at Pandora with some reluctance. Finally, she sighed worriedly and said, "Your Majesty, although my strength is not bad at the moment, if I were to become pope, many people would definitely not agree. It will be fine if you are here, but if you are not, there will be people who will secretly take action. That's simple. Hand over a list of names, and I will help you get rid of them tonight." Yi Qin Han said indifferently. Moreover, he cautiously instructed, "The 2 people I asked you to watch over, you must watch them to death. If they escape, not only will I die, but Pandora will also be in danger. Understand?" That night, the Holy Continent once again flowed with rivers of blood. Countless experts were assassinated. The entire continent and the 3 empires, at least more than half of the God Emperor experts died. And just when the people of the Holy Continent were in a state of panic, the next day, the Holy City issued a shocking news. His Majesty Han Yi was summoned by the God of Light to ascend to heaven. High Priestess Alice became the next Her Majesty the Pope. Although the Holy Continent had never had a female Her Majesty the Pope, no one dared to oppose it. Because this was personally conferred by His Majesty Han Yi. Moreover, those who dared to oppose, died last night. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month of the Holy Continent 100086, His Majesty Han Yi, the greatest in the history of the continent, was summoned by the God of Light to ascend to heaven. On that day, billions of devout subjects knelt for an entire day and night, to send off their most beloved His Majesty Han Yi. Only, many people might not know for their entire lives that the true identity of the greatest in history, His Majesty Han Yi, was actually a false believer, a heretic and a creature from another plane. This transmission array is quite powerful. It took such a long time to teleport. It seems that the plane of heaven is very far from here. As soon as Yi Qin Han was enveloped by the light of the transmission array, he had already turned into Lacray's appearance. The light of the transmission array flashed for more than a minute. This time was enough to teleport back and forth from the north and south of the misty continent 3 or 4 times. When the white light stopped shining, Yi Qin Han felt a pure aura of light hit him in the face. The scene in front of him was bright, not dazzling, but incomparably pure and holy. "Greetings, Archangel." Several respectful voices rang out. Yi Qin Han hurriedly nodded, but quietly began to investigate the situation nearby. The situation nearby was not very different from what Lacray had described. This was a city. According to heaven, this was called the city of Athens, one of the 12 main cities of heaven. It was also a city affiliated with the god of light in the Holy Plain. Lakri also lived here. In this city, there were at least 500 archangels like Lakri. Yi Qinghan nodded, not saying anything. Lakri's strength was at the bottom among the archangels in the city, so he had always kept a low profile. Yi Qinghan scanned the surrounding terrain, not daring to use his divine sense to investigate wantonly. Then, he walked straight towards the mansion that Lakri had mentioned belonged to him. Lakri's mansion was neither big nor small. There were only 12 servants inside, all of whom were maids. Their strength was not high, barely reaching the level of a god-emperor. "My lord, you're back. Avril missed you so much. My lord, you're back. Gudra also missed you so much. My lord, the archangel wants you to go to his mansion immediately after you return." As soon as he entered the mansion, the 12 maids immediately walked up and surrounded him, chattering non-stop. They were not bad-looking, but they were not stunning like Pandora, whose faces were all charming and seductive. Yi Qinghan was not surprised at all, and his movements were also very natural, allowing them to grope him. This was because Lakri had said that these 12 maids were all his women, and they often had open sex together in the mansion. "Be quiet." Did the archangel say anything? Yi Qinghan's expression darkened, and he shouted. However, he was extremely careful, imitating Lakri's habits with his expressions and movements. This was his first time in the heaven plane, so he had to be careful. These 12 women had all had intimate relations with Lakri. The women by his side were the most familiar with him, so he could not let them see any flaws. So, the moment he arrived, his expression darkened, and he talked about business. When the 12 maids saw Yi Qinghan's gloomy face, they thought that Lakri had encountered something unpleasant outside and was in a bad mood, so they did not dare to pester him. A purple-haired maid wearing a snow-white robe hurriedly said, "The messenger that the archangel sent didn't say anything, but I heard the maids in the archangel's house say that a woman that the archangel values very much has gone missing. The archangel has been in a bad mood recently." There's another piece of news, and it seems to be related to the dimensional war. A woman that he values. The dimensional war. Yi Qinghan frowned, and his heart tightened as he thought of the Phoenix Empress. This matter had indeed been discovered. Chapter 11:19. Greetings, Archangel. In a mansion that was 100 times more luxurious than Lakri's, Yi Qinghan met Archangel Dick, the #1 expert under the god of light, Dies, in a small living room of the mansion. Dick was a little short and had a very ordinary appearance. He looked like a middle-aged man with blonde hair. His aura was extremely powerful. He had been in a high position for a long time, and just a glance at him gave off a mountain-like aura. Yi Qinghan bowed as he carefully sensed Dick's strength. Based on his aura, Yi Qinghan estimated that Dick's strength was about the same as Kid's Elysian supremacies. A pinnacle supremacy. "Lakri, have you been to the Phoenix Empress dimension recently?" Dick sat on a jewel-studded throne, his eyes cold as he looked at Yi Qinghan. It seemed like he was in a bad mood. "No, sir. I've been staying in the holy dimension ever since I descended." "What's wrong?" Yi Qinghan frowned, his face full of doubt. His acting was very convincing. Nothing. Dick waved his hand in annoyance. After a moment of silence, he said, "The dimensional war this time has been decided. The archangels of the 6 southern cities will participate. The chief god has already given the order. Don't go down to the lower realm for now. Cultivate in the cities and prepare to participate in the dimensional war. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you die." "Sir, why is it our turn again?" Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly, but he was ecstatic on the inside. According to Lakri, Athens had gone to the last dimensional war, and half of the archangels had died. Even the god of light, dies, had almost died and was now in seclusion. Originally, Yi Qinghan thought that it would not be Athens' turn this time. He was still thinking about how to sneak into the dimensional war. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing the moment he arrived in heaven. Dick waved his hand impatiently and said angrily, "This was decided by the 12 chief gods. Why are you asking so many questions, you piece of trash? Stay in the city and still dare to go down to the lower realm. Don't blame me for being merciless. Get out." Yi Qinghan was furious in his heart, but he could only pretend to be terrified on the surface, and quickly retreated. Lacree's strength was considered the weakest among the great angels. In addition, he did not know how to bootlick and had no backing. He was also the most lustful and often fooled around in the lower realm. Dick and a group of powerful great angels looked down on him. Although Yi Qinghan was scolded by Dick and was a little unhappy, he was happy when he returned to the mansion. This Larkley had failed as a person and was looked down upon by others. This was a good opportunity for him to keep a low profile and cultivate. When the planar war began, he would immediately run away. Originally, he thought that coming to heaven would be very troublesome, and he would have to worry about this and that. Who would have thought that things would go so smoothly? All he had to do was stay in his mansion and train for 2,000 years, waiting for the planar war to begin. What troubled Yi Qinghan was that these 12 maids kept coming in one after another. It was extremely ambiguous. It was obvious that they wanted to use their bodies to fight for Yi Qinghan's favor. After chasing the 3 maids away, Yi Qinghan was also annoyed. He directly told them that he wanted to participate in the planar war, and that he needed to cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. He also ordered them not to disturb him unless he came out of seclusion or if there was nothing important. The 12 maids were extremely puzzled. Why did Lacree suddenly change? In the past, he used to seek pleasure every night and often rolled in the sheets with the 13 of them. However, when Yi Qinghan used the planar war as an excuse, the 12 of them did not dare to fool around. After all, their strength was low, and their looks were not top-notch. Without Lacree, their lives in heaven would definitely be difficult. Yi Qinghan activated the protective shield in the room and immediately transmitted his voice to the Battle Emperor, telling him everything about heaven. Finally, he transmitted his voice, "Senior, I am comprehending the law of space here. Will I be discovered by the powerhouses in heaven?" The Battle Emperor immediately transmitted his voice, "Don't move first. According to the information you gave me, there should be at least one 9th grade supreme martial artist in heaven. Also, this plane is full of pure light power. If there is a sudden flow of foreign elements, it is very likely that the powerhouses will find out." Yi Qinghan thought about it. This possibility was really possible. He was in someone else's territory, and he was extremely unfamiliar with this plane. He did not know much about their methods. If someone found out that he came from another plane and was a fake, then he would only be dead. He smiled bitterly and transmitted his voice, "Then what should I do? Senior Battle Emperor, there are still 2,708 years left before I can cultivate. I am not willing to just sit here and wait like a fool, right? That will suffocate me to death. Wait." The Battle Emperor suddenly fell silent. After a full hour, he said, "Go find some materials. If there are enough materials, I can guide you to set up a simple restriction to isolate the spatial fluctuations in this room. Even if a 9th grade supreme martial artist wants to investigate, I will be able to discover it. You can cultivate without worry." Yi Qinghan's bitter face immediately turned into a smile. The Battle Emperor was the #1 person in the immortal realm in terms of restrictions. He was a fierce person who used restrictions to suppress 3 demon supremes. If he said that even a 9th grade supreme martial artist couldn't detect it, then he really couldn't. Taking the materials that the Battle Emperor gave, Yi Qinghan searched in the Battle Emperor Palace. However, he found that a few types were missing. He called a maid over and took out a large amount of light coins that he took from Lacri and asked her to go to the city to exchange for materials. Fortunately, the list of materials that the Battle Emperor gave were all ordinary things. The maid quickly bought them back. Under the guidance of the Battle Emperor, Yi Qinghan started to get busy in the room. After working for half a month and scrapping half of the materials, he finally finished it. You little brat, this emperor left you 3 restriction books. As long as you work hard to understand them, with your talent, you can easily set up such a restriction even if you don't reach the level of this emperor. The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice helplessly. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He was an active person. It was fine for him to cultivate, but he was very interested in the law of space. However, this restriction was boring. If he was asked to study it for hundreds of thousands of years, he would go crazy. Well, Senior Battle Emperor, this restriction is activated now, but it doesn't feel like it has been activated. Yi Qinghan finally finished setting up the restriction according to the Battle Emperor's guidance. However, he didn't feel any energy fluctuations, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. If even you can detect it, can this restriction isolate the detection of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? Lock your divine sense on that black bloodstone and you will know. The Battle Emperor snorted coldly and said proudly. Although he was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist when he was alive, he was most proud of restrictions. Yi Qinghan hurriedly used his divine sense to lock onto a black stone with blood patterns in the corner of the room. However, he immediately felt that something was different. There was a layer of faintly discernible transparent shield attached to the magical formation in the room. It was very magical. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. There are still more than 2,000 years left. I think I can successfully understand the last space combination law. At that time, I will understand the so-called heavenly way and reach the venerable level of the law. Finally, I will start to understand the ultimate mystery. If I can reach the venerable level in these 2,000 years, I will definitely give Lord Devour and the Enchantress Kid a fright when I return. Hee hee. Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. Just as he was about to start his long seclusion for more than 1,000 years, a maid's call came from outside. Yi Qinghan's face darkened. He had instructed these maids not to disturb him unless it was something serious. Did something happen? Chapter 11:20. What's the matter? Yi Qinghan coldly opened the room's shield with an unfriendly expression. Although Lacri was lustful, he did not have a good temper. He often beat and scolded these maidservants, which Yi Qinghan imitated. Sir, Madame Annie requests your presence. The maidservant saw Yi Qinghan's unfriendly expression and shuddered. In the past, if Lacri was in a bad mood, he would find ways to toy with them. She said this through gritted teeth. Madame Annie. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned and began to search for this person's information in his mind. In the end, when he thought of Lacri's introduction, he instantly felt bitter in his heart. Annie was one of the women who had an ambiguous relationship with Lacri, but this was not important. What was important was that Annie was powerful, only below Archangel Dick. This woman was extremely lascivious and had toyed with countless men. Lacri was handsome, but of course, he could not escape from Annie's demonic claws. He had been summoned 3 times in the past. This person was a famous female overlord in the city of Athens. Should I go? Yi Qinghan pondered. This demoness was famous in the city of Athens. She liked to play with gigolos. She had toyed with all the good-looking men in the city. Lacri had been summoned 3 times by her, and he had gone all 3 times. Lacri's strength was low. If he did not go, Annie would definitely have doubts. This woman was very domineering in the city. She did not even care about Archangel Dick. If he did not go, she would definitely come looking for trouble. I can only deal with it casually. Sigh, I thought everything was going well in heaven. I didn't expect trouble to come so soon. Retribution. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. He could only wave at the maidservant and walk out of the mansion, flying towards Annie's mansion in his memory. It was said that Annie had an affair with the Lord of Athens, god of light dice. Her mansion in the city was extremely luxurious, second only to Archangel Dick's mansion. There were 2 guards outside the mansion. Surprisingly, both of them had level 7 strength and were beautiful women. The 2 women obviously recognized Lackley's body and did not stop him. Instead, they smiled ambiguously at Yi Qinghan. Under the guidance of the 2 guards, Yi Qinghan arrived at a large house in the backyard of the mansion. There were 2 rooms in the house, separated by a curtain in the middle. The interior of the room was magnificent and the decorations were incomparably luxurious. Yi Qinghan walked out of the room, looked around, and bowed respectfully. Lackley pays his respects to Lady Annie. Hee. Lachlan, I heard that you've been fooling around in the lower bound again. Could it be that you don't like the women in the city of Athens, but you like the women in the lower realm? A lazy voice rang out from behind the curtain that was made up of strings of gems. It was a little frivolous, a little playful, and a little condescending. Yi Qinghan had already seen the woman inside. Although there was a small shield behind the curtain, Yi Qinghan's powerful soul could easily and stealthily inspect it. It was a beautiful woman with snow-white skin. Her clothes were very strange. She was actually wearing a fox fur coat. The soft, snow-white fox fur made her look very sexy. She was lying on a bed made of snow-white fur, and her eyes were actually green. Her seductive appearance reminded Yi Qinghan of a character from his previous life, Daji. Lady Annie, you must be joking. How can the women in the lower bound compare to you? The last time I was with you, my lord, I miss it very much. My lord, did you summon me here to pamper me? Yi Qinghan had an anxious expression on his face. His eyes were filled with passion as he looked at Annie, who was inside. His divine sense even broke through the shield on the curtain without restraint. He looked like he was in a hurry to have a big fight with Annie. Yi Qinghan knew that the more overbearing and arrogant a woman was, the more unbearable he was. She would look down on Yi Qinghan and feel annoyed. Yi Qinghan was probably disgusted by him, so he took the opportunity to escape and focus on his cultivation. Hee, Lackley, I haven't seen you in a few years. When did you become so horny? If you perform a beautiful erotic dance for me like the last time, I'll allow you to come in and serve me for a night. How about that? What surprised Yi Qinghan was that Annie did not show any annoyance. Instead, she was extremely interested. Erotic dance. In his heart, Yi Qinghan cursed Lackley's 18 generations of female ancestors dozens of times. This Lackley was a man, but he had actually performed an erotic dance for this woman. Thinking of Lackley stripping naked and twisting here and there, Yi Qinghan could not help but feel his stomach churning. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Annie, who was inside, was a little unhappy. Her voice became much colder. Why? You don't want to dance. You don't want to give me face. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He quickly turned his head and said with a crying face, Sir, I was appointed by the Archangel to participate in the dimensional war. I might not be able to return this time. You know my strength. How would I be in the mood to perform some erotic dance now? Annie snorted coldly. Just follow me when the time comes. I'll make sure you'll be fine. Dance, let me be happy. Dance your sister. Yi Qinghan was confused. He was dumbfounded. He did not know what to do. This woman was very domineering. If he angered her, she might attack him. If she attacked him and he did not resist, how could Yi Qinghan tolerate a woman standing on his head and shitting on him? If he resisted and attacked, it would be even more troublesome. Lackley, you're very abnormal. Could it be that your wings have hardened? You dare to disobey me? Yi Qin Han was stunned on the spot. Annie clearly saw the shift in his eyes. She could not help but become even more furious. Usually, even those who were stronger than Lacri and had backing would not dare to act like this in front of her, let alone someone like Lacri. Sir, please forgive me. Lacri has been in a bad mood recently. This erotic dance. I really can't do it. Yi Qin Han could only beg for mercy with a bitter expression. His mind, however, was thinking quickly. What if Annie attacked him? Should he tolerate it? What if she bullied him too much and he could not tolerate it? What should he do? Should he kill her or not? How should he kill her? What should he do afterward? In just 1 or 2 seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Yi Qin Han's mind. However, he realized that none of them were good ideas. His heart was burning. His smooth journey to heaven was about to be broken by this woman. At this moment, Yi Qin Han felt like tearing this slut into 100 pieces. Annie flew into a rage and stood up with a plop. With a wave of her hand, she opened the barrier of the inner room and walked out with large strides. A cold glint flickered in her pair of green phoenix eyes as she stared coldly at Yi Qin Han and said, "This lady's mood today isn't good either. I'll ask you one last time, are you jumping or not?" It did not matter whether Yi Qin Han danced or not. However, his repeated rejections made Annie really angry. Yi Qin Han sensed the light force circulating in her body. It was obvious that she was going to attack him. Over the years, many ordinary warriors had died in the hands of this woman. Yi Qin Han knew that if he did not answer well, he would be in deep trouble. This crazy woman. F***ck your grandpa. Yi Qin Han cursed under his breath. His eyes shone with a cold glint. Erotic dance. He would not dance even if he was beaten to death. If he was forced into a corner, he would just kill her. Therefore, Yi Qin Han no longer had any scruples. His stubborn temper flared up and he shouted angrily, "I'm not in a good mood. Sir, if you're not happy, just kill Lacri." The atmosphere in the room became awkward. The two of them stared at each other. It was like a lion meeting a tiger on a narrow path. Chapter 11:21. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Upon hearing Yi Qin Han's roar, Annie was clearly enraged. Her aura surged, and her beautiful face was like an iceberg. Cold air enveloped Yi Qin Han in an instant. The power of light and origin energy revolved around her hands, and she was about to make a move. I've had enough of you. Make your move. I wouldn't be considered a hero if I blinked. Yi Qin Han stood tall and straight. His expression was cold as he looked down at Annie. His handsome face, coupled with his tough expression and determined gaze, gave him a heroic aura. Swoosh. This crazy woman indeed made her move. The power of light and origin energy revolved around her hands, dazzling and eye-catching. She raised her hand high and slammed it down on Yi Qin Han's head. If Yi Qin Han didn't dodge or use his origin energy to block, he would definitely be smashed by her palm. Yi Qin Han's mind worked at lightning speed, but his expression didn't change. He stared at Annie with a burning gaze and watched as Annie's palm slammed down on him. Surprisingly, he didn't move. Instead, his aura surged, and a fierce pressure flashed in his eyes. He didn't use his origin energy, but his soul skill, coercion. How much power could his soul skill coercion produce if his soul skill was as strong as a 9th-grade soul? Annie gave the answer. Her hand slowed down and stopped in midair. A strange light flashed in her eyes. Yi Qin Han stood there quietly. He didn't use the power of light or origin energy. He just glared at her with a heroic aura that was unafraid of death. Laclay was extremely handsome. His blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was tall and strong. He was a famous handsome man in the city of Athens. Otherwise, Annie wouldn't have asked him to come over. At this moment, his body exuded an incomparably masculine and manly aura that was incomparably attractive, especially to women. The soul skill coercion made Annie feel that Yi Qinghan was like a god that had descended. His brilliance was unparalleled. Unknowingly, the killing intent in his heart was greatly reduced. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that it was a close shave. He had made the right bet this time. Usually, the more powerful a woman is, the more she appreciates a powerful man. Soul skill suppression. It wasn't a special soul skill, but it could increase one's aura and cause the enemy to inadvertently feel a sense of fear. This was the only skill that Yi Qinghan felt wouldn't make Annie suspicious. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change. His eyes were still cold, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a mocking expression. He coldly said, "What? Annie doesn't dare to do it anymore. I, Lachlan, have been pretending to be a coward my whole life. Today, I finally became a man. But your heart softened. You're just a slut. B*TCH. Annie's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again. However, she saw that Yi Qinghan was staring at her with an even more scorching gaze. His passionate gaze made her a little flustered, and she didn't know how to reply. She admired Yi Qinghan's attitude, but his tone and words infuriated her, and her expression became gloomy. You're just a slut who deserves a beating. Aren't you just a little stronger? Do you have an affair with a god? Do you really think that all the men in the city of Athens will crawl under your crotch and kiss your butt and toes the moment you summon them? What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll beat you to death. You can't accept it. Just kill me and be done with it. I'm going all out today. I've had enough. Isn't it just death? Yi Qinghan continued to stare at her. He puffed out his chest and walked towards her step by step. He continued to release the pressure from his soul skill. He was prepared to make her completely flustered, attack her heart, and mess up her mind. He knew very well how lethal Lachlan's looks, coupled with her insufferably arrogant aura, were to women. Today, he could either conquer this slut, or he could only kill her. And the latter was what Yi Qinghan wanted the most. Once he killed her, Yi Qinghan could only run for his life. His way home would be completely cut off. Under Yi Qinghan's pressure and his star-like gaze, Annie started to retreat slowly. Her face was both embarrassed and angry. She tried to release energy from her hands a few times, but she suppressed it every time. Her heart was in a mess again. What about you? Hiss. Yi Qinghan shouted angrily. He reached out his hand domineeringly and tore the snow-white fox fur on Annie's back at lightning speed, revealing her voluptuous buttocks. Then, he raised his large hand and slapped her beautiful buttocks, leaving 5 bright red palm prints. He said fiercely, "You slut who needs to be F***ked. Turn around and lie on the table. If you continue to be so long-winded, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death." Yi Qinghan's voice became even colder and more arrogant. He kept saying, "I," and was extremely domineering. It was as if he had become the master, and the woman in front of him, who was only inferior to the archangel and had a good relationship with the god of light, the tyrant of Athens, Annie, had become his maid. Their positions seemed to have flipped. Lie on the table. Annie blinked. Her eyes were dazed and she couldn't believe it. Yi Qinghan's domineering aura was like that of the god of light, and she didn't dare to resist. She widened her eyes in disbelief. The man in front of her was still the same Lachlan who danced like a monkey in front of her and liked to kiss her below. Slap. 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 You slut, whore, you're asking for it. See how I'll F***ck you to death. 3 loud and clear slaps rang out. Annie's snow-white and voluptuous buttocks were left with a few deep red marks. Yi Qinghan tyrannically tore off the fox fur on her and pressed it on the table, causing her buttocks to stand up high. Then, he forcefully entered her by lifting the robe even more domineeringly. He actually dares to force himself on me. Annie was completely dumbfounded. She had played with many men over the years. She had used leather whips, candles, chains, cages, and so on. Other than the god of light, which man would dare to do this to her? However, the humiliation and anger in her mind were instantly replaced by the pleasure produced by Yi Qinghan's forceful and even wild thrusts. Annie's heart was filled with a sense of excitement that she had never felt before. She had wanted to curse out loud, but when it reached her mouth, it turned into a helpless moan. The atmosphere in the room changed from the original awkwardness to an ambiguous and gentle one. Accompanied by Yi Qinghan's curses and slaps, Annie's anger had completely dissipated. Occasionally, she would turn her head to look at Yi Qinghan, but her gaze was filled with infatuation and love. Mothif *Ker, I was almost killed by this crazy woman. Luckily, I was quick-witted. The Yi family's marksmanship was also sharp enough. Otherwise, this matter would have been troublesome. Yi Qinghan tidied up his clothes in high spirits and swaggered out of Annie's mansion, heading towards Lachlan's mansion. Annie, who was sprawled on the table, heaved a sigh of relief when she recalled how she had turned into a puddle of water, only breathing in and out. However, her back was drenched in cold sweat. This matter was extremely dangerous. If this crazy woman were to cause a ruckus, it would be extremely dangerous regardless of whether she made a move or not. If she were not careful and alarmed the god of light, she might not even be able to keep her life, much less return home through the dimensional war. Phew. I can finally cultivate in peace. Back in the mansion, Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh and shook off the cold sweat on his back. He immediately went into seclusion, preparing to comprehend the last high-level occult mystery, spatial combination. At the same time, under the guidance of the War Emperor, he began to ponder on how to control the power of space to attack. After they were done, he had already fiercely told Annie that he wanted to cultivate, and that if she dared to disturb him, she would never step into this place again. When he came out of seclusion, he would naturally look for her. He did not expect Annie to nod her head obediently and even give him a secret manual. Her eyes were filled with love and admiration. Chapter 11:22. In the divine world, as long as you comprehend the ultimate mystery, the laws of heaven and earth will recognize you. They will grant you willpower and control a portion of the power of space. The devil world grants you the power of darkness. This heavenly hall obviously grants you the power of light. I participated in a dimensional war and met a few experts from other planes. Some of them granted me the power of fire, and some of them granted me the power of earth. Martial artists from each plane will only be granted one type of power. I don't know how other planes control the power bestowed by heaven and earth, but I have studied the power of space. However, my method is not suitable for you. My method of using the power of space is used in conjunction with restrictive spells. So, you have to create it yourself. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged in the master bedroom of the Lacri residence. The master bedroom had 2 rooms. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on the outside with the slaughter god's saber at the side. The inside was given to Pandora. Pandora was very obedient and did not disturb Yi Qinghan. She went into seclusion to refine the divine crystals. Yi Qinghan began to ask the Battle Emperor about the power of space. Created myself. How do I create it myself? Hearing that the Battle Emperor wanted him to create it himself, Yi Qinghan felt a headache coming on. This was much more difficult than comprehending the laws. Create it himself. He could not understand it at all. The Battle Emperor paused for a moment and said, if it was someone else, I would definitely teach them a method and give them some pointers. But you can't. This is because you comprehend the laws of space. Your understanding of the power of space is much stronger than martial artists who comprehend the laws of other elements. Actually, the divine world's laws of space are the strongest laws. This is because the divine world bestows the power of space. So, you have to create it yourself and comprehend how to use the power of space on your own. Only then will you be able to achieve the strongest power. The laws of space are the strongest. Yi Qin Han was shocked. He had never thought about this before. However, after thinking about it, the laws of the divine world bestowed the power of space. People who comprehend the laws of space are indeed more familiar with the power of space. You comprehended the eternal space and became a pseudo-grade 9 martial artist. However, your familiarity with the power of space is definitely higher than anyone in the divine world, including me. That's because we are forcefully bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth, which is how to control the power of space. You, on the other hand, have comprehended it yourself. For example, we refined divine crystals, but you became a god by yourself. That's why you have to create your own method of controlling spatial energy. Only then will you be able to maximize its power. If you succeed in creating it yourself, you might be able to fight against 2 times the power of space with 1 time the power of space. Do you understand, kid? The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice once more, and Yi Qin Han felt enlightened. Indeed, the laws of heaven and earth bestowed upon one was like refining a divine crystal and comprehending the laws within it, but one had to comprehend it by themselves. No wonder Lord Devourer and Kid didn't want to teach him how to use space power. Yi Qin Han instantly became 100 times more confident. He had always used the force of space as his method of comprehending the laws, and towards the end, he had almost wholeheartedly focused on comprehending the laws of space. If he could really create a method to control space power, using 1 time to fight against Shintu Xiong's 2 times, perhaps he would be able to kill him when he reached the 9th level. The Battle Emperor continued, there are 3 ways to attack using space power. First, it's the same primitive way as you, which is to smash and crush the enemy with great strength. Actually, this method is also feasible, but you don't have the technique. Second, the power of space is invisible to the naked eye, so many people like to control the invisible power of space to ambush. This method, if controlled to the extreme, can easily kill the enemy. The third way is to materialize the power of space and use it to attack the enemy. It's the overbearing way. Simply put, the first way focuses on strength, the second way focuses on yin, and the third way focuses on technique. As the Battle Emperor gave him a clear path, Yi Qin Han's mind became clear. Not mentioning the first way, Kid seemed to be walking on the second way. However, it was obvious that Kid hadn't studied it to the extreme. Lord Devourer and Shintu Xiong were walking on the third way. Lord Devourer's billions of flying swords and Shintu Xiong's golden sword had materialized the power of space, which was incomparably overbearing and pure technique. Senior Battle Emperor, is there any technique in the first way? Isn't it the same as using the greatest force? Yi Qin Han was a little skeptical. The Battle Emperor patiently explained, the first way is what my second brother used to walk on. He divided the space power into 9 layers. Each layer is stronger than the previous one, and each layer is faster than the previous one. It's continuous. If the enemy gets hit, they won't have time to react and will be crushed to death. If he uses all of his space power to smash, it's like using a palm to slap. However, he turns his palm into a fist and punches continuously. Tell me, which one is more powerful? This way of using space power is really magical. Yi Qin Han exclaimed. It seemed like he had great power, but he only knew how to use the most ordinary moves, which were direct smashes. After the Battle Emperor's analysis, Yi Qin Han felt that the path in front of him was much wider. Previously, he didn't have a clue, but now he could slowly explore it. Think about it first. Think about it and see which path is suitable for you. If you are sure, I will analyze it with you in detail. As for the specifics, I won't teach you. What you comprehend yourself is better than what others teach you. Even if it's not as powerful, at least it's easier to use. After the battle emperor transmitted his voice again, he became completely silent. Yi Qinghan also went into seclusion. First, he studied the two ancient secret techniques that he got from the Phoenix Queen, the ghost transformation and the space chaos several times. The ghost transformation was very successful, and he had turned into Lacri's appearance. Not to mention that Slut Annie and Great Archangel Dick, even the 12 maids that had been close to him for God knows how many years were fooled. This meant that the ghost transformation was very successful. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to mess around with them, and he didn't like them either. These 12 maids had followed Lacri for so many years. If he messed around, it would be easy for him to expose himself. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if anything would happen when he met the Light God. Disfortunately, the Light God was in seclusion. Furthermore, Lacri's strength was low, and he kept a low profile. He probably didn't have many chances to meet the Light God. The space chaos secret technique that the Phoenix Queen gave him. Yi Qinghan succeeded in comprehending it, but he didn't have the chance to practice it. There was no one around him who was a 9th grade. The Battle Emperor was a 9th grade Battle Emperor, but he only had a trace of remnant soul and no energy. He could only return to the divine world and let Ji De cooperate with the experiment. It will take a while. Comprehending the space combination mystery won't be that fast. Furthermore, if I enter the Battle Emperor Palace now, it will be troublesome if that crazy woman Annie suddenly barges in and discovers that I'm not here. I should first study the method of using the space force. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself. He decided to go into seclusion in this room for 100 years first. When the situation in heaven was completely settled, he would enter the Battle Emperor Palace to observe the space combination mystery diagram and comprehend the laws. Chapter 1123. Space Power. What was space power? Yi Qinghan stood by the window, looking at the sky of the heavenly plane. He didn't move an inch, and there was a thin layer of dust on his head and body. Xiao He was sleeping soundly on the table in the room. Pandora cultivated in seclusion for a while, then woke up and walked out of the room. She sat next to Yi Qinghan, drinking tea and reading books. Occasionally, she would look at Yi Qinghan, who was standing by the window and looking at the sky like a statue. She would smile sweetly. Days like this were really boring. They were ordinary and even a little bit depressing. However, to Pandora, who had a pure mind, such days were peaceful and warm. The books Yi Qinghan had asked the maids to find for her. There were all kinds of books. Some were about cultivation, some were short stories, and many were miscellaneous books. During these 2,000 years, Yi Qinghan didn't want to go out. Of course, he didn't want Pandora to go out alone. Xiao He was so bored that she slept. In the heavenly plane, Yi Qinghan couldn't let them go out. He didn't dare to let them go out. Yi Qinghan had become a statue for almost 100 years. He had been studying space power. At first, he recalled Ji De's countless silent dragons, Lord Devour's tens of thousands of giant swords, and Shintu Xiong's domineering slash. Then, he started to organize the space law, the 5 basic mysteries, the basic mystery of space, the absolute space domain, and the advanced mystery of space that he had comprehended in recent years. Eventually, he remembered the eternal space and how he had the method to control space power. He remembered when God Lord Butcher had released his will, the space power that had covered the entire place. Eventually, he was bewildered. He didn't know what space power was anymore. Thus, he gave up his seclusion and stood up. He started to look at the vast sky through the window. He had been watching for almost 100 years. He understood that if he wanted to control something, he had to be familiar with it. He had to understand it, get close to it, and make it accept him. This world is the biggest space. Each plane has so many small spaces, and there are so many small parallel spaces. Without space, there is no world. The power of space existed everywhere, so what was the highest realm of controlling the power of space? How to use the power of space to form the most powerful attack? A strength-based attack style. Too direct, too fierce, not good. Like kids' murderous type. Not good either. When one reached the 9th level, sneak attacks were never the way to go. Lord Devour's type. Transforming the power of space into thousands of flying swords? That wasn't good either. If they were too scattered, their attack power would definitely not be great. Shintu Xiong turned into a sharp arrow or a sharp sword. Although it's incomparably domineering, it's too singular. Yes. He had decided to choose the third method, which was to combine Lord Devour's and Shintu Xiong's control methods, turning the space power into 9 long spears. This way, they had more power, but they weren't just one spear. Moreover, they were easier to control, and they could be used with the formation. It's decided, that's it. After spending close to 100 years, Yi Qinghan finally figured out what kind of method he would choose. Exhaling a long breath, his eyes regained their clarity. Noticing the dust on his hair, he smiled and shook his god power, making his body clean. He turned around and moved his almost rusty body. Big brother Han Yi, have you finished cultivating? Pandora stood up in joy. Almost 100 years was a long time. Before, he had Alice and the others to accompany him and talk. But now, he could only cultivate, read, and drink tea by himself. Yi Qinghan had finally finished cultivating. Pandora was like a bird that had just been released from a cage, extremely happy. Pandora, you've suffered all these years. Yi Qinghan looked at the little girl who was still as beautiful as before, his heart softening. He pulled her hand, stroked her golden hair, and gently embraced her. Pandora's body trembled, and she squirmed uneasily. Although she wholeheartedly supported Yi Qinghan, and had followed Yi Qinghan for many years, Yi Qinghan had never done such an intimate action. For a moment, she was somewhat unaccustomed, like a little deer scurrying in disorder. Yi Qinghan patted her smooth, jade-like shoulder with one hand, and caressed her golden hair with the other. His movements were as gentle as water, making Pandora's heart gradually settle down. Pandora raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan's burning gaze. She became a little flustered, and casually opened her mouth to say, Han Yi big brother, after cultivating for 100 years, has your strength made great progress again? No. I've been thinking about a problem for nearly 100 years, and today, I've finally figured it out. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, looking at Pandora. Unconsciously, this woman had already occupied a certain position in his heart. To be able to silently accompany him for so many years in such a lonely and boring way, even to the point of being dull and boring, this woman is worthy of his attention. Ah! Han Yi big brother, for nearly 100 years, you've been thinking about a problem. Pandora's small cherry mouth opened wide, her face incredulous. She had refined the divine crystal, plus she had read so many miscellaneous books for so many years. She also had a little understanding of Yi Qinghan's realm and the top powerhouses. At Yi Qinghan's level, it was normal for him to casually go into seclusion for tens of millions of years. But to use nearly 100 years to think about a problem, her simple little brain still couldn't figure it out. For me, this problem is extremely crucial. I don't regret spending nearly 100 years. Yi Qinghan nodded. For him, 100 years or something like that was just a blink of an eye, but he had determined a path and figured out a lot of key points. This was more important than anything else. Oh. Pandora didn't understand, and she didn't want to ask too much. She just obediently responded. Yi Qinghan looked at her cute appearance and chuckled. Then he suddenly grabbed her waist and hugged her, walking towards the seat next to him. Ah, Big Brother Han Yi. Yi Qinghan's sudden attack made Pandora jump in fright. Her beautiful face that could be compared to fireworks instantly flushed red. She thought that Yi Qinghan was going to punish her. She was scared, expectant, and shy. Who knew that Yi Qinghan would walk to the tea table in the corner, sit down, and put her petite body on his lap. Then he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He gently caressed her beautiful hair and said with a smile, "Pandora, do you regret following me? Isn't this kind of life very boring and hard?" A little bit," Pandora said honestly. Then she smiled faintly and said, "But Pandora doesn't regret it." A trace of guilt flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes. His hand gently caressed Pandora's face, and before Pandora could react, he tenderly kissed her. This time, Pandora's body only stiffened, but she didn't squirm. She allowed Yi Qinghan to demand, and slowly, she clumsily began to respond. After a series of 10 minutes of wet kisses, Pandora's whole body softened. Yi Qinghan didn't further violate her. Instead, he pulled her hand and stood up, saying with a smile, "Let's go, Pandora. I'll take you out for a stroll. I'll accompany you to play for half a year." "This, Big Brother Yi, will something happen?" Pandora said a little uneasily, but the joy in her eyes was still very obvious. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said, "It's fine. With me here, nothing will happen. I said that I'll protect you for a lifetime." Chapter 11:24. Yi Qinghan used the specter transformation and turned into Lockery's appearance. At the same time, he helped Pandora dress up. Then, he called the 12 maids in and used his powerful strength to force them to hand over their soul fires and become his soul slaves. In the past, Yi Qinghan did not plan to go out, nor did he want to lay his hands on the 12 maids. But now, because of Pandora, he naturally had to be more careful. Plus, after staying in heaven for so long, nothing had happened, so he decisively made his move. Under Yi Qinghan's instructions, Pandora used the god crystal to make her body a little bloated. Her facial features also changed slightly. A great beauty was forcibly turned into an ordinary woman. Her entire body was covered in a black robe, and she was not eye-catching at all. Yi Qinghan was very low profile. Even if he had conflicts with others, he did not put on the airs of an archangel. He was very humble. He wandered around the city for half a month without any conflicts. However, after accompanying Pandora for half a month, he was still discovered. Annie's maid discovered Yi Qinghan. He wandered around the city with Pandora every day. It would be strange if he did not discover her. In the end, Yi Qinghan could only helplessly go and comfort the lonely heart of that slut every few days. After accompanying Pandora for half a year, Yi Qinghan finally began to prepare to cultivate again. This is the specter of the Dark Night transformation. You only need to cultivate the first half, and you will be able to change your appearance at will. At that time, you can go out with those maids to play. This time, I might be in seclusion for even longer. Sorry, Pandora, I can't accompany you often. Yi Qinghan threw the first half of the specter of the Dark Night transformation to Pandora. The first half was easy to comprehend, but the second half required one to cultivate the soul and change the aura of the soul. Pandora definitely could not cultivate it, and there was no need for her to cultivate it. Pandora nodded obediently. Yi Qinghan turned the 12 maids into soul slaves. With them taking care of Pandora, she was relieved and went into seclusion again. This time, she entered the War Imperial Palace. In the largest hall of the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan circulated his spatial force and slowly condensed a silver spear. In the spacious hall, a 2-meter-long spear appeared in the air, emitting a terrifying aura. This wasn't Jida's silent control method, but Lord Devour and Shintu Xiong's materialized long spears. However, as soon as the spear was formed, it immediately broke into pieces, and the terrifying aura also disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He let out a long sigh and sighed in a somewhat dispirited manner. Sigh, it's been 10 years, and this is the first time I've condensed the power of space into a physical form. I didn't expect it to break immediately. Hee, kid, don't be discouraged. This is the first time this Empress condensed the power of space into a physical body, and it took me 50 years. You're already not bad. An encouraging voice arose in Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan was shaken. He shook his head, rested for a while, and then stood up. His powerful soul consciousness was released. At the same time, both of his hands danced, releasing the eternal space, making the space power around gather in his hands. Then, both of his hands moved. With the help of the soul consciousness, he controlled a small portion of the space power, compressing it according to a special method. After 1 hour, a silver spear appeared in the air one more time. However, after a while, it broke into pieces again. Senior War Emperor, why did it break just like that? Did I use the wrong method to control it? As soon as the spear broke, Yi Qinghan's body softened. He had used up a lot of his soul energy, so he laid on the ground, gasping for air. You should figure it out yourself. I can only tell you that if you can condense it, it's not wrong. How to make it faster, how to preserve it longer, how to condense more spears, and how to control these spears, you have to figure it out yourself. There's no need to rush. You don't need to comprehend the mysteries of space. For the next 2,000 years, you can cultivate this. If you can condense 9 spears in 2,000 years, not to mention controlling them as if they are your own arms, if you can maintain them for 1 hour, you will pass. The Battle Emperor's voice transmission made Yi Qinghan extremely depressed. Although he knew that this was for his own good, he still felt a headache coming on. He weakly replied, "How is it so difficult to control the power of space? You still can't fully grasp it after 2,000 years." The Battle Emperor laughed. This emperor's talent is peerless. In my era, I was number 1. Do you know how long it took me to fully grasp it? 1,000,000 years. You didn't hear wrong. From the time I first tried to control the power of space to the time I mastered it, it took me 1,000,000 years. If you can fully grasp it in 100,000 years, you will be a peerless genius. Only your talent can compare to this emperor. What? Senior. Are you sure? Why did it take 1,000,000 years for you and 100,000 years for me? That's not fair. Yi Qinghan was baffled. The Battle Emperor coldly said, "Of course I'm not wrong. Did you forget that insane soul strength of yours? Back then, this emperor only had the soul strength of a 5th-grade war god. If you can't fully grasp it in 100,000 years, then you are trash. I will look down on you from the bottom of my heart." Although Yi Qinghan knew that the Battle Emperor was provoking him, his competitive spirit was aroused. He coldly snorted and said, "Ever since I became famous, no one has called me trash. Senior Battle Emperor, just you wait." Yi Qinghan flipped over and stood up. He swore in his heart and began to train hard. Ha! God Slayer's spear, go! Again and again, the spears condensed and shattered. Yi Qinghan was completely engrossed in it. He forgot about the years, forgot about everything in the outside world, forgot about the mystic realm of reincarnation that was far away, forgot about the divine realm, and immersed himself in the training of martial arts. 200 years later, Yi Qinghan could already control the first spear to fly around the hall easily. He could even keep it for a few hours without shattering. He began to try to condense the second spear. 500 years later, he began to condense the third spear. 800 years later, the 4 spears could already move around in the hall like swimming dragons. 1,000 years later, Other than the 100 years, Yi Qinghan would accompany Pandora for a year and occasionally go to Annie's place to appease that slut Annie. The rest of the time, he would enter the War Emperor's palace and diligently cultivate the control of the power of space. Pandora spent 100 years successfully cultivating the spirit of the Evernight transformation. She would often transform into a man and bring Lacri's maidservants out to play. However, she spent most of her time in Lacri's mansion reading, drinking tea, raising small animals, and tending to the flowers and plants. Her life was very ordinary. Her only hope was that every 100 years, Yi Qinghan would come out and meet her. Xiao He was so bored that his balls hurt. However, as his spirit body, he couldn't do anything. He could only enter the slaughter god blade every day and sleep. Occasionally, he would come out to watch Yi Qinghan cultivate. In the city of Athens, as they were preparing for the upcoming planar war, all the archangels and experts in the city were cultivating in seclusion. The city was very peaceful. Ha! In the War Emperor's palace, Yi Qinghan shouted. His body trembled, and all the power of space in the War Emperor's palace gathered around him. After that, his hands danced, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, 9 spears appeared in the sky. These 9 spears were much smaller than the first spear, but the pressure they emitted was much stronger. Go! Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and his eyes shone brightly. His body emitted a powerful aura, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. The 9 spears danced in the hall with great momentum. From time to time, they formed a straight line. From time to time, the 9 spears split up and danced around the hall. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and it felt like the entire hall was filled with white light. Xiao He, who was watching from the side, felt dizzy. Wow, boss is so powerful. From the looks of it, he is much more powerful than that dog *T star monarch. Xiao He shouted, and his face was filled with pride. Beside Xiao He, there was a phantom image. Today, Yi Qinghan specially asked the War Emperor to condense his body to watch his performance. In the end, the War Emperor was shocked. The War Emperor's old-fashioned and imposing face was filled with shock. He shook his head and sighed. Damn, this brat is not human. He is too sick. In 2,500 years, his control of the power of space is as good as mine for 200,000 years. At this rate, he will achieve great success in less than 10,000 years. 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan's body trembled, and the 9 spears in the air suddenly shattered. He was drenched in sweat, and sat down on the ground to rest for half an hour. After that, he stood up and said with a cold look in his eyes, I have finally achieved some small success in the control of the power of space. The planar war is about to start. This time, if anyone dares to stop me from going home, I will kill them. Chapter 11:25. Senior Zhan Huang, did I meet your requirements? Although Yi Qinghan knew that his cultivation speed could be said to be very fast, but he still hoped to obtain the recognition of the Battle Emperor. He had put in a lot of effort and sweat for more than 2,000 years. So, he really hoped to obtain the recognition of others. Not bad, it has greatly exceeded my expectations. It seems that your abnormal soul strength has also made your cultivation speed and comprehension speed abnormal. Boy, you are definitely the strangest genius in the history of the divinity. Zhan Huang was not stingy with his words and gave a very high evaluation. Of course, the Battle Emperor had some reservations about this evaluation. He was a talented genius and rarely admired others, let alone shocked them. But today, Yi Qinghan had truly shocked him. Hee. After getting the recognition of the former number 1 big shot in the divinity, Yi Qinghan was in a good mood and let out a long breath. This was the most diligent time he had ever been in cultivation. For more than 2,000 years, besides going out to accompany Pandora once every 100 years, he had been studying the method of controlling the power of space. More than 2,000 years. Yi Qinghan sighed secretly. In fact, he was also a person who could not calm down. If he was in seclusion to comprehend the divine law, his soul would be completely immersed in it and he would forget about time. But this was different. It was equivalent to constantly pondering, practicing, and occasionally going out to slowly pass the long time. But he did not feel the slightest bit irritated. Instead, he felt that more than 2,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Even he himself sighed that his mind cultivation had greatly improved. If your strength before was considered as a fake level 9, now you are a real lower level 9 expert. If you can completely master the power of space, I estimate that your strength will reach the peak of lower level 9, close to upper level 9. Work hard, boy. Don't die in the dimensional battlefield, don't let me down. Zhan Huang turned into a flowing light and disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body, entering the black stone in the divine crystal. Although Yi Qinghan's soul had undergone a mutation, the purple lightning had allowed his remnant soul to recover some energy. However, if he were to stay outside for a long time, this trace of energy would disappear too quickly. Xiao He, are you bored? Hee, there are still a few decades before the dimensional war begins. We will definitely be able to return. Yi Qinghan walked towards Xiao He. He wanted to touch Xiao He's head, but he stopped in midair. A bitter smile appeared in his eyes. Xiao He chuckled and shook his head. It's a little boring, but I'm very open-minded. You've worked hard, boss. Although I'm bored, I'm not suffering as much as you. Yes. His god-slaying spear could be considered to have reached small success. In just a few decades, he wouldn't be able to make any huge improvements. Let's get out. The planar war is about to begin, and I'm afraid that something abnormal will happen outside. Xiao He nodded his head and entered the slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan teleported out. Han Yi Dage, are you done cultivating? In Lacri's courtyard, Pandora is teasing a small beast out of boredom. Suddenly, the space around her fluctuated. She turned her head and saw a green figure suddenly appearing in the room. She quickly stood up in joy and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Hee, Pandora, are you bored? Don't worry, I've already reached small success in my cultivation this time. I won't be going into seclusion anymore. There are still 30 years left. I will accompany you outside. Yi Qinghan gently embraced this graceful and delicate body, floating up and down on her silk-like back. His face was buried in her beautiful golden hair. His mind was no longer thinking about cultivation. His heart was at peace. Really? Pandora raised her pretty face and looked at Yi Qinghan with her limpid eyes. Her little face became even more joyful and radiant. She looked at Yi Qinghan and was startled. When has Han Yi Dage ever lied to you? Yi Qinghan reached out and pinched her nose. Although this woman has accompanied him for more than 2,000 years, she's still as white as a sheet of paper and as pure as a young girl. However, she was still like a blank piece of paper, as pure as a young girl. When he was with her, he felt that his mentality had become much younger. Han Yi Dage, you're the best. Pandora suddenly stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Yi Qinghan's face. She then blushed and buried her head in Yi Qinghan's chest. Although she and Yi Qinghan have confirmed their relationship, Yi Qinghan has never done anything to her. At most, he would hug and kiss her. Today, she took the initiative to kiss him, which is already a very bold move. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. He has already made a small accomplishment in the God Slayer's spear's manipulation method named by him. He doesn't plan to cultivate it in the near future, so his mood is completely relaxed. At this moment, he sees Pandora's appearance of wanting to refuse but also welcoming, and he can't help but be greatly moved. He reaches out a hand and gently pinches Pandora's sharp chin, making her lift her face and carefully look at this beautiful face. Han Yi Dage, under Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze, Pandora becomes even more shy. Her snow-white neck reddens, and her two hands that were originally hugging Yi Qinghan's waist are now stretched forward, pressing against his chest. Her eyes are half closed and half open, and her curved eyelashes tremble, making her even more alluring. Yi Qinghan doesn't say anything, only kissing her heavily. Then he hugs her waist and strides into the inner room. The inner room, Pandora's body trembles. She feels that this time, Yi Qinghan doesn't continue to carry her to a seat, but carries her towards the inner bedroom. Her whole person becomes even more ill at ease. She seems to have guessed what will happen next. She has been looking forward to this day for more than 2,000 years, and has also prepared for more than 2,000 years. But when this day comes, she still feels incomparably nervous and afraid. Don't be nervous. After tonight, you're no longer a girl, but my woman. Yi Qinghan continues to softly and moist Pandora, easing the tension in her heart. Then he gently puts her on the bed, but he doesn't overbearingly tear her clothes. He only lightly caresses her, lightly kisses her, letting Pandora feel his love, and also making her body slowly heat up. Only then does he quietly untie her robe. When a perfect and tender body is exposed to the air, Yi Qinghan's heart, which has been sealed for more than 2,000 years, becomes excited for the first time. Even though he has vaguely seen Pandora's body twice before, at that moment, he still feels his mouth go dry. Pandora shut her eyes tightly and let Yi Qinghan kiss her body all over. When she felt a wave of heat fill up the place that had been empty for more than 2,000 years, she used all her strength to hug Yi Qinghan's body tightly. 2 clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and they were tears of happiness. There's an ancient saying that women are like fine wine. The more you brew them, the purer they become. This saying seems to make sense. After more than 2,000 years of accumulation, Pandora can actually compare to the Enchantress masterpiece. This feels good. Yi Qinghan originally thought that after more than 2,000 years, Pandora would still be a young girl, and that she would be very dry and difficult to enter. He did not expect that she would be smooth like a pearl and smooth like jade. There was also a strange, indescribable sense of pleasure. He did not know whether it was because of the accumulation of time, or because of Pandora's extraordinary innate talent, but how could this feel good? Chapter 11:26. In the barren lands of the divine world and the demon world, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still hovering above. Yao Ji was studying the technique of restriction in the 9-tiered hall, while Lord Devourer and Jido were cultivating in seclusion. All of a sudden, Yao Ji's eyelashes shivered. She saw a fiery figure appear in the hall from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't help but turn around. Since Lord Devourer had asked her to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 100,000 years, he hadn't appeared again. Why did he appear here today? It's been more than 3,000 years. Yao Ji. Go back. We don't need to wait anymore. Lord Devourer's face was calm. His voice didn't change, but there was a faint disappointment and regret. What? Dia Wu, it's just 3,000 years. 100,000 years is still far away. Perhaps. Yao Ji pursed her lips. Halfway through, her voice became lower and lower until she quieted down. Lord Devourer glanced at Yao Ji and said, "It's been more than 3,000 years. I've thought it through. Why can't you? Little Han can't come back. It's good enough that he's alive. If he wants to come back, he has only one way. Through the dimensional war. And it's almost impossible to come back through the dimensional war. Thus, he can't come back." Lord Devourer's words were like sharp thorns stabbing Yao Ji's heart. Her face changed completely, turning ashen. She knew it. Lord Devourer knew it, and so did Ji De. If the three of them wanted to wait here for 3,000 years, they were just deceiving themselves. Go back. Go back. It's lucky that little Han isn't dead. Xiao He was evolving at that time. I think he's done now. He swallowed most of the Devil Monarch's energy. I think Xiao He will be alright. Lord Devour's face became resolute. His eyes looked at the endless void through the projection on the wall. He lowered his voice and said, as long as they can live well, it's okay. As for us, we should do what we should do. Swoosh. At this moment, the hall had a sudden energy fluctuation. Jide's imposing body appeared, smiling gently. He forced a smile and said, Lord Devour, you're right. After losing Little Han, we have to create another one. Otherwise, we will die of old age in the reincarnation secret domain, never to return to the divine world. It's hard to create Little Han. He is unique. Lord Devour sighed deeply, feeling regretful. Pausing for a while, he continued, anyway, we can stealthily visit all the material planes in the divine world to find talented people. Just like what we did to Little Han that year, we'll let them endure hardships to make them grow. We'll give them the best resources. If one doesn't work, we'll find 100, 10,000, 1,000,000. If 10,000 years wasn't enough, then he would wait for 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years. Shintu Xiong, one day, I will definitely kill you. Gid and Enchantress also nodded their heads heavily. The enmity between them and Shintu Xiong was a blood feud that would not end until one of them was dead. Their biggest hope, Yi Qing Han, was gone. They had no choice but to continue thinking of ways to take revenge. For the Soul Emperor, for Yi Qing Han, or even for themselves. The Soul Emperor Pavilion floated in the wilderness for over 3,000 years. Finally, like a meteor, it changed directions and flew straight towards the reincarnation plane. The immortal world was incomparably calm. The bustling star sea no longer had countless god bandits. The martial artists of the various continents also kept a low profile. The star sovereign still didn't come out of seclusion. The eternal palace that trapped the frigid night sovereign disappeared above the supreme island and didn't appear again. Of course, no one dared to challenge his dignity because they didn't want to become the second Lord Devour and Yi Qing Han. The supreme island became the sacred island. The nearby Nine Guardians Island also became extremely prosperous. The small and big islands in the Star Sea that were almost extinct were occupied by the big and small families that migrated from the 6 continents. After several thousand years, Li Tao had completely controlled the Mishti continent. Although his strength was still at the Venerable Realm, no one dared to go against his orders. After several thousand years, the only things that changed were the soul-devouring manor and the flame dragon city. Among the 108 cities of the soul-devouring manor, only the soul-devouring city was still in Emperor Yu's hands. The rest of the small cities all obeyed Emperor Yu's orders under Li Tao's hint. Many of the small cities even openly expressed their rebellion. The Flame Dragon City originally had millions of citizens. Now, there were only slightly more than 100,000 people in the huge city, and half of them were the Yi family army. 1/3 of the 100,000 Yi family army defected. Even some of the elders in the city had left quietly. Emperor Yu and the Thunder Emperor weren't surprised at all when their subordinates defected. They didn't stop them either. They also knew that it was very likely that after several tens of thousands of years, most of the citizens in the soul-devouring city and the Flame Dragon City would leave. They didn't blame those who defected because they knew that once the Star Sovereign came out of seclusion, the 2 cities would be turned into ruins, and they would all be buried with him. The divine world was very lucky in this planar war. The sky didn't suddenly send down a divine decree bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth to let the divine world participate in this planar war. Otherwise, the Thunder Emperor and Emperor Yu believed that once the planar war started, the Star Sovereign would definitely come out of seclusion. Even if they didn't die, they would be sent to the planar war as cannon fodder. In the void outside the plane of the divine world, a golden 9-story pagoda flew rapidly. it didn't fly towards the divine world. Instead, it flew into a place surrounded by spatial vortexes. Finally, it flew in between two spatial vortexes. Whoosh! 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 When the Soul Emperor Pavilion entered the reincarnation mystic realm through a weak spot in the void, countless figures flew out of Reincarnation Island at lightning speed. At the same time, countless experts from the three great continents flew towards Reincarnation Island. All the experts in the human plane were alarmed. They're back. They're back. Father and the others are back. Mother, father and uncle are back. I, the demon devourer demon, finally have a father. Dozens of people stood in the sky. Most of them were women. All of them were excited and their eyes were burning. Many of them had tears in their eyes. After more than 3,000 years, they were finally back. Buzz! The sky trembled. Emo Xiao Xiao, who was still in seclusion, came out. She was still dressed in a green robe. Her beautiful eyes were so bright that it made people forget about her appearance. Her divine sense locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion. A moment later, a look of disappointment and bitterness flashed in her eyes. She turned her head to look at Yu Qingqing and the others with burning eyes. She couldn't bear to turn her head away. Yu Qingqing was the most meticulous. When she felt Mo Xiaoxiao's gaze, her heart sank. Then, she saw three familiar figures flash out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Her entire body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Mother, that doesn't look like father. Beside Fireworks was a beautiful woman who looked very much like Fireworks. She frowned and looked at the only man among the three who came down from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She didn't feel that he looked like the man that Fireworks had described to her since she was young, so she asked curiously. However, when she turned her head to look at Fireworks, who was still as beautiful as ever, she found that Fireworks's face was covered in tears. Her eyes were filled with grief and she was sobbing. Chapter 11:27. My lord. The Archangel is summoning all the archangels in the city to gather outside the Temple of Light. In the light plane, Yi Qinghan was sitting with Pandora in the inner courtyard. Yi Qinghan was leisurely reading a book, while Pandora was fiddling with a few strange flowers that she had been raising for a long time. A maid walked in quickly and respectfully to Yi Qinghan. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. Oh. Is the planar war finally about to begin? Yi Qinghan put down his book and stood up happily. His face was full of excitement as he looked outside with a knife-like gaze. He said solemnly, I've been waiting for this day for 3,000 years. Phew, Pandora, wait for me at home. Don't worry, Raraba. As long as I pass through the planar war and return to my plane, I will naturally release your soul fire and restore your freedom. Yi Qinghan looked at the kneeling maid and was in a good mood. He gave her an affirmative answer. Then, his body slowly transformed, and his soul aura also began to change. His originally delicate face became incomparably handsome, and his green hair turned golden. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan had become Lakri. Walking out of the mansion, Yi Qinghan quickly flew out of the Temple of Light, keeping a low profile along the way. Even when he met the archangels he knew along the way, he only nodded at them. The archangels in the city of Athens had obviously received the notice and were all rushing to the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light was the residence of the God of Light, Dies. Outside the temple, countless archangels had already gathered. Yi Qinghan landed and then stood in a corner, keeping a low profile. He did not talk to anyone and pretended to close his eyes to rest, but in fact, his divine sense was quietly probing his surroundings. This was the last hurdle, and this time, the God of Light was very likely to appear. He did not want his identity to be exposed at the last moment. That would be, damn it. An hour later, there were no more archangels flying over. Clearly, all of them had arrived. Only then did the archangel fly over leisurely. Yi Qinghan checked and found that there were more than 100 archangels. He thought to himself that heaven was really full of talents. This was only one main city. Heaven had 12 main cities. Also, it was said that a lot of archangels died during the planar war god battle. Lachlan, you've been awesome recently. You actually didn't accompany me. Do you want this lord to talk to Dick and let you go to the vanguard as cannon fodder? A flirtatious voice drifted over. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes a little and looked at the woman who had quietly appeared beside him. He smiled bitterly and transmitted his voice to her. You slut, are you itching again? Do you think I won't beat you to death? Annie twisted her plump buttocks. She didn't forget to throw flirtatious glances at the archangels in the distance with a pair of foxy eyes. She pinched Yi Qinghan's waist with one hand and said, "Hee hee, you're so boring. You're so low-key in front of outsiders, but you're so domineering in front of me." "Oh right, Lachlan, how's your strength training going?" Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change. He lowered his head and looked like he was submitting to Annie's despotic power. He transmitted his voice back, "If you don't protect me, I'll definitely die. Do as you see fit. If you continue to pinch me, do you believe I won't *CK you to death tonight?" "Hee hee, you want this lord to protect you. Let's see if you work hard tonight. If you can *CK me to death, then you're good." Annie laughed, and the two archangels at the side felt their hearts waver. They couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan with jealousy. In their hearts, they were cursing Yi Qinghan for being such a good-for-nothing who relied on his face and this woman to live off a woman. Yi Qinghan was about to say something, but he was alarmed and quickly retracted his divine sense. At the same time, he replaced all the god power in his body with the power of light. He didn't dare to move or think recklessly. He just stood there obediently. Buzz! An enormous divine power suddenly descended outside the lookout hole. All the archangels quickly became solemn and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Even Annie's expression turned serious. "The planar war will begin in half a month. Each of you will lead a team of 10,000 people and gather here. In this planar war, only victory is allowed, no defeat is allowed." A deep voice sounded in everyone's mind, and then the pressure disappeared quietly as if it had never descended. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to move, nor did he dare to use his divine sense to probe. He just stood there respectfully. Even when the pressure disappeared, he still didn't dare to move. Only when Annie poked his waist did he come back to his senses. "Let's go. What are you still standing there for?" Annie looked at Yi Qinghan with some reproach, as if blaming him for acting so well. Yi Qinghan looked around and saw countless archangels flying outside. Only then did he know that the god of light had finished speaking. He heaved a sigh of relief. This round was finally over. It seemed that this ghost transformation could even fool the probing of a level 9 powerhouse. Under the jealous gazes of countless people, Yi Qinghan and Annie flew out together. However, halfway through, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice, "The Lord wants us to bring 10,000 people. What should we do?" "Idiot, just go to a few lower worlds and find some people to replace them. These are just cannon fodder. The real main force is us." "Wrong, it's the Lord and the others." Annie snorted coldly. She was a little curious. Lackley used to be a very smart person. Why was he so muddle-headed now? However, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned and his expression turned cold. He shouted, looking for a beating. "How dare you call me an idiot? You stupid woman, don't you understand what I mean? Ask your subordinates to help me find 10,000 people. I don't have time to go to the lower worlds." Once Yi Qinghan's manly aggressiveness was released, Annie immediately softened. She said with some grievance, "Sure, you only know how to bully others. If you don't come tonight, I will help you find 10,000 of the lowest level cannon fodder. We'll talk about it later. It depends on your performance. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and flew away. Annie was so angry that she wanted to smash Yi Qinghan down. She looked at Yi Qinghan with love and hatred, then turned and flew back to her mansion. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan brought Pandora, who was disguised as a man, out of the mansion and flew toward Annie's. Outside Annie's mansion, there were already 20,000 people ready to go. They were all 6th and 7th grade war god level war gods. Yi Qinghan nodded with satisfaction and let Pandora enter one of the groups. He then smiled at Annie and transmitted his voice, "Not bad, much better than what I found." Annie transmitted her voice proudly, "Hee, as long as you continue to work hard, I will ensure that you don't die in the dimensional battlefield. Remember, on the battlefield outside, don't wander around. If you die, I will be sad. Get lost." Motherf *Ker, are you cursing me to die? Yi Qinghan's face immediately darkened. He then waved at the people Annie had prepared for him and led them to the Shrine of Light. The 20,000 experts from the material plane were extremely excited. They followed Annie and Yi Qinghan and flew toward the Shrine of Light. They were ready to worship their great lord and the upcoming holy war. However, they did not expect that they would all be cannon fodder. Perhaps, after the first round of confrontation, they would turn into ashes and stay in the dimensional battlefield forever. Chapter 11:28. This is the planar battlefield. Such a strong killing intent, such a desolate aura. Yi Qinghan looked at the sky and the vast land in front of him and sighed in his heart. Although he had a general understanding of the planar battlefield from Lackley's memories, he still felt a different feeling when he was teleported here. The planar battlefield was also known as the Hell Plane. There were no mountains of corpses or the smell of blood in the air. There was only an omnipresent pressure that made one feel a sense of heaviness and desolation from the depths of one's soul. It was as if this was the end of the world, the final resting place of humans. Why is the space here so stable? My divine sense is so powerful, but it can only reach 10,000 miles. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed as he discovered something extremely shocking. His soul was definitely the strongest in the immortal world. Even Monarch Yanran and Imo Xiao weren't as strong as him. After cultivating the God Slayer spear for over 2,000 years, Xiao Chen's origin energy had doubled. His soul C had also continued to expand. However, the increase in his soul C was very slow, as if it had reached a bottleneck. But according to the Battle Emperor's estimation, his current soul level had definitely reached the peak of grade 9. But now, his divine sense could only reach 10,000 miles. Annie, what's the furthest your divine sense can reach? Yi Qinghan turned and asked Annie. Annie, this slut, was very obsessed with his Yi family spear recently. She actually brought him along when they came to the planar battlefield. About 10 miles. Why are you asking this? Annie looked at this man curiously. After being teleported here, she seemed to have a feeling that this man had changed. He wasn't as low profile as usual, nor did he continue to act like a coward. Instead, he was like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed, showing off his abilities. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. It seemed like it wasn't his problem. Annie's soul strength was not bad, but he didn't expect it to only be able to reach 10 miles. His soul strength was 100 times that of hers, which was already very heaven-defying. The space here was indeed special. It was definitely more stable than the endless void by 100 times. The space in this place is so stable, I wonder if it will affect the use of the power of space. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. The sharpness that had just been released from his body began to retract. He became as low-key and honest as before. He stood beside Annie with a charming smile on his face. He was a typical gigolo who relied on his face to make a living. Xiao. In the empty space on the left, a huge transportation formation started to teleport people continuously. Every time it teleported tens of thousands of people, it was a great angel leading 10,000 cultivators. After these people came out, they immediately lined up neatly in the open space. Yi Qinghan quietly observed and found that the heaven plane was truly powerful. It hadn't been long since the teleportation started, but it had already teleported over 200 archangels. If all of them were teleported, there would be at least 400 to 500 archangels. 4 to 500 venerables. How many venerables did the god world have? Yi Qinghan carefully looked around. This was a very big valley, surrounded by black mountains on 3 sides, and there was only one way out. According to Lacri, there was an inexplicable restriction in the sky. Even if a 9th grade supreme martial artist dared to fly hundreds of miles up in the sky, they would be killed. Yi Qinghan had a rough understanding of the dimensional war from Lacri. There were no rules in the dimensional war. The only way to win was to kill a lot of people. The more you killed, the more you could win. Yi Qinghan thought of the Fire Dragon Continent's Prefecture War and found that there were many similar places. It was the same as killing people to get badges and points. It was the same final battle, except that the Fire Dragon Continent's Prefecture War paled in comparison to the Dimensional War. Moreover, there were more martial artists here, and they were stronger. The time was also longer, a whole 100 years. According to the Archangel, there were a total of 100 big planes participating in the Dimensional War this time. The 50 planes that obtained the most points would be the victors, and they would be qualified to attack the losing plane. At the same time, the 9th grade experts of the planes that killed the most people and obtained the most points would also be rewarded by the law of heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan was not interested in the dimensional war. He was only interested in going home, so he did not ask Annie about the treasures that the law of heaven and earth would reward the 9th grade experts. 2 hours later, the white light finally stopped. Yi Qinghan also withdrew his thoughts. He quietly leaned toward Annie and shrank back. At the same time, he restrained his aura and hid his aura with Annie's. In the White Valley, there were already 400 to 500 archangels gathered, and 4 to 5 million Emperor God experts. Of course, among these 4 to 5 million Emperor God experts, there were strong and weak ones. The team led by Yi Qinghan and Annie was considered to be a strong team. However, Yi Qinghan also found out that some of them had brought a group of martial artists at the peak of 7th grade war gods. Swish! The transportation formation paused for a moment, then it lit up again. This time, everyone present knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully in unison, "Greetings, God of Light." 6 figures appeared in the transportation formation. Yi Qinghan did not dare to use his divine sense to examine them, so he could not determine their specific strength. These 6 people did not even look at the millions of people kneeling on the ground. Only one of them shouted, "This dimensional war can only be won. Defeat is not allowed. Everyone, listen to the command of the Archangel leading the team. Let's go." Before the voice died away, the 6 figures flew toward the only exit in front of them. They did not fly very high, only a height of 100 meters. Their speed was extremely fast. When Yi Qinghan raised his head, he could only see the backs of the 6 dazzling figures. Following that, the 6 archangels commanded the archangels under them to lead their respective armies and fly out of the valley in an orderly manner. Not leaving some armies to guard the transportation formation. What if someone teleports to the heaven plane through the transportation formation? Yi Qinghan and Annie's team were arranged at the back. Yi Qinghan saw that most of the armies had flown out. It seemed like the archangels had no intention of leaving anyone behind to guard the transportation formation. Idiot, this transportation formation cannot be activated without the cooperation of at least 3 gods of light. Lockery, sometimes you are very smart, but sometimes you are so stupid that it's cute. Annie looked at Yi Qinghan, amused and annoyed at the same time. She covered her mouth and teased him. Then how did the creatures from the other dimension attack heaven? Yi Qinghan asked even more doubtfully. You don't even know this. From the center of the dimensional war, Mount Pan. Annie shot him a disdainful look, as if mocking Yi Qinghan's ignorance. Mount Pan. What a weird name. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Lockery did not know about this. Annie was laughing at Lockery. If Annie was stupid, it was Lockery who was stupid. It had nothing to do with him. You said that 3 gods of light are required to work together to activate it. Annie, is it the same for other dimensions? Yi Qinghan suddenly recalled Annie's words and was shocked. His expression changed slightly. 3 gods of light. Didn't that mean that the transportation formation in the divine realm also required 3 ranked 9? Of course it's the same. This is the rule of the dimensional war. What's wrong? Why are you acting so strangely today, Lachlan? Annie looked at Yi Qinghan, who was acting strangely, suspiciously. Yi Qinghan saw Annie's suspicious gaze and quickly covered it up. What if all the gods of light die in battle? Won't we not be able to go back? Shoo, do you want to die? How dare you curse the gods of light? Annie quickly covered Yi Qinghan's mouth. Although both of them spoke softly and Annie had activated her god territory, the gods of light were omnipotent. However, the god of light possessed remarkable abilities and had yet to fly far. If she were to be heard, she would be implicated. She did not dare to speak anymore and quickly transmitted her voice. You idiot! If you can't win, you can surrender. Surrendering is equivalent to admitting defeat. For example, if there are only 3 gods of light left in the dimensional war, they will immediately admit defeat. Do you understand? Oh. Yi Qinghan nodded like a chick pecking at grains. He did not dare to speak anymore, but his heart was burning with anxiety. 3 gods of light. Didn't that mean that even if he found the transportation formation in the divine realm, he could not activate it? Then what was the point of him coming to the dimensional war? Chapter 11:29. No. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He thought of a person, the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor had participated in many dimensional wars. He definitely knew that it was impossible to open the teleportation formation without 3 9th-grade warriors. But he didn't stop him when he said he wanted to come to the dimensional battlefield. Could it be that he had a way? Kid, what are you worrying about? With me here, it will be easy to open the teleportation formation for you. Have you forgotten who I am? The Battle Emperor's message came quickly. His words were full of arrogance and mockery. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment, but then he felt relieved. The Battle Emperor was the #1 person in the divine realm in terms of restrictions. If he said he could open the teleportation formation, then there must be no problem. The teleportation formation of the divine realm is in the southeast, in the lava canyon. There is lava all around, so it will be easy to find. But you must remember to be careful of the restrictions in this dimensional battlefield. If you feel that it is dangerous, don't step into it. Some restrictions can teleport people, some can trap people, and some can kill people directly. There are many restrictions here that I don't understand. Don't send me any more messages. Wait until you reach a safe place. The Battle Emperor reminded him again and didn't send any more messages. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to ask too much. After all, Annie was by his side, and the 6 light gods were not far away. Not long after, it was finally Yi Qinghan's group's turn. Yi Qinghan glanced at Pandora, who was disguised as an ordinary man, and transmitted a message to her, telling her to follow him closely. Pandora was obviously a little nervous. Although she had refined the high-grade divine crystal, she didn't like to study martial arts. Her real strength was probably no match for a god king. The only good thing about her was her flying speed, which could barely reach the speed of a 5th-grade war god. More than 100,000 people flew out of the canyon. Yi Qin Han paid special attention to the inside of the canyon. In the end, only a legion of 10,000 people and a great angel were left behind. The rest of the people left. After flying for half an hour, the field of view in front of them widened. What appeared in front of them was an endless mountain range. These mountain ranges were incomparably tall, and the sight of them was enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. The tallest mountain peak reached the sky above the restrictive spell, and because of the restrictive spell, one couldn't even see the peak. The terrain in front of them was extremely complicated, and one couldn't even see the end of it. The teleportation portal to the plane of heaven was located at the foot of one of the mountains. Currently, the 6 radiant and holy gods hovered there, radiating shocking auras that made them look like 6 dazzling suns. Behind them were powerful experts from the plane of heaven. When the last legion came out of the canyon, the 6 light deities flew straight toward the mountain range. They were as fast as lightning, and their auras were extremely domineering. Under the command of the 6 archangels, millions of people were divided into 6 large legions and followed the 6 light gods into the mountain range in an orderly manner. There were very few ancient trees in the mountain range, and there were even fewer flowers and grasses. There were only black rocks everywhere, and many of the rocks had traces of battles. After Yi Qin Han and the others reached the top of the mountain range, they found that the radiant and holy gods weren't flying. Archangel Dick ordered everyone to descend, and passed down a message that no one was allowed to fly more than 1,000 meters in the air, or else, they would die. After landing, Yi Qin Han quietly used his divine sense to scan the area 1,000 meters above the mountain range. There were many places where he sensed danger, and it seemed there were many restrictive spells hidden in the air. My divine sense can't scan far. I can't fly. The terrain is so complicated. It seems this planar war is going to be interesting. Yi Qin Han sighed inwardly. Millions of people walking through the complicated terrain of the mountain range had no idea whether or not they would run into enemies from other planes. It was very likely that danger was hidden everywhere. This kind of battle was much more interesting than tens of millions of people flying in a straight line. Of course, it was also much more dangerous. Yi Qin Han followed the main legion through the mountain range at high speed. He didn't ask anything, nor did he dare to spread out his divine sense. He only secretly observed the surrounding terrain. The legion he led was in the middle of the main legion. Even if there were enemies attacking, there were 6 radiant gods above them. After walking for 10 days and crossing dozens of large mountain ranges, they actually didn't run into any enemies, not even a demonic beast or magical beast. After 10 days, the 6 radiant gods in front stopped. They were at the foot of a huge mountain. The mountain was so huge that Yi Qin Han couldn't see the sides with his naked eye. There were countless caves at the foot of the mountain, and they were extremely huge. This is the Planar War's Demon Mountain. In the next 90 years, you will enter in batches and fight with the experts of the other existential planes. Only by continuously killing the experts of the other existential planes will you be able to survive. Only then will you be able to earn meritorious deeds, generous rewards, and a vast amount of treasures. Finally, you will be qualified to become an archangel or even a disciple of a chief god. Remember, after entering, each legion can only return after obtaining at least 10,000 merit points. Those who return without merit points will be killed without mercy. After earning enough merit points, you can leave. Remember, the passageway leading to our Demon Mountain has white walls on the left and black walls on the right. Don't go the wrong way, or you will never come back. After entering, you must be extremely careful not to step on the teleportation restriction. Otherwise, if you are teleported into the legion of creatures from other planes, only death awaits you. Each legion is divided into 10 smaller legions, and they will support each other from the front and back. Don't move together, and don't stray too far from each other. When fighting, you must listen to the Archangel's commands, or else your entire family will be wiped out. And remember, the 6 Archangels began to disseminate knowledge about Demon Mountain to the warriors in their respective legions. Yi Qing Han listened attentively to Dick's explanation. He had learned some information from Lacri, and now with Dick's explanation, he was completely clear. There were 108 Demon Mountains, and they were all connected, forming a circle around the city. Within the Demon Mountains was an incomparably huge open space, and that was the battlefield of the final battle. In the center of the battlefield was Mount Pan, the center of the planar war. Receive the reward and attack the entrance to the other planes. The planar war lasted for 100 years. In the first 90 years, all the participants were not qualified to enter the battlefield of the final battle. They could only fight in the other 100 Demon Mountains to earn points. Of course, they could also fight outside the Demon Mountains. However, the people of the major plains preferred to fight inside the Demon Mountains. Outside the Demon Mountains, firstly, the terrain was complex, and it was difficult to encounter enemies. Secondly, there were too many restrictions in the sky. When fighting, it was easy to trigger the restrictions and be killed. To Yi Qing Han, the battles inside the Demon Mountains were actually far more ferocious than the final battle. This was because one could surrender in the final battle, but one couldn't surrender inside the Demon Mountains. If one didn't earn enough points in the Demon Mountains, they couldn't return. If they encountered creatures from other planes, they could either kill the other party or die themselves. 6 hours later, all the warriors had firmly memorized the Archangel's explanations. And each Archangel began to command 1/3 of the legion to enter the pitch-black, huge cave in front of them. Of the 6 light gods, 3 took the lead and walked into the cave. The other 3 light gods suddenly disappeared from the scene. Clearly, they had entered their spatial divine items to rest. Lac Lei, if we are picked to enter, you will follow me. Don't worry about your legion. If those low-level warriors die, so be it. After we enter, listen to me. Otherwise, it will be very easy for people to die inside. Annie transmitted her voice to Yi Qing Han, and Yi Qing Han hurriedly nodded. In his heart, he had a good impression of this slut. Although he was not sure if this slut had taken a fancy to his people, or because his Yi clan spear was fierce enough, but no matter what, she still took care of him. If there was a chance, he would still help her. Yi Qing Han and the others seemed to be very lucky. The first team to enter the Demon Mountains did not draw a 2-man legion. Out of the 4 to 5 million people, 1 million people followed the 3 light gods and countless archangels into the pitch-black cave and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1130. Looking at the million warriors entering the Demon Mountain, Yi Qing Han felt a little anxious, but he did not dare to move. Dick had said that the second round of armies entering the Demon Mountain would be 10 years later. At this moment, it was as if he could see a path leading home in front of him. He could only watch, but he could not move. Phew, thousands of years have passed. 10 years won't make a difference. After a while, Yi Qing Han's emotions calmed down. He forced himself not to look at the cave in the Demon Mountain. Instead, he sat cross-legged like everyone else, preparing to cultivate while waiting for the next round. Lac Yuri. Enter my spatial divine item. 10 years is not a short time. Annie, who was not far away, suddenly sent a voice transmission. Yi Qing Han saw her wave her hand, and then a small teleportation door appeared on the empty ground. Some of the archangels in the distance also released teleportation doors and entered their own spatial divine items. There were 3 gods of light here, and so many archangels. Even if there were experts from other dimensions, they would be killed immediately if they accidentally barged in. As for the main army, they came from outside the Demon Mountain, so they were more imposing and easier to detect. Therefore, the archangels arranged for some spies to walk around, so that everyone could rest in peace and cultivate hard. Pandora, let's go. Yi Qinghan nodded at Pandora, who was behind him, and led her towards Annie's teleportation door. He is. Annie had seen Pandora before, but he was not very powerful and did not look very good. Since Yi Qinghan did not explain, she did not ask. Annie asked curiously when Yi Qinghan actually brought him into his spatial divine item. He's my cousin. I brought him out to see the world. Pandora greets Lady Annie. Yi Qinghan explained casually, and Pandora bowed obediently. Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not want to say more, Annie did not ask. She winked at Yi Qinghan and walked in. That pretty boy only knows how to lick Lady Annie's toes. Hee, Lakuri relies on his face. What about Dora? Jealous? Who told your parents to not give you a good look? Get lost. Who knows how many people that slut Annie has slept with? I don't care. After Yi Qinghan and Annie disappeared, countless angels and cultivators nearby revealed envious gazes. Occasionally, people would discuss them, but most of them were curses. Yi Qinghan and Pandora felt a flash of white light, and they arrived at a small palace. The interior of the palace was magnificent. However, it was very small, even smaller than the carefree pavilion. Inside the palace, there was a hall and 4 rooms. Yi Qinghan let Pandora enter one of the rooms to rest, while he sat in the hall and dealt with the slut Annie. You are a man that I love and hate at the same time. You are poison. My Lady Annie has probably been poisoned by you. I have not been alone with you for a few days, and I actually feel uncomfortable all over. Lakuri, Demon Mountain is so dangerous. If you die, how will Annie live? After Pandora left, Annie immediately twisted her full buttocks and sat on Yi Qinghan's thighs. She kept twisting and moving, rubbing against Yi Qinghan's shaft. 2 snow-white hands wrapped around Yi Qinghan's neck, and half of her chest leaned on him. Her eyes were like silk, and her breath smelled like orchids. She looked extremely slutty. Slut, I don't know how many handsome men you have hooked up with all these years. With your lousy acting skills, you want to fool me. I was known as the young woman killer back then. The number of young women I have played with is no less than the number of men you have played with. Yi Qinghan slapped Annie's full buttocks and snorted coldly, his face filled with displeasure. Annie's face alternated between red and white, feeling extremely embarrassed. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes, but she softened after a moment. She looked at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness and said, You are always cultivating and not accompanying me. I am too lonely. If we can return safely this time, you can stay in my residence. Annie guarantees that I will treat you wholeheartedly. Let's talk about it when we return. Yi Qinghan looked at Annie's seductive face and sighed in his heart. He was afraid that they would never meet again. If he died, would this slut cry for him, or would she immediately turn around and look for a new target? Don't worry. Under normal circumstances, in Demon Mountain, main god level experts will take the initiative to fight with experts of the same level. They will disdain to kill experts of our level. As for experts of our level, even if I am no match for them, I will still have no problem staying alive. Annie said confidently. Back then, the god of light, Dies, had a one-night stand with her and had given her a sacred weapon. With this weapon, although her strength was not at Dick's level, she would have no problem staying alive. These things. Let's talk about it in the future. Yi Qinghan hugged Annie's waist with both hands and helped her stand up. Then, he tore her robe violently. At the same time, he lifted his own robe and aimed at the cave entrance. Then, he hugged Annie tightly and sat down. He was very clear that if he did not feed this slut, he would not be able to cultivate in peace. This was why Annie had asked him to enter this spatial god tool. So, He could only play along with her helplessly. 6 hours later, Yi Qinghan threw Annie, who had turned into a puddle of water, onto a soft chair and walked confidently towards Pandora's room. After opening the barrier in the room, Pandora stood up with a complicated expression. She was a little happy, a little shy, and most of all, a little jealous. Her body wriggled and she turned back into a fresh and cute little beauty. Her face was flushed red. She had clearly heard the battle between Yi Qinghan and Annie just now. It could not be helped. She did not know how to open the barrier. Most importantly, Annie's wan moans almost shattered this small palace. Pandora, don't blame me. I had no choice. I will explain these things to you in detail in the future. Yi Qinghan said to Pandora with a little guilt. However, after saying that, he felt a little awkward. He had said it smoothly, and it had become the future again, okay. Pandora did not say much. She only held on to Yi Qinghan's hand and quietly leaned against him. Yi Qinghan pulled Pandora to sit on the bed and let Pandora lie on him. He began to secretly transmit his voice to the Battle Emperor. Senior Battle Emperor, do you know about the Devil Mountain? I am now outside the Devil Mountain, in a spatial artifact. The God of Light should not be able to detect me. I know. If you want to go to the Divine Realm's teleportation portal, you have to go through the Devil Mountain to find it. The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice confidently. But there are 108 Devil Mountains. How do I know which passage leads to the Divine Realm's teleportation portal? Yi Qinghan was very puzzled. Although he did not know what the situation in the Devil Mountain was like, just looking at the size of the mountain, one could imagine the number of passages in it. However, just by looking at the size of the Devil Mountain, one could imagine how many passageways there must be within. With so many passageways and countless teleportation restrictions, how was one going to find the teleportation array that led to the Divine World? The Battle Emperor pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice. I don't know either. I only know that one side of the passage leading to the Divine Realm is light purple and the other side is light blue. What color is the passage on your side? Yi Qinghan hurriedly transmitted his voice. White and black. I've never seen white and black. In fact, I've only entered the Devil Mountain once. It was mostly to participate in the final battle. I can't help you with this. There are countless passages in the Devil Mountain, and many of them lead to teleportation barriers. You can only try your luck. If you can find the light purple and light blue passage, I can help you find the way back to the Divine Realm's teleportation portal. Remember, it's light purple and light blue, not purple and blue. The color is not deep. The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice solemnly. Yi Qinghan's expression turned solemn. The Battle Emperor had said that it would be extremely difficult to return to the Divine Realm. Before entering the Devil Mountain, Yi Qinghan already felt that it would be extremely difficult to ascend to the heavens. Not to mention the countless ninth-grade experts in fatal barriers, it would be extremely difficult to even find the passage to the Divine Realm. Even if he found the teleportation portal and the Battle Emperor helped him enter the Nifa's abyss, he didn't know if Shintu Xiong would immediately discover him. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and opened his eyes. The light in his eyes became more and more resolute. He murmured, no matter how difficult it is, I will go back. If I don't go back, I would rather die. Chapter 1131. It was peaceful outside the Demon Mountain. There were no experts from other planes suddenly attacking the army from the Heaven Plane. Only 2 cultivators from the other planes who got lucky accidentally took the wrong path and walked out of the cave. They startled a few archangels and were instantly torn to shreds. Both Yi Qinghan and Annie were alarmed, but it was not their turn to attack. The first one was a creature from another plane that looked like a demon beast. It looked very ugly, with a 12 legs and 8 eyes. Before Yi Qinghan could get a clear look, he was smashed into pieces by 2 archangels wielding light divine power that resembled a scorching sun. The second one was actually a metal man. Its whole body was metal. It was attacked by 3 archangels and torn apart. Then, it turned into countless small metal men and ran away crazily. It was very strange. In the end, it was surrounded by everyone and turned into a puddle of molten iron. Yi Qinghan was very curious about the creatures from other planes. Of course, he wanted to observe their attack methods so that he could fight them in the Demon Mountain in the future. The Emperor of War said that there were thousands of planes in this world. Each plane had countless small planes attached to it. There were all kinds of strange creatures. Yi Qinghan sat in the small palace in Annie's spatial artifact. Suddenly, a very strange thought came to his mind. He thought of his previous life. Earth. Was Earth a plane? Was Earth a small material plane attached to a large plane? And, were there cultivators on Earth? Yi Qinghan thought of the characters and the myths of his previous life. He thought of Pangu splitting heaven and earth, Nuwa mending the sky, the Jade Emperor, and Buddha. He thought of the pyramids in Egypt, Bermuda, the hanging gardens of Babylon, the many miracles, and many things that science could not explain. He couldn't help but feel more suspicious. Since his soul had transmigrated, it meant that the myths and legends were true. Now, he had the ability to flip the sky and the sea. He could easily do many things that science could not explain. Those miracles in his previous life, those things that science could not explain, could be easily explained. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more likely it was. Maybe there were experts and cultivators on Earth in the past. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain so many miracles left behind. That's right. Hadn't there been 2 ice ages in Earth's history? Could it be that the world was destroyed by a powerful expert because of the divine punishment? The previous civilization had been completely destroyed. It should be known that the current civilization on Earth had only been around for a few thousand years. Yi Qinghan carefully deduced and felt that the possibility was very high. It was just that he didn't have the chance to verify it. He thought to himself that if his strength reached the level where he could travel freely in the void, he would definitely search for black holes everywhere in the future. He might even be able to find Earth. Sigh, it's useless to think about this now. It was better to solve the current crisis first. Let's not talk about whether or not I can return to the divine world after reaching that realm. Now that I've been chased out of the divine world, I'd better think of a way to kill my way back. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There were a lot of things to do at the moment, but he was still thinking about something so far away. He quickly stopped thinking about it. There was only 1 year left before the second round of selection for Demon Mountain would begin. During these years, Yi Qinghan also discovered that many cultivators had come out. However, up until now, only 600,000 people had come out. This time, many people must have died in the Demon Mountain. He looked at Pandora, who was sitting beside him and being forced to comprehend the second volume of the Netherworld transformation. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and his eyes dimmed. There was a reason why he had always been unwilling to have Pandora. Because if he crawled Pandora into the dimensional battlefield with him, he would die. Now, his worries had become reality. There were countless experts in the Demon Mountain. Even he couldn't guarantee his survival. The possibility of Pandora dying with him was very high. Although the War Imperial Palace was a very powerful spatial divine tool, once he fought with a powerful enemy and caused a strong spatial tremor, Pandora would immediately be shaken out. If the enemy was very strong or there were many of them, he might not be able to take care of Pandora and ultimately die. Thinking of the 1,000,000 people that entered and only a few 100,000 came out, Yi Qinghan's heart sank. The strength of Pandora's soul was too low. It was almost impossible for her to comprehend the second volume of the Netherworld transformation. Hence, if he wanted her to change her appearance and soul aura, it would be extremely difficult. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qinghan still couldn't find a good solution. He had specially asked the Battle Emperor about this. Sadly, the Battle Emperor had no solution. No matter how strong the restrictions of the War Imperial Palace were, it was only a spatial divine tool. If it was the Eternal Palace, there might still be a solution. Shaking his head, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. Now that he had entered the dimensional battlefield, he understood the general situation of the Demon Mountain. Pandora had already followed him in. There was no other solution. They could only deal with whatever came their way. When the time came, they would deal with it as it came. Closing his eyes again, Yi Qinghan started to look into his soul space. This soul space was still expanding. The amount of origin energy was terrifying. Right now, it wouldn't be a problem to wrap his body in tens of layers. His soul sea continued to expand, but the strength of his soul didn't increase. It was stuck at the peak of the 9th grade. With regards to this, Yi Qinghan was already very satisfied. Leaving aside the question of whether there were creatures with such a powerful soul in other planes, there was only one in the divine realm. Origin energy. That's right. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. With so much origin energy, could he wrap Pandora's body in it as well? If he could, Pandora's life would be greatly guaranteed. He could carry Pandora on his back and use the origin energy to cover the two of them. It was definitely feasible. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands. His entire body was filled with excitement. Why didn't he think of this before? He had so much origin energy. Not to mention Pandora's petite body, even if he was carrying a cow on his back, his origin energy would be enough to cover it. Although the origin force could only be placed on the surface of one's body, it was extremely difficult to place it on one's back and form an encirclement to envelop Pandora, as well as stabilize it. But since the origin energy could be placed outside his body, there must be a way to control it. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Qinghan first sent a voice transmission to the Battle Emperor, asking if he had any secret techniques to control the origin energy. In the end, the Battle Emperor's voice transmission disappointed Yi Qinghan. Countless venerables in the divine realm did not have a way to control the origin energy. Even a peak venerable would not have too much origin energy. Everyone only used the origin energy to protect their body or attach it to their weapons to attack the enemy. In the divine realm, there was no one like Yi Qinghan who had an endless amount of origin energy. Yi Qinghan then walked out of the room to ask Annie. The experts in the heaven plane did not have much origin energy, and no one had researched the method to control it. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to explore it himself. He controlled the origin energy to flow continuously from his soul space to his palm. At first, he let the origin energy condense into a battle knife in his palm, then let the knife continue to grow. But when the origin energy grew to 1/2 meter long, it suddenly became unstable. Even with the strength of Yi Qinghan's soul, it was still very difficult to control it. Yi Qinghan was not discouraged. There was still a year. He did not believe that he could not even find a simple method to control the origin energy. He controlled the origin energy to condense again and again, letting the origin energy condense into all kinds of weapons and shapes. Using the strength of his soul, he forcefully controlled the origin energy to condense all kinds of weapons. Again and again, he simulated and experimented. Pandora, I will not let you come to any harm. I said that I would protect you for life. Looking at Pandora, who was quietly sitting cross-legged on the bed like a fresh lily, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about the deep exhaustion that came from the depths of his soul. He clenched his teeth and continued to experiment. Chapter 1132. Phew. Han Yi Dage, Pandora is too stupid, she still hasn't comprehended the second half of the ghost transformation. Pandora has been in seclusion for a long time. Estimating that it's about time, she opens her eyes helplessly. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who is standing in the room and doing all kinds of strange movements. She sighs slightly and says with some shame. Yi Qinghan is currently still immersed in studying the method to control the power of origin. Even when Annie came to find him several times, he chased her away. Now that he hears Pandora's voice, he comes to his senses. He promptly turns his head and smiles. Pandora, don't blame yourself, the strength of your soul is too low, this isn't your problem. Come here, come to my side. Pandora walks over in confusion, then under Yi Qinghan's instructions, she climbs onto Yi Qinghan's back. Like an octopus, she tightly hugs Yi Qinghan. Pandora, don't be afraid, don't move. Yi Qinghan laughs mischievously, and two powerful power of origin suddenly emerge from the sides of his body. The two power of origin are like a pair of wings, quickly emerging and forming an arc, wrapping around Pandora's body. Finally, they join together, leaving only Pandora's two slender jade legs and head outside. Pandora, do you feel uncomfortable? Although Yi Qinghan's divine sense can detect that the power of origin isn't oppressing Pandora, he still asks with concern. Pandora twists her body. Although she feels like she's bumping into an iron plate when she comes into contact with the white air, she doesn't feel anything strange. Puzzled, she asks, "It's all right, Han Yi Dage, what is this?" "Hee, this is an armor that can save your life. Unfortunately, it was too late when I thought of it. In 1 year's time, this is the best I could do. But it should be enough to save your life." Yi Qinghan grinned. A year of continuous experimentation had left him mentally exhausted. Although this origin armor could only protect half of Pandora's body, it was still able to protect her. However, as long as the divine crystal did not shatter and Yi Qinghan kept Pandora's head from shattering, her life would be saved. After removing the origin armor, Yi Qinghan lay down on the bed with Pandora in his arms. He closed his eyes and rested. Over the past year, he had not rested for a single minute. Now that he had confirmed that the origin armor could greatly increase Pandora's chances of survival, he relaxed completely. Pandora looked at Yi Qinghan's delicate face and faintly furrowed brows. Her heart ached for him. She leaned half of her soft body against Yi Qinghan's and gently caressed his face, quietly accompanying him. Yi Qinghan did not rest for long. A few hours later, Annie began to summon the army outside to prepare to enter Demon Mountain. Yi Qinghan and Pandora immediately changed their appearances and followed Annie out of the spatial divine item. The moment they appeared outside, Yi Qinghan saw the chief god of Athens, Dies, and another chief god also come out of the spatial divine item. There were still hundreds of thousands of martial artists who had not come out from Demon Mountain. The three gods of light and countless archangels had come out. This time, Yi Qinghan did not fail. Both he and Annie were selected. This time, the archangels actually led their teams in. The god of light, Dies, and another god of light entered the cave first. After that, Dies called out to the dozens of archangels on his side and led their respective armies into the cave. Yi Qinghan and Annie walked in the wide cave. The cave was thousands of meters wide, and the deeper they went, the wider it got. The surrounding walls were made of the same stone as the outside, except that one side of the wall was emitting a white glow. Yi Qinghan secretly circulated his divine energy and stomped on the ground. However, he discovered that the black stone had only sunk into a small pit. He was secretly amazed at the toughness of the stone. Their two armies were divided into 20 smaller armies by Annie, and each small army had 2,000 people. The front and back echoed for tens of miles. The passageway became wider and wider, and finally, Yi Qinghan came to a wide hall. This hall had a circumference of tens of acres, and the other three sides had 7 to 8 large passageways. The hundreds of thousands of martial artists who had entered this time were all gathered here. In the middle of the hall, Dies and another god of light were flying in the air. The power of light on their bodies slowly flowed like the sun. All of you, remember this hall. Only by returning here can you all leave. Later, each of your armies will randomly choose a passageway to enter. As long as an army obtains 10,000 points, you can return and obtain a generous reward. I wish you all good luck, my children. Dais, who had an aquiline nose and a head of golden curly hair, opened his mouth. After saying that, Dais and the other god of light each led a small group of people and randomly chose a passageway and flew in. Xiao. The moment Dais and the other god of light left, countless archangels quickly led their respective armies and entered the two passageways. If they walked the same path as the god of light, at least if they met with danger, the god of light would see them and help them. However, there were also a few armies that chose the other passageways. They knew that the passageways here extended in all directions and crisscrossed. The god of light's speed was too fast, and many armies would quickly lose track of him. Under Yi Qinghan's strong request, Annie chose the other path. Yi Qinghan was not a fool. If there was a chance to shake off the god of light, he would naturally leave immediately. As long as he understood the general situation in Demon Mountain, he would immediately leave Heaven's army. Annie's origin energy protected her body, and her divine sense constantly spread out, scouting the situation. It was just that this passageway was winding, and the black rocks were able to isolate the detection of divine sense. In the planar battlefield, his divine sense could only extend up to 10 miles. If there was an unexpected situation, he would not be able to scout ahead. He could only arrange for some martial artists to scout ahead and immediately sound the alarm if there was any situation. Annie's divine sense was not strong, but Yi Qinghan was. Annie did not even know that Yi Qinghan had secretly sent out his divine sense. After walking for 2 hours and passing through a few intersections, Annie randomly chose a path and continued forward. Yi Qinghan was having a headache. Because as he walked, the walls on both sides no longer had any indication. The walls that were originally white and black became 2 black sides. After walking for a long time, they did not encounter any colored walls. Annie got people to place special tokens along the path, so that when they returned, they could quickly find the right path. After walking for 3 days, Yi Qinghan was completely confused. He did not know which demon mountain he had walked into, and only knew to cover his head and follow the army. In these 3 days, they did not encounter a single planar battlefield army, but instead encountered Heaven's plane army twice. The more they walked, the more peculiar the terrain became. Some went up, some went down, and sometimes spiraled in circles. The light would be bright and sometimes dim. Sometimes, the passageway would become extremely wide, and sometimes, extremely narrow. Sometimes, a hall would appear, and there were even more intersections. 10 days later, their army did not encounter a single planar battlefield creature. Instead, they walked into a few dead-end passageways, and hundreds of people were killed by the restrictive spells inside, and hundreds more were teleported away. Oh. They're here, we finally found planar battlefield creatures. On the 13th day, Yi Qinghan suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his body quietly emitted invisible killing intent. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Pandora, asking her to follow him closely. Chapter 1133. What's wrong? Lacri. Annie noticed Yi Qinghan's strange behavior and looked at Yi Qinghan with a strange expression. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and raised his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice, I sense a trace of danger. There might be creatures from the alternate dimensions nearby. Ha! Annie looked at Lacri doubtfully. She had not sensed anything even though she was much stronger than him. How could Lacri have sensed it? However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Annie immediately scanned the surroundings. A moment later, her expression turned serious and she shouted, Prepare for battle. There are creatures from the alternate dimensions ahead. At Annie's shout, the warriors in front immediately stopped in their tracks and started to defend themselves according to the spell formation they had practiced beforehand. Annie's origin energy revolved around her body and her divine power of light flourished. A giant battle axe appeared in her hand and she charged forward at lightning speed. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan. Lakri, you command the army. Leave the creatures from the alternate dimensions to me. Although this slut has a lewd lifestyle, she is still a good person. Yi Qinghan was happy to have Annie take the lead, but he continued to use his divine sense to scan the creatures from the other planes. It was a group of creatures that looked like praying mantises. They were a meter tall and had 4 legs. On top of them were 2 giant arms that looked like iron pincers. They had 4 green eyes and walked like the wind. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Yi Qinghan secretly scanned them but did not pay much attention to them. He could roughly sense that these mantis men were not very strong. The strongest one, Yi Qinghan, was probably only a 7th grade war god. Soon, a dense mass of mantis men appeared in the dim tunnel ahead. They were so densely packed that one could not see the end of them. They emitted an aura that made people uncomfortable. The ordinary warriors of the army had obviously never seen such strange and terrifying creatures from the alternate dimensions. They were slightly timid. Annie charged forward alone. Her body bounced off the ground and flew into the air. The giant battle axe in her hand spat out a wave that was several meters tall. Her figure was graceful and her golden hair danced in the wind. She was like a goddess of war descending. Boom! Annie's axe smashed into the group of mantis men in front of her. The fierce and overbearing light divine power exploded, easily tearing apart dozens of mantis men in front of her. Green blood splattered everywhere. Annie didn't stop and charged straight into the group of mantises. She swung her giant axe around vigorously, and no one was a match for her. There's nothing scary about creatures from other planes. Everyone, let's tear them apart. The heaven core behind her saw how mighty Annie was. The mantis people looked terrifying, but they were actually so weak. In the blink of an eye, dozens of mantis people had been killed. Immediately, morale soared. The thousands of martial artists at the front brandished their weapons, radiant divine power bursting forth as they charged towards the mantis men. The mantis men appeared very weak. Although they were very fast and their pincers were as tough as divine artifacts, their attacks were very simple. They only knew how to use 2 pincers to attack in a straight line. When the 2 groups clashed, it was obvious that they were no match for the Heaven Army. The casualty ratio was very different. Often, for every Heaven Realm martial artist that died, more than 10 mantis men would die. Green and red blood flowed in the passageway. The surrounding walls were covered in blood. The smell of the mantis men's blood was very strong. It was strange, making people feel nauseous. Yi Qinghan quietly observed the battle in front of him. He had no intention of taking action. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Annie, there's something wrong with the blood of these monsters. Have all the martial artists that have been stained by the blood retreat and break their own legs? The rest of you, listen to my orders. Hold your breath, don't smell the blood." Yi Qinghan's shout was like a clap of thunder, resounding in the passageway. Both sides of the battle jumped. Annie was also stunned, but she didn't give the order. The thousands of martial artists that were fighting were at a loss, not knowing what to do. In the end, because the mantis men beside them had already attacked, they could only continue fighting. The martial artists that weren't fighting were very obedient. All of them held their breath. Chi! 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 Suddenly, the tallest mantis man at the back of the mantis men army screamed. His voice was extremely sharp. Then, all the mantis men screamed. At the same time, the green bodies of the mantis men suddenly emitted a green light. And then, something terrifying happened. The martial artists that were stained by the green blood immediately had their skin rot. Because of the sudden change, they were caught unprepared. All of them fell to the ground. Their bodies were stained by the green blood again, and their bodies began to rot. Ah! Lady Annie, save me! Lady Lockery, save me, save me! Great God of Light, save me! Countless screams rang out. Painful wails echoed throughout the passageway. It was a terrible sight to behold. The remaining 10,000 people instantly paled and began to retreat in fear. Bastards! I'll tear you apart! Annie roared in anger and began to brandish her axe even more madly. She slaughtered her way forward, her eyes fixed on the strongest mantis man. Her power of origin and light divine power revolved around her body. Her insufferably arrogant aura made the nearby mantis men retreat in terror. Yi Qin Han wasn't worried about Annie. She had the power of origin surrounding her body. The blood couldn't touch her body, so it shouldn't hurt her. Pandora, protect yourself. Stand here and don't move. Wait for me to return. The divine power in Yi Qin Han's body turned into light divine power. Similarly, the power of origin revolved around him. The dragon soar saber appeared in his hand. Like a flickering shadow, he charged forward. This kind of battle couldn't go on for too long. Otherwise, it would attract nearby enemies, which would be even more troublesome. As soon as Han Yidaran made a move, they would immediately know whether there was one or not. Yi Qin Han did his best to suppress his strength so that Annie wouldn't notice anything amiss. But he himself was a battle-hardened man. Moreover, that domineering aura couldn't be concealed no matter what. Facing this kind of low-level trash, he could kill them all with his eyes closed. Because he had recently studied the power of origin for a year, he could use it with ease. Although Yi Qin Han didn't release the artifact spirit inside the dragon soar saber, how could the sharpness of a supreme divine artifact be comparable to that of an ordinary weapon? What's more, with the power of origin covering it. If Annie was said to be domineering and unparalleled, no one could stand up to her. Yi Qin Han was in the midst of thousands of flowers. Not a single leaf touched his body. His body was like a swimming dragon, drifting through the mantis army. Wherever his dragon soar saber slid past, patches of green blood would splatter everywhere. It was like a giant holding a mace and fighting with a bunch of old, weak, and disabled people, as if he was playing. Ah, Lord Lacri is so mighty. Why do I feel that Lacri is even more powerful than Lord Annie? He kills creatures from other planes so easily. Isn't Lacri the weakest among the archangels? How is that possible? The 10,000 warriors at the back were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Annie, who was far away, also sensed something amiss. She glanced over and her eyes instantly lit up. However, she rolled her eyes at Yi Qin Han with some hidden bitterness, as if blaming him for hiding his strength. Pandora looked at her man in a daze. She didn't know how strong Yi Qin Han was, but she only knew that with this man around, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Qin Han ignored everyone's gazes. He worked hard to suppress his strength so that his attacks wouldn't be so shocking. With Yi Qin Han's participation and his insane killing speed, Annie's competitive spirit was also ignited. Her large axe swung even faster. However, when she knew that the mantis men had been killed so many times that they started to flee, Annie realized that her full strength was still not as fast as Yi Qin Han's killing speed. Chapter 1134. The mantis men retreated, and Annie let a few warriors fly to collect the badges on the mantis men. As soon as these badges entered the dimension battlefield, they would suddenly appear in every warrior's body. When the warrior died, the badges would automatically come out. Laclay, how many secrets have you hidden from me? After arranging everything, Annie turned to look at Yi Qinghan's knife-like side profile. For the first time, she found that she could not understand this man. Yi Qinghan's initial premonition, the subsequent warning, and the final confident attack had completely subverted Yi Qinghan's image in Annie's heart. Was this still the Laclay who was bullied by an archangel in heaven and begged for mercy? Was this still the Laclay who had no redeeming qualities other than being good in bed? This killing method, this calmness on the battlefield, was this still the Laclay who never dared to attack other archangels and whose strength was at the bottom? Yi Qinghan did not answer Annie's question. Instead, he looked at the collected badges with interest. These badges actually did not explode under his and Annie's powerful divine powers. The badges were white. It seemed to be the lowest grade. I wonder what color the badges in my and Annie's bodies are. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered the dimension battlefield, he knew that a mark had suddenly appeared on his arm. He did not pay attention at first, but when he probed it with his divine sense, he found that it was black. He quietly probed Annie's badge and found that it was blue. There were 4 types of badges here: white, blue, black, and the highest grade, gold. However, Yi Qinghan did not want to obtain points, so he could not be bothered to pay attention to this aspect. Laclay. If you don't want to say, I won't force you, but you don't have to ignore me. Annie saw that Yi Qinghan's gaze was not on her at all. After waiting for so long and not replying, she was a little angry. However, when she thought of Yi Qinghan's overbearing methods just now, she did not flare up and only said bitterly. Smack! Yi Qinghan slapped Annie's plump buttocks and chuckled. I have so many secrets on me that they are as deep as the sea. You can slowly uncover them. Oh, being molested by Yi Qinghan in front of tens of thousands of people, the famous slut in the inner city of Athens could not stand it anymore. Annie's face turned slightly red, but her eyes were glowing. She looked extremely flirtatious, as if she couldn't wait to fight with Yi Qinghan for 360 rounds. Countless cultivators in the distance did not dare to mock or be jealous of Yi Qinghan. Instead, they looked at his handsome face with envy and awe. A barking dog does not bite, and a biting dog does not bark. Lord Laclay was a tiger in a dog's skin. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Leave this place immediately. The smell of blood here will attract creatures from other planes. When Yi Qinghan saw that the badges were collected, he signaled Annie to keep them. He began to command the army to retreat towards another intersection not far away. Do you really trust me that much? Give me all the badges. That's more than 3,000 points. Annie and Yi Qinghan walked together, their bodies brushing against each other from time to time. Ignoring the fiery gazes behind them, her eyes were like peach blossoms, very seductive. Big breasts but no brains. Yi Qinghan glanced at Annie's chest indifferently and cursed in a low voice. Then, he snorted coldly and said, What's yours, is mine too. Annie was not angry when she was scolded by Yi Qinghan. Instead, she became extremely excited, like a young girl who was overjoyed. However, Yi Qinghan sighed leisurely. He prepared to walk with Annie for a while more before leaving with Pandora. He was more or less familiar with the situation in Demon Mountain. It was time to find the way home. They continued walking in the passage for more than 10 days. Other than a few scouts who were accidentally teleported away by the teleportation restriction, they did not encounter any creatures from other planes. Although Yi Qinghan's divine sense could detect the location of the restriction, he could not break it. The life and death of the cultivators from Heaven Plane had nothing to do with him. Ha! Another group of creatures from other planes has come. Why are there so few of them? And they are all at the level of 5th grade war gods. This doesn't make sense. Several days later, Yi Qinghan and Annie brought the warriors from Heaven Plane to a large hole. Yi Qinghan suddenly detected a dozen or so beast men rushing toward them from the passage on the left. Based on their auras, they were actually only at the level of 5th grade war gods. Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. How could they survive until now with such a small number of people who liked to barge around? That's not right. If these beastmen were not fools, how could they not detect the auras of so many warriors? If they were fools, they would not have been sent to the dimensional battlefield. Yi Qinghan secretly became vigilant. Annie also realized that something was wrong. She commanded the 10,000 warriors to form a fan shape and surround the entrance of the cave, waiting for the dozen or so foolish beastmen to walk into the trap. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tall figures of a dozen or so beastmen appeared at the corner of the cave with heavy footsteps. They were all over 3 meters tall, covered in long brown fur, and had heads that resembled leopards. Their teeth were very long, and the claws on their hands and feet glinted coldly in the dim passage. Their ferocious auras enveloped the entire underground hole. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. The origin energy and light god energy on Annie's body also flourished. The faces of the 10,000 warriors surrounding the cave also became solemn. Because they all realized that these beastmen were getting faster and faster, and their auras were getting heavier. There were only 16 beastmen, but they felt the pressure of a magnificent army. The strength of these beastmen is actually continuously increasing. Their current strength has definitely reached the upper 6th grade. Strange. Yi Qinghan never underestimated his enemies, no matter how low their strength was. His divine sense was constantly locked onto these dozen or so beastmen, and he easily discovered that their strength was rapidly increasing. In the end, these dozen or so beastmen's strength increased to level 7 and stopped increasing. However, Yi Qinghan still did not let his guard down. He did not move, but still carefully probed. Creatures from the alien plane had all kinds of strange powers, so he had to be careful. Kill. Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not move, Annie waved her hand, and hundreds of warriors rushed out. The battle axe also appeared in their hands, and they were somewhat eager to have a go. Annie, don't move. These beastmen are strange. Let's take a look first. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to stop Annie. When those hundreds of people rushed up, his pupils suddenly shrank, because those hundreds of warriors, in just one face-to-face encounter, were all killed. The long brown hair on the bodies of more than 10 beastmen suddenly stood up. Furthermore, every single strand of hair lit up and turned into thousands of silver needles that detached from their bodies. They covered the sky and the earth, and with lightning speed, they shot towards the hundreds of cultivators. The hidden weapons were not important, but the most important thing was that among these hundreds of warriors, there were many experts at the peak of level 7, but none of them could block it. They were all easily killed by the needles made of hair. Bastards, how dare you kill my people? Annie was angry again. Yi Qinghan did not have time to hold her back, and he turned into a round sun, carrying the giant axe, and rushed up. How could this hair be so terrifying? Experts at the peak of level 7 were killed in an instant. This is not scientific, huh? No. Why is the silver airflow on the white hair so familiar? Oh no, it's the power of source. These 10 orcs are venerables. Yi Qinghan suddenly came to his senses, and was greatly shocked. No wonder these orcs only had a dozen people, but they dared to attack the 10,000-man army, and no wonder hundreds of people were killed in an instant. These orcs actually hid their strength, and all of them were at the venerable realm, with the power of source. After a while, Yi Qinghan was extremely excited. These orcs could actually use the power of source as a hidden weapon to attack the enemy. And so domineering. What did he have the most now? The power of source. If he could learn it, with so much power of source, even a level 9 expert would die in a sudden sneak attack. Annie, step back, you are not a match for these orcs. Watch me. Yi Qinghan roared, and his body turned into a ferocious tiger. He rushed forward like a flickering light. While he was in the air, his eyes emitted a strange light, and he directly activated the Soul Destroyer. At the same time, his hands waved in the air, and countless soul jade knives poured out. A dragon soar saber appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and the soul of the saber, the phantom of the exotic beast, rushed out, and shrouded the dozens of tall figures in front of him. Chapter 1135. When Annie heard Yi Qinghan's roar, she instinctively retreated. After she retreated, she became a little angry. She was stronger than him, so why was she so obedient to him? Was she the commander, or was he the commander? However, in the next second, she saw Yi Qinghan shooting toward her like an arrow. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura was like that of a ferocious beast. His hands danced, and an extremely dangerous aura came from the air. Then, when the shadow of an exotic beast shot out from the dragon source battle saber, Annie was completely dumbfounded. Her cherry mouth opened wide and her face was filled with disbelief. Was this still Lakri? Boom! Yi Qinghan's saber cut through the air and slashed forward. The terrifying aura of the exotic beast that made the 10,000 warriors behind tremble directly smashed into the bodies of 15 orcs. What made everyone even more dumbfounded was that the 10 orcs who had killed hundreds of powerful warriors in a second did not dodge. Instead, their eyes were filled with endless terror. Then, a loud explosion rang out from within the tunnel. A violent shockwave blasted out, forcing more than 10,000 martial artists back several dozen steps. A large number of people fell to the ground, causing the entire tunnel to shake violently. How is this possible? Annie did not retreat. Instead, her mouth opened even wider. She did not even notice the pieces of flesh and blood splattering on her body. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief and watched as the blood rained down from the tunnel. More than 10 honorable level orcs were actually killed by Yi Qinghan with a single slash. A few more orcs behind them were all sent flying. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Even Archangel Dick did not have such powerful strength, right? Annie recalled the surging power that accompanied the exotic beast just now. That kind of power that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and she could not help but be speechless. Looking at the imposing figure standing in front of her, the fear in her eyes turned into a burning passion. A handsome man with top-notch skills in bed. He was so powerful, yet he knew how to keep a low profile and endure patiently. This was a man that could make people infatuated with him. Yi Qinghan didn't wait for the blood rain to completely fall. He turned into a ray of light and shot forward. At the same time, his eyes flickered once more as he continued to use the soul annihilation attack on the strongest beastman. At the same time, he released the soul poison jade blade to envelop the remaining beastmen. Upper rank 9 soul strength. How powerful were the soul skills released? Now that he had obtained the complete answer, these beastmen's strength had reached the venerable realm. In fact, the beastman that Yi Qinghan had used soul annihilation to deal with alone had definitely reached the peak of the venerable realm. However, Yi Qinghan didn't even use his spatial power. Instead, he used his soul skills and dragon origin saber to easily slay him. Yi Qinghan did not know if it was a rank 9 powerhouse, but Yi Qinghan could now conclude that it was a venerable powerhouse. With such a powerful soul, no matter how many venerables came, they would all die. He raised his hand and the blade fell. Yi Qinghan's afterimage condensed in the tunnel ahead. The remaining beastmen's heads were all chopped off by the dragon origin saber. The only beastman expert that Yi Qinghan had taken special care of was currently being lifted by the neck by Yi Qinghan with one hand and lifted into the air. Yi Qinghan's strange actions once again caused many experts from the heaven realm to fall back down on their butts. Annie and Pandora, who were protected by several war gods, had stars appear in their eyes at the same time. Yi Qing Han had transformed into Lakely's appearance. His height was about 1.8 meters and he wasn't particularly muscular. He was actually lifting the neck of a beast man that was 3 to 4 meters tall, half a meter wide, and had bulging muscles. He was even lifting it up high. If the beast man had lifted Yi Qing Han by the neck and hung him in the air, no one would have been surprised. However, now that it was upside down, the visual impact was unimaginable. Of course, Yi Qing Han wasn't pretending. He had a purpose in lifting the beast man. When a person was lifted by the neck and hung in the air, that feeling was the most humiliating and powerless. Of course, his mind was also the most chaotic. Yi Qing Han didn't want to kill this beast man. He wanted to completely control him, and this beast man was the only one whose sea of soul was protected by a small amount of origin energy. He had taken special care of this beast man twice and used his most powerful single-target attack, the Soul Destroyer. However, he still couldn't completely invade this beastman's sea of soul. However, at this moment, he lifted this beast man and took advantage of the fact that he was extremely indignant and wanted to retaliate to kill Yi Qing Han. Yi Qing Han used the Soul Destroyer attack again. This time, because the beast man was distracted and his soul was in chaos, the resistance to the soul golden threads was much weaker. It easily invaded his sea of soul. Chi. Following that, Yi Qing Han smashed the beast man against the wall of the passageway. Following that, Yi Qing Han thrust the dragon source battle saber into the beastman's abdomen. However, he only managed to pierce it halfway before pulling it out. Dense heaven and earth origin energy started to fill the tunnel. This beastman's divine crystal had been cracked by Yi Qing Han, and a small crack had appeared. He was completely crippled. If he wanted to create a crack in the world of immortals without shattering, he had to carefully control his strength. He also had to make sure that the beast man couldn't resist. Therefore, Yi Qing Han had to wait until the soul golden threads had penetrated the beastman's sea of soul and caused his soul to be in complete chaos before he dared to make a move. A powerful suction force acted on the beastman's body. Yi Qing Han used the War Imperial Palace to forcefully suck the beast man into it. Only then did he clap his hands and walk toward the crowd. However, he saw countless faces that looked as if they had seen a ghost. Regardless of whether it was his tyrannical strength, his strange methods, or the incomparably subversive visual shock, or the final transformation of the beast man, everyone was dumbfounded. Lakri, he's not Lakri. How could Lakri be so strong? Moreover, I felt a trace of a different aura just now. Annie looked at the familiar face, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. It was as if the Lakri in front of her was no longer Lakri. Most importantly, Yi Qing Han's previous round of attacks and strange methods didn't seem to be from the heavenly plane at all. Yi Qing Han saw Annie's complicated expression and sighed in his heart. He knew that it was time to say goodbye. He didn't continue to look at Annie, nor did he look at the over 10,000 cultivators in the field. Yi Qing Han quickly walked up to Pandora and smiled. Pandora, let's go. Follow me home. Pandora smiled obediently and held onto Yi Qing Han's hand. Then, with a light leap, she climbed onto Yi Qing Han's back like an octopus. Yi Qing Han looked at Annie again and smiled faintly. Annie, may the great God bless you. Goodbye. Perhaps we won't meet again in this lifetime. Before Annie could react, Yi Qing Han's body turned into lightning and disappeared into another tunnel. The people in the field were even more dumbfounded. They looked at each other, confused. Why did Master Lakri say such strange things? And then he suddenly left just like that. What was he playing at? However, at this moment, Annie suddenly understood what Yi Qing Han was playing at. This was because when Yi Qing Han rushed towards the cave, both his and Pandora's appearances had changed. They had become a delicate and handsome man and a beautiful woman that made her jealous. Perhaps we won't meet again in this lifetime. Annie didn't chase after him. She only stared blankly at the tunnel that Yi Qinghan disappeared into and murmured that sentence. At this moment, the most licentious slut in the city of Athens felt a deep sense of loss and emptiness. Like a child who suddenly lost her favorite toy, Annie, who was sold to a brothel by her father at the age of 15 and swore never to cry again, suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to cry at this moment. Chapter 1136. Big Brother Han Yi, where are we going now? Pandora lies on Yi Qinghan's back, smiling sweetly. Yi Qinghan has finally left that slut, which makes her feel inexplicably comfortable. She is simple-minded. If Yi Qinghan doesn't tell her, she never asks about Yi Qinghan's matters. As long as Yi Qinghan takes her with him, she feels that anywhere is her home. Just now, Yi Qinghan suddenly said that he will take her home. She knows that Yi Qinghan wants to tell her something, so she asked. Hee, Pandora, you also know that I come from another plane. Now I will take you to find the way to my plane. There is my home, my wife, and my children. Don't worry, they are all very good people. They will let you feel the warmth of a home. I will protect you for a lifetime. Yi Qinghan turns his head and smiles. He becomes very happy, like a lost child who finally sees the way home. Pandora nods obediently, the smile on her face even sweeter. Since Yi Qinghan told her about his matters, it means that he has completely accepted her. She doesn't understand a lot about this mysterious man, but she knows one thing: if this man says something, he will definitely do it. Yi Qinghan carries Pandora on his back. His speed has reached the limit, no longer holding anything back. At the same time, his powerful divine awareness spreads out in all directions, scouting in front and behind. Once a creature from another plane appears, he will know immediately. Yi Qinghan is very confident in the range of the divine awareness's detection. Without choosing a direction, when they come to an intersection, they just randomly choose a passage. Yi Qinghan is like a runaway wild horse, running wildly in the passage. He vents out all the grievances and worries he has suffered in the Holy Continent and heaven all these years. Over the past 3,000 years, he had been living a miserable life, constantly worrying that he would be discovered by the level 9 experts of the heaven. Coupled with the fact that his soul had mutated, he had suffered unspeakably. If it weren't for his high state of mind, if it were someone else, he would have long gone mad. He finally got rid of the people from the heaven plane. He finally didn't have to turn into that lackey who made him want to vomit. He could finally attack without holding anything back. Yi Qinghan felt refreshed like a fish swimming in the vast sea and sky. He couldn't help but want to roar a few times. Reached a dead end. There are so many restrictions here. After running for a day, Yi Qinghan suddenly discovered that there was no path ahead. Furthermore, there were many restrictions ahead. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to turn around, he suddenly recalled that beast man. He muttered to himself for a moment and used his powerful spiritual sense to envelop the restrictions in front of him, carefully examining them. Battle Emperor, help me look at the restrictions ahead. I only found 3. After examining for a moment, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Battle Emperor. Battle Emperor's remnant soul turned into a breeze and floated out. After a moment, it went back into Yi Qinghan's body. Then, he transmitted his voice. These 3 are all transmission restrictions. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan was relieved and transmitted his voice. Nothing. I just want to bypass a few restrictions, go inside, and enter the War Emperor Palace. I caught an beast man. He has a very interesting divine sense. I want to go inside and study it. Be careful. Battle Emperor said. Yi Qinghan immediately released the power of space and began to examine again. After a moment, his body turned into a flash of lightning and shot forward. After taking a few steps, his body leaped up and flew a few meters forward. Then, he rapidly descended. His whole body was almost stuck to the ground as he floated forward. After floating for 3 meters, he stood up again and flew to the top of the passage. After flying for more than 10 meters, he heaved a sigh of relief. After passing through the restrictions and flying for nearly 100 meters, he reached the end of the passage. Only then did Yi Qinghan teleport into the War Emperor Palace. A.O. When the strong beast man in the palace saw Yi Qinghan and Pandora, he immediately waved his huge hands at them and pounced at them. He looked extremely ferocious. Unfortunately, his divine crystal had been destroyed, so his speed was greatly reduced. Not to mention Yi Qinghan, even Pandora could send him flying with a casual kick. Pandora, go to that room and rest first. I have something to ask. Yi Qinghan released his pressure and directly smashed the beastman's figure into the air. He then teleported Pandora away. He didn't want her to see him kill someone, so he slowly walked towards the beastman. Under the pressure of Yi Qinghan's power of space, the beastman couldn't move at all. He glared at Yi Qinghan angrily. The ferocity in his eyes made it seem like he wanted to swallow him alive. Kneel! Yi Qinghan shouted coldly. The power of space suddenly pressed down. The beastman's 2 legs immediately trembled, and he knelt on the ground with a loud bang. Even his back was bent from the pressure. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he activated the soul exterminator. The beastman didn't have divine power, so he could no longer use the power of origin. Powerful golden soul threads surged into the beastman's sea of soul like a surging tide. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and started to use a vicious technique called soul search. He didn't have that much time to interrogate the beastman, so he could only use the simplest method. Soul search was a technique that many people in the divine world knew. However, basically no one used it. This was because soul search would cause an impact on one's own soul. Of course, with the current strength of Yi Qinghan's soul, this impact was negligible. The beastman's memories were very messy and hard to understand. After a full hour, Yi Qinghan finally stopped soul search. With a wave of his hand, he took out the slaughter god blade and transmitted a message to Xiao He. Xiao He, your food is here. Xiao He flew out from the slaughter god blade and turned into a shadow. In just a second, the beast man that was like a giant elephant turned into dust and was devoured by Xiao He. After Xiao He finished devouring, he pouted and said unhappily, "Ha, boss, I haven't replenished my energy for a few thousand years. This feels so good. Why is there only one? Isn't it easy to replenish energy? Wait for me to comprehend this technique, and I will bring you out to kill. I will let you devour until you are full." We are now in the dimensional battlefield. Yi Qinghan smiled. There was no such thing as emotions or morals in the dimensional battlefield. When encountering a creature from the dimensional battlefield, it was either you die or I die. Since he wanted to kill, why not let Xiao He replenish some energy? He might even be able to evolve a second time. Yi Qinghan teleported Pandora over. Then, he sat cross-legged and tossed out all the miscellaneous memories related to this beastman. Finally, he chose to comprehend the divine ability that mixed the origin energy into the concealed weapons. So that's how it is. Using a special technique to separate the source energy bit by bit, then using a special technique to mix it into the hair, form a hidden weapon, and shoot it out. This beast man looks like he has developed limbs, but his brain is actually so smart. Yi Qinghan only spent half a day to completely learn the technique of this hidden weapon. After muttering to himself for a moment, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. Each of these origin source concealed weapons required very little origin source energy to make. With Yi Qinghan's source energy, it was not a big deal to shoot a few million of them at once. It was just a little troublesome to make. And I will make 1,000,000 first. Even if I use 100,000 at once, I can use them 10 times. I will make more in the future after I have used them. Yi Qinghan casually took out a few pieces of ordinary godly metal. This hidden weapon relied on the source energy to destroy everything and kill the enemy. It did not matter what material it was attached to. Although Yi Qinghan did not know how to forge weapons, it was still very easy to turn some godly metal into thin needles. As he made the silver needles, he controlled his soul power and separated the source energy bit by bit using a special technique. Then, he hid it in his body. Once he made a move, the source energy would immediately be attached to the silver needles under the beastman's strange control method and shot out to kill the enemy. Chapter 1137. Xiao He. Pandora, let me show you a type of divine weapon. 3 months later, Yi Qinghan finally completed it. He looked at the bored Xiao He who was sprawled on the ground, and Pandora who was looking at him curiously from the side. He chuckled, and divine power burst forth from his body. With a light flick of his hand, countless white lights flashed and disappeared. The restrictions on the opposite wall suddenly erupted with a burst of colorful light. Following that, all the restrictions in the entire hall lit up, shaking for a while, illuminating the entire hall. Oh! Pandora did not understand, but Xiao He was very clear about the strength of the restrictions in the War Emperor Palace. If Yi Qinghan only used divine power to smash on it, the restrictions would not have much of a reaction. Unless Yi Qinghan used God Slayer's spear and smashed it with spatial power, there would definitely not be such a big reaction. Xiao He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he turned into a shadow and floated towards the wall. Then, he shouted, "Wow, boss, how did you do it?" These iron needles actually pierced through the restrictions and stabbed into the wall. This origin hidden weapon is actually so powerful. Could it be that this has something to do with the strength of my soul? Yi Qinghan had long discovered it, and also had a look of disbelief. Power of origin was basically controlled by soul power. Although this origin hidden weapon was swung out with divine power, his own divine sense was also attached to it, driving and controlling the direction. Yi Qinghan's divine power was very strong, but he did not deliberately cultivate it. Basically, it was comparable to a high-grade venerable's divine power. Those 10 over beastmen's divine power had also reached the level of a venerable, but compared to him, their speed was too far behind. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. When speed reached a certain level, it was also a kind of powerful attack power. Therefore, the only explanation was that Yi Qinghan could only attribute it to the strength of his soul. War Emperor, what do you think of this matter? Yi Qinghan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He sent a message to the Battle Emperor to see what he thought. The remnant soul of the Battle Emperor floated out of the divine crystal and looked at the few pieces of black metal on the wall in astonishment. Boy, how did you do it? Release it again. The Battle Emperor's expression was a little unsettled. As the person who refined the restrictions in the Battle Emperor Palace, the Battle Emperor knew best how strong the restrictions in the Battle Emperor Palace were. Yi Qinghan nodded and casually shot out another 10 origin source concealed weapons. As a result, the restrictions in the hall flashed again. The 10 origin concealed weapons once again pierced through the restriction and shot into the wall. This hidden weapon of yours has origin energy. How could it be so fast? No wonder. I say, how can a few pieces of scrap iron penetrate the restriction that this empress has set up? Is this the divine ability you were talking about? So domineering. Kid, you're really a freak. With these hidden weapons, even an ordinary level 9 expert will be killed instantly after being sneak attacked by you. The Battle Emperor sighed and looked at Yi Qinghan. The more he looked at him, the more he looked like a freak. It's hard for a level 9 expert to sneak attack. For example, I'm extremely sensitive to the fluctuation of space. If someone sneak attacks me, I'll discover it immediately and then use the origin energy to protect my soul ocean and divine crystal. Even if I'm sneak attacked, I won't die. Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. A level 9 expert was given all kinds of elemental powers by the law of heaven and earth. He could sense it through the power of space, and others could also sense it through the power of darkness and light. But the Battle Emperor shook his head and said, "You silly boy, you can use the power of space only because you understand the eternity of space. You're not given willpower by the law of heaven and earth, so you don't have divine power. Generally, if other level 9 experts sense it through aura, as long as you don't use the power of space, no one can tell that you're a level 9 expert. But you have such a powerful soul skill. If that level 9 expert doesn't protect his soul or divine crystal when you sneak attack him, think about the consequences." "Yes." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He really didn't have divine power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the material plane. Jida's willpower was given by the law of heaven and earth, while Lord Devour refined the chaos divine crystal. Both of them had great divine power. If he didn't use the power of space, others wouldn't be able to sense it. It seemed like there was a chance to sneak attack. Remember, if it's a level 9 and above, don't fight. With your strength, unless you sneak attack, you won't be able to win. As for level 9 supreme martial artists, they won't enter the Devil Mountain. They will only stand guard during the final battle. The Battle Emperor explained and went into Yi Qinghan's divine crystal. Yi Qinghan practiced the origin energy hidden weapon for a few more days. Then, he carried the Slaughter God's saber and left the War Emperor Palace. The passageway outside was a dead end. If someone accidentally stepped in, they would be teleported away. It was a wise choice for Yi Qinghan to teleport to the War Emperor Palace. He would be fine even if he stayed in the War Emperor Palace for 100 years. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't foolishly stay in there. After 100 years, when the dimensional war ended, he would be teleported back to the heaven plane. Start looking for the teleportation array to the divine realm. Yi Qinghan quickly passed through the few teleportation arrays in front of him. His divine powers shook and he started to hide. Although hiding could only hide from venerables, level 9 experts could easily discover him. However, Yi Qinghan didn't want to be entangled with ordinary low-level foreign existences. Finding the teleportation array to the divine realm was the way to go. Pandora rested in the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan no longer had any scruples. He carried the Slaughter God's saber and sped through the passageways like a cheetah. He started to look for passageways with light blue and light purple walls. Yi Qinghan had been in hiding for more than half a month and had encountered 2 legions of creatures from other planes. He couldn't even remember how far he had run, but he hadn't encountered a single colored passageway, let alone a light blue or light purple passageway. He met 2 foreign existences. One was a demonic beast-like legion. Xiao He acted tyrannically and swallowed all of them. The other legion was a little strange. They looked very obedient and seemed to be poisonous. Green pus flowed from their bodies. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to let Xiao He swallow them. He went around them. How big is this Devil Mountain? No. It should have extended for tens of thousands of miles underground. It isn't even in the Devil Mountain. It should be under the entire dimensional battlefield. Yi Qinghan was incomparably puzzled. With his speed, he should have run through more than 10 to 20 Devil Mountains, right? However, the passageways seemed to be endless. He didn't even find a colored passageway. After hiding for a few more days, Yi Qinghan finally found a colored passageway. He was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed towards that passageway. Halfway through, he shook his head in disappointment. This passageway did have a color, but it was a red and blue passageway. This passageway led to the outside of the Devil Mountain. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to go forward. There was definitely a foreign existence's camp outside. If he went out, he would be walking right into a trap. Just as he was about to turn around, Yi Qinghan's expression suddenly changed. Because at the other end of the passageway, there was a slight air-piercing sound. Just as he used his divine sense to investigate, a faintly discernible aura had already locked onto him. Right now, he was in hiding. There was only one kind of expert that could lock onto him. Grade 9. It's upper grade 9. Motherf asterisk Ker. Yi Qinghan was slightly distracted by the wall just now. Now that he used his divine sense to investigate, his expression turned gloomy. Because the expert that was rushing toward him had an aura that was definitely at the upper grade 9. Chapter 1138. F***CK. All the passageways are occupied by legions. Am I so unlucky? Did I just happen to encounter a powerhouse from this dimension and enter Devil Mountain? Yi Qinghan did not hesitate at all. He sprinted forward like a rocket, his divine consciousness spreading out to the greatest extent. In the end, in a small hall at the intersection ahead, he discovered that countless martial artists were surging in from the 3 passageways behind him. It was obvious that he had encountered a legion from another dimension that had just started to enter Devil Mountain. The upper rank 9 powerhouse's divine consciousness had been locked onto him, and his speed was slightly faster than his. Yi Qinghan had seen the powerhouse from this dimension before. It was the leopard-headed man who was torn apart by a few archangels when he rushed out of Devil Mountain for the first time. Its head was like a leopard's, with triangular eyes. Its body was furry with black and white stripes. Its hands were long, but its feet were short and strong. When it walked, its footsteps were like the wind, the ground rumbling. Yi Qinghan covered his head and ran wildly. As he did not know if there were any rank 9 powerhouses nearby, he dared not release his spatial force. Along the way, he even teleported occasionally in an attempt to shake off the rank 9 powerhouse's lock. However, he did not know what special ability this rank 9 powerhouse had. A wisp of aura was always lingering around him, lingering like a ghost. The only fortunate thing was that after running for 6 hours, Yi Qinghan had not discovered any other leopard-headed powerhouses locking onto him. The leopard-headed legion had left him far behind, long gone. F***CK your mother, Tui. Wrong, this leopard-headed man is so ugly, isn't his mother even uglier? You piece of trash, upper rank 9 powerhouse, I have no grudge against you. Why are you always chasing after me? Yi Qinghan sprinted all the way and cursed from time to time. He had only displayed the strength of a venerable. Even if his speed was slightly faster, he would not attract rank 9 powerhouses to chase after him. Was this rank 9 leopard-headed man so bored? Of course, the leopard-headed man wasn't bored to death. Yi Qinghan's bizarre reaction speed, running speed, and his invisibility divine ability were all very interesting to the rank 9 leopard-headed man. The faster Yi Qinghan ran, the faster he chased after him. As time went by, the two of them were getting closer and closer. Regardless of whether Yi Qinghan teleported, hid, or entered the War Emperor Palace, he could not get rid of this superior level 9 expert's pursuit. This leopard man clearly had a special tracking ability. In the end, Yi Qinghan gave up on fiddling with it and focused on running with all his might. This place was full of twists and turns, and teleportation was far slower than flying. After more than half a day, the distance between the two of them had increased from the original 5 kilometers to 8 kilometers. 2 days later, the distance between the two of them had reached 5 miles. 3 days later, it reached 3 li. This leopard-headed expert seemed to be at loggerheads with Yi Qinghan. The two of them had run for God knows how many li in the past few days, but they had been chasing each other relentlessly. It seemed that he would not stop until he killed Yi Qinghan. 2 li. Yi Qinghan did not need to look back to feel the fierce aura and cold killing intent from the short leopard-headed man. If it was a lower rank 9 powerhouse, Yi Qinghan would have already started a fight with him. However, facing an upper rank 9, Yi Qinghan was not confident and did not want to fight to the death with him. He did not come here to kill people to earn points. He just wanted to go home through this. However, after a few minutes, the distance between the two of them was even closer. Yi Qinghan had nowhere to run. He had to fight with all his might. A fierce aura surged in his heart. A dog would bite if pushed too far. Since the leopard-headed man wanted his life, then he would exchange it with his life. The power of origin surrounded his body and the strong soul strength was running. He was ready to use soul extermination at any time. At the same time, countless hidden weapons of origin were ready. Yi Qinghan was only waiting for the leopard-headed expert to get a little closer, then he would immediately start a sneak attack. Tisk, tsk, tisk, the leopard-headed man behind him had a sinister look in his eyes. He was like a cat watching a mouse jumping around in front of him. Although this mouse was a little special, it could not get rid of the fact that it was a mouse. Die! The leopard-headed man was already half a li away from him. Yi Qinghan could not escape. He suddenly turned around and roared. However, he did not release soul extermination, nor did he sprinkle the hidden weapons of origin. Instead, he paused and continued to run forward. A trace of doubt flashed in the triangular eyes of the leopard-headed man. He did not know if this mouse's brain was damaged. He was stunned, but he did not slow down. Using this time, he shortened the distance between him and Yi Qinghan to half a li. Yi Qinghan wasn't stupid. His divine sense had just detected that an army had appeared in front of them. An army of tens of thousands of metal men was surging toward him. The metal men army was obviously not strong, and their auras were not strong. The two most powerful ones had the vague power of origin flowing in them. At this moment, for Yi Qinghan, it was like he had seen a ray of hope in a sea of bitterness. With this group of metal men as a shield, it would be much better for him to run away or to fight the enemy than to fight with his life on the line. Yi Qinghan raised his speed to the limit, but he did not dare to be careless. His divine senses were constantly locked on the metal men in front of him and the leopard-headed man behind him. He was sure that the metal men in front of him had not discovered him. Instead, they had detected the leopard-headed man and started to run away. After the chaos, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Whoosh! Sticking close to the wall, Yi Qinghan weaved through the army of metal men through the gap in the air. The leopard-headed man had already appeared not far behind him. Facing the countless fleeing metal men, he gave an ugly, mocking smile. Roar! Suddenly, the leopard-headed man stopped and opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of long green teeth. His mouth was so wide that it was almost half the size of a human head. His stomach shrank, and he let out a deafening roar. Yi Qinghan sensed in horror that this roar came from the leopard's mouth, and then it formed sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye. The sound waves shook the passageway, causing the space to tremble. The metal men in the rear were the weakest. Under the loud roar, they all exploded and turned into a pool of liquid metal. They were shocked to death. Wherever the sound waves passed, the metal men were shocked to death. What a powerful energy! What a strange attack! F***ck. Pandora is about to be shaken out. Yi Qinghan felt a powerful force hit him directly behind him. Although his body was wrapped in layers of origin energy, the powerful impact had shattered all his internal organs. His body flew forward like a kite with a broken string. With the soul ring, Yi Qinghan was not worried about his injuries. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was extremely frightened. The roar had caused the space to shake. In the air in front of him, a petite figure appeared in the air with a pale face. Fight! He had no other choice. Yi Qinghan released the power of space at once to protect Pandora. Otherwise, if the sound waves hit Pandora, her petite body would be instantly shattered like the metal men. Soul extermination, kill. Soul poison jade knife, kill. Origin hidden weapon, kill. God Slayer's spear, kill. As he released the power of space, Yi Qinghan suddenly turned around. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and two of his most powerful divine senses turned into billions of golden soul threads that charged toward the leopard man. His body did not retreat, but advanced instead, fiercely charging towards the leopard man, one hand releasing the soul-poison jade knife, the other fiercely swinging out, countless origin-concealed weapons, like lightning, pierced towards the leopard man. Finally, Yi Qinghan used the power of space and released the 8 God Slayer spears. The entire space in the tunnel trembled slightly. A powerful pressure suppressed the remaining metal men on the ground. The God Slayer's spears pierced through the void and whistled toward the leopard man. In 1 second, Yi Qinghan released his 4 most powerful attacks. If he didn't attack, he would fight to the death. He had to kill the leopard man. Chapter 1139. When the leopard man saw Yi Qinghan flying forward like a kite with a loud roar, he shook his head in boredom. He originally thought that this creature from another plane had some special ability, but he didn't expect him to be so weak. Then, Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly stopped in midair. It seemed like he wasn't injured at all, which made the leopard man ponder. When Pandora was shaken out, the leopard man was a little surprised. He had a spatial divine tool, but only those at their level had it in their plane. This little warrior actually had it too. Then, he felt an indescribable force. Yi Qinghan had made a move to save Pandora. Just as he was stunned, 2 demonic lights flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. The soul extermination spear was activated. The leopard man was a little shocked. When he saw a white light and felt countless invisible blades flying towards him, he was incomparably shocked. Finally, Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear came roaring. The leopard man was completely infuriated. This wasn't a mouse, but a tiger with sharp claws and teeth. Roar! 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 The leopard man felt humiliated and angry from being deceived. He endured the slight pain in his head and roared 3 times. Layers of sound waves caused the space to tremble. It also caused Yi Qinghan's origin hidden weapons and soul poison jade knife to slow down. Origin energy suddenly emerged from his body. At the same time, his 2 long arms danced like lightning. Like a windmill, they instantly spun a few hundred times in front of him, forming a chi wall. A strange sound suddenly rang out, causing the charging Yi Qinghan's figure to tremble. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Qinghan's eyes were red, and his face was filled with killing intent. Although the strange sound created by the leopard man made his soul extremely uncomfortable, he still controlled the 8 God Slayer spears and shot them at the leopard man. Swish swish swish. The sky full of origin hidden weapons shot at the leopard man's body, emitting the sound of metal colliding. Because of the obstruction of the sound wave and the strange sound behind it, the speed of the hidden weapon had already slowed down a lot. At this moment, the faint origin energy around the leopard-headed man's body could not cause any damage at all. Because of the origin energy protecting his body, the soul poison jade knife could only return without any results. The only thing that caused damage was the soul destroyer. However, Yi Qinghan sensed that because of the leopard-headed man's roars, a light barrier had appeared in his soul sea. Although a few golden soul threads had penetrated his soul, they weren't enough to cause any serious damage, much less throw his soul into chaos. Godslayer's spear, pierce. His only hope was the God-slaying spear. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in midair. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a demonic god. He continued to control the golden soul threads to attack the leopard man's soul while controlling the Godslayer's spear to charge forward. The leopard man's hands danced faster and faster, forming a shield in front of him. At the same time, the strange sharp sound grew louder and louder. The sharp sound made even Yi Qinghan's powerful soul unable to withstand it. Pandora, who was behind him, was protected by Yi Qinghan's spatial power, and 90% of the sonic wave attack was blocked by Yi Qinghan. However, her face was pale and bloodless, and she fainted. Boom! After the Godslayer's spear appeared, it pierced through the air in just a second and pierced the shield formed by the leopard man. The first Godslayer's spear shattered bit by bit. The second Godslayer's spear also exploded. The third Godslayer's spear slowly exploded, and the fourth Godslayer's spear penetrated half an inch and exploded. The fifth Godslayer's spear penetrated successfully and finally touched the leopard man's head, causing it to explode. Die! Yi Qinghan's eyes were burning like the sun, and his mouth was cold as he shouted crazily. He continued to control the sixth Godslayer's spear and pierced through the shield. If the sixth Godslayer's spear hit the leopard man's head with full force, no matter how much origin energy he had, his head would still be shattered. Once his head was shattered, his soul sea collapsed, and the leopard man died. Wu, the leopard man, felt the danger of death, and his triangular eyes revealed a crazed and malevolent look. He didn't care about Yi Qinghan's golden soul threads anymore and continued to attack his soul as he forcefully screamed. The sonic wave attack this time was clearly much stronger than the previous ones. The entire tunnel trembled, and it was like the roar of a dying beast. This roar caused Yi Qinghan's expression to change instantly. Originally, he couldn't stand the sharp sound created by the leopard man's waving hands. At this moment, if he was attacked by this sonic wave attack, his soul would definitely be injured. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was Pandora. Originally, Yi Qinghan separated 2 layers of spatial power to protect Pandora, and he stood in front of the leopard man and used his body to block most of the sonic wave attack. However, Pandora still fainted like this. If she was attacked by this sonic wave attack, the outcome could be imagined. Attack or retreat? Yi Qinghan believed that as long as his remaining 3 God Slayer's spears penetrated the leopard man, he would definitely be able to kill him. However, if he didn't retreat, his soul might be injured, and most importantly, Pandora might die. He didn't dare to gamble, and he couldn't afford to lose. He had said that he would protect Pandora for life. Therefore, he retreated, and he retreated without hesitation. He didn't even control the God Slayer's spear anymore, and it shattered in the air. His speed soared to the limit, and he hugged Pandora in his arms. At the same time, he used his origin energy to protect his back, and released his spatial power to suppress the sonic wave attack. The strange sonic wave attack started to weaken as the distance increased. Similarly, under the suppression of Yi Qinghan's spatial power, it weakened again. However, when the attack landed on Yi Qinghan's back, it also caused Yi Qinghan's internal organs to shatter again. He couldn't suppress the blood in his mouth any longer, and he vomited it onto Pandora, who was hugging him, and his body was sent flying. Wu, the leopard man, roared again, and he was prepared to kill Yi Qinghan completely. Yi Qinghan suddenly turned his head in midair, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about the weakness in the depths of his soul, and he activated the soul extermination again. At the same time, he swung his hand, and the remaining half of the origin hidden weapon turned into hundreds of thousands of starlight spots, and they whizzed toward the leopard man. After that, without waiting for the soul ring to repair his body, Yi Qinghan ran forward in a panic, and he escaped crazily. Wu, although the leopard man's body was injured, he was completely enraged by Yi Qinghan. He let out 2 strange cries, and he emitted sound waves, which struck down the origin hidden weapon shot by Yi Qinghan. He stepped on the void, and a strange dull sound was produced. Yi Qinghan's remaining golden soul threads didn't care about attacking his head, and they chased after Yi Qinghan frantically. Looks like Emperor Zhan was right. If I encounter an upper 9th pin, I have no chance of winning unless I ambush him. Yi Qinghan licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was salty, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He had used all sorts of methods, but he still couldn't kill the leopard man. However, if he did not save Pandora in the end, he would definitely be able to kill him. However, if he did that, would he still be Yi Qinghan? Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not regret it. He only wished that he could grow 4 legs at this moment. His speed doubled again. Although in the end he had thrown out his origin-concealed weapon and released his soul extinguisher, which had slowed down the leopard head man's footwork. However, the distance between the two of them was less than a few miles. At most half a day, he would definitely be caught. He wasn't afraid of catching up to Yi Qinghan. Although he wasn't a match for him, it would be difficult for the leopard man to kill him. However, Pandora was in trouble. If this leopard man had used a normal energy attack, Yi Qinghan would not have feared it at all. With the protection of the origin armor, Pandora would not have died. However, this leopard man used a strange sound wave attack. 4 hours later, Yi Qinghan still hadn't shaken off this leopard man. It was clear that his attack just now had caused this leopard man to go crazy. He would not rest until he killed him. 6 hours later, the distance between the two of them was reduced to 2 miles. Yi Qinghan's face was as bitter as a cucumber. He looked at the pale Pandora in his arms, who had fainted, and became even more anxious. Not long after, his face became even whiter than Pandora's. Using his divine sense, he could see that 2 powerhouses had appeared in the tunnel ahead. One of them had the strongest aura. Yi Qinghan casually probed, and he could determine that this person was not any weaker than the leopard man behind him. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Desperate situation. God damn it, a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. But after a moment, when Yi Qinghan had completely probed the 2 figures in front of him, he was overjoyed. He wanted to cry out twice. Chapter 1140. The leopard man's triangular eyes twitched. He noticed something strange. The creature in front of him had actually changed its appearance. Even the aura it was emitting had changed to that hateful aura of light. Its speed had also slowed down. What was this little thief doing? Then, the leopard man's eyes twitched violently. He felt that something was amiss. 2 auras had appeared in front of him, and one of them was incredibly powerful. The leopard man's figure paused for a moment, but the little thief in front of him had suddenly turned around. That hateful soul attack had started attacking his soul again. He could not help but roar in anger. The powerful sound waves shook the entire cave. Great Deus, save me. Yi Qinghan did not transform into Lacri's appearance. Instead, he transformed into another archangel. This time, it was not one from Athens, but one from the heavenly army. He had transformed into Lacri's appearance and openly left the group. Moreover, his attack on the beast man had probably exposed a trace of his aura, so he did not dare to take the risk. Shio! The tunnel ahead suddenly lit up. Then, 2 balls of light shot over. One of them was as bright as the sun, so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. It was Deus, the Lord of Athens that Yi Qinghan had seen a few times before. Who else could it be but Archangel Dick? Humph. You dare attack my people? You're courting death. Evil creature from the other plane, accept your judgment. Light of judgment. A domineering voice came from the ball of light. It was filled with holiness and inviolability. Then, a light wave shot out from the ball of light, shooting towards Yi Qinghan's side. The target was the leopard man behind him. F***CK. Yi Qinghan hurriedly dodged to the side. He cursed in his heart. Was this Deus very confident in his control over his attacks, or was he trying to kill him as well? He carefully probed with his divine sense. Realizing that Deus and Dick were not paying attention to him, he felt slightly relieved. He hurriedly flew towards them and stood beside Dick, a look of lingering fear on his face. Roar! Chi. Although the leopard man wanted to retreat, he had no choice but to fight. With a loud roar, visible sound waves collided with Dei's power of light. Powerful energy of different attributes exploded, causing the entire passageway to shake violently. Yi Qinghan felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He sighed inwardly as he wondered what this black stone was made of. It was such a powerful energy, yet it only sank in. Not even a few stone chips fell out. Xiao. Dick also joined the fray. Yi Qinghan began to slowly retreat. Finally, he suddenly sped up and disappeared without a trace. Dai suddenly frowned. He realized that Pandora, who Yi Qinghan had been carrying, had disappeared. Clearly, she had entered the spatial artifact. Yi Qinghan was not his direct subordinate, so it was not strange that he ran away. It was also not strange that the Archangel had a spatial artifact. However, when Yi Qinghan's War Emperor Palace teleported people, there was no spatial fluctuation at all. This was the planar battlefield, a place with incomparably stable space. Just as he was stunned, the leopard-headed man also turned and ran. He had already been injured in the battle with Yi Qinghan. Now that he had encountered an opponent of the same level, how could he not retreat? The light god was stunned once again. He then actually turned and chased after Yi Qinghan. This leopard-headed man had exchanged a blow with him earlier, and he felt that it would be very difficult to kill him. On the other hand, he was very interested in Yi Qinghan's spatial artifact. F***ck, this dies, why is he chasing me? These thieving scammers are truly not good people. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart and no longer hid his strength. His speed soared, and with a teleportation, he continuously entered the War Emperor Palace. He hid himself and blocked the light god's divine sense from locking onto him. After 7 or 8 turns, an hour later, he had completely shaken off the light god. Dick ran after Dais in confusion. Suddenly, he saw Dais standing in midair with a furious expression. He couldn't help but ask in fear, "What's wrong?" "Your Majesty." "A creature from another plane. This is definitely not a disciple of heaven. He has a strange energy on him. Damn it. To think that he had even deceived me. Don't let me meet him, or I'll make him fall into the Azura Sea forever." Dai's furious voice rang out in the passage. Dick's body trembled, his face filled with disbelief. That person just now was a creature from another plane. How could he disguise himself so well? Even a chief god was deceived. Oh no! Could it be that many creatures from another plane had sneaked into the heaven plane? Dick thought to himself. His heart was filled with shock. Even the light god Dais did not notice him flying away. That was close. If not for this ghost transformation, this young master's life would have been forfeit. Yi Qinghan sighed and wiped the cold sweat off his face. However, he felt a damp sensation on his back. Although Yi Qinghan did not hear Dai's angry roar clearly, it was clear that Dais had discovered his identity. He continuously teleported into the War Emperor Palace. In such a hurry, he definitely could not maintain the ghost transformation at all times. It's normal for him to be discovered. Quickly finding a dead end, Yi Qinghan snuck past 2 transportation restrictions and walked to the end. He immediately entered the War Emperor Palace. Although he used the soul ring to heal Pandora's body, he was still worried. Big brother Han Yi, Pandora is so scared. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered, a soft and delicate body pounced on him and hugged him tightly. Pandora had just been shaken out and fainted after hearing that terrifying voice. When she woke up, she did not see Yi Qinghan. She was so scared that her delicate body trembled slightly. "Don't be afraid, Pandora. Unless I die, Big brother Han Yi will not let anyone harm you." Yi Qinghan tenderly caressed Pandora's soft hair, comforting her. However, he felt extremely guilty in his heart. Because he was not strong enough, he implicated his woman and made her suffer. He felt very uncomfortable. When he thought of his wives in the secret realm of reincarnation, and how they were chased out of the god realm by Shintu Xiong like stray dogs, he felt even more stifled. After comforting Pandora for a while, she probably exhausted herself and fell into a deep sleep in Yi Qinghan's arms. Yi Qinghan brought Pandora to another hall to rest, then left the War Emperor Palace. After confirming that no one would come to this dead end, he entered the War Emperor Palace again. After spending half a year, Yi Qinghan made millions of hidden origin weapons. After that, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he calmed his heart and started to diligently cultivate God Slayer's spear. The leopard man and god of light, dies, made Yi Qinghan feel a sense of danger. He almost died this time. He did not want to gamble, nor did he want Pandora to be in danger again. Thus, he forcefully suppressed his desire to find the plain passage to the god realm and went into seclusion. Ha! Under the immense pressure, Yi Qinghan's fighting spirit exploded forth. He started to crazily cultivate the God Slayer spear, even though he could only stay in the Demon Mountain for 90 years at most. Although he could only stay in the Demon Mountain for 90 years at most, he still needed to find the plain passage to the God realm. Thus, he only had 40 to 50 years left to cultivate. However, Yi Qinghan still decided to increase his strength a little more. In this Demon Mountain, where danger lurked everywhere and there were countless ninth-grade experts, every bit of strength represented an extra chance of survival. Chapter 1141. Ha! In the main hall of the War Emperor Hall, 10 spears danced in the air like 10 dragons. Sometimes, they crossed each other, sometimes they merged into one, and sometimes they formed a triangular arrowhead. All of them whizzed forward together. After a while, the restriction in the main hall exploded with a bright light, illuminating the faces of Pandora, who was sitting in the corner, and Xiao He, who was lying on the ground. Pandora sat quietly, while Xiao He was in a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan's crazy cultivation. After 40 years, their initial shock, joy, and worry had turned into numbness. Yi Qinghan, this lunatic, had been cultivating continuously for 40 years. He would only go into a deep sleep to recover if his mentality was severely depleted. Once he woke up, he would start to control the 10 God Slayer spears, flying and cultivating in the main hall. Under Yi Qinghan's crazy cultivation, the 10 God Slayer spears seemed to have become a part of his body. It was as if he was controlling them with extraordinary dexterity. Swoosh! The 10 spears danced in the air for a few rounds and finally merged into one. It flew around Yi Qinghan, making Yi Qinghan, who was full of murderous intent and had his eyes closed, look like a mighty ancient god. Phew! It's been 40 years. My control of the God Slayer's spears has improved again. I might not be able to improve in a short time. In addition to the millions of hidden origin weapons, my chances of survival should be higher if I encounter a superior rank 9 powerhouse this time. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, and the murderous intent on his face faded. Time was too short. It was already very good to have a slight improvement in a few decades. Of course, this had something to do with his crazy cultivation. In the past few decades, he had fainted many times because of the depletion of his soul power. There's not much time left. It's time to find the passageway to the heavenly realm. If I encounter a superior rank 9 powerhouse this time, I'll use the hidden origin weapons to smash them. I'll run first. I can't fight to the death. Yi Qinghan looked at Pandora and thought of the last time Pandora was in danger. Her face was pale and she looked like she was about to die. His hand subconsciously threw out a few hidden origin weapons. Paw paw paw. Several origin source concealed weapons pierced through the barrier and shot into the wall, causing the barrier to flicker again. Han Yi Dage, are you done cultivating? Pandora sees that Yi Qinghan is looking at her. She smiles sweetly and stands up. Her face is full of admiration and worship as she says, "Wow, Han Yi Dage, your spears have become very powerful again." Pandora's eyes are dazzled just from looking at them. "That's right, why can't your long spear shoot into the wall like those concealed weapons? I think this spear is much more powerful than those concealed weapons." Yi Qin Han walks over in a few steps. He tenderly pinches Pandora's little face and kisses her tender lips. He explains, "Hee, your strength is low, so you don't understand. Of course, the spear is more powerful than the concealed weapons. But those concealed weapons have something called the power of origin, that's why they can shoot into the wall." Under Yi Qinghan's kiss, Pandora's face turns red again. She becomes bashful like a young wife. She says, "Then you can also attach that power of origin to the spearhead. Like that, wouldn't it be able to pierce through the wall?" "Silly girl." Yi Qinghan is both annoyed and amused as he says, "How can the power of origin be attached to the Godslayer's spear? How is that possible? How impossible?" As Yi Qinghan says this, the pupils of his eyes suddenly contract. Then, he becomes dazed. The hands that are kneading Pandora also stop. He blinks and suddenly slaps his thigh. The light in his eyes explodes and he laughs loudly. "How is it impossible? Possible. Possible. Absolutely possible. Ha, Pandora, you are too smart. What a genius idea. I love you to death." Yi Qinghan fiercely hugs Pandora's body and violently kisses her, waking Xiao Hei up. Then, he disregards the blushing Pandora and the black lines on Xiao Hei's face. He immediately sits cross-legged and actually goes into seclusion again. It's over. Boss has gone crazy. Xiao Hei curls his lips and mutters before falling asleep again. Pandora is somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Yi Qinghan actually kisses her in front of Xiao Hei. He even said some strange words, making her embarrassed and annoyed. But seeing that Yi Qinghan is so happy, Pandora also becomes happy. The power of origin is attached to the Godslayer's spear. Pandora is really too smart. Why didn't I think of that? Haha. If this is successfully researched, it will definitely be very powerful. Since the power of origin can be attached to hidden weapons, it can also be attached to the Godslayer's spear. The Godslayer's spear is a real one that Yi Qinghan condensed. At this moment, he is somewhat glad that he chose the third path of controlling spatial power. If he chose the path of Kid, he wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. The Godslayer's spear contains a terrifying spatial power. It is like a powerful fish that can smash the weak to death. Even if the enemy is protected by the power of origin, if it is hit, it will still be able to shatter the flesh and blood inside. But what if this fist is equipped with iron spikes? What if the Godslayer's spear is equipped with an indestructible spearhead? A violent force coupled with the indestructible power of origin, who can block it? Even if the enemy is protected by the power of origin, under such a powerful impact, can they not die? Yi Qinghan imagined the Godslayer's spear, the spearhead shining with origin energy, attacking the enemy unceasingly. That kind of unstoppable might immediately caused his blood to boil. Although this will consume a lot of his power of origin, every attack will definitely cause him to lose a huge amount of power of origin. But, in this world, who has more power of origin than him? Furthermore, in the new soul space, the power of origin is constantly increasing. What is there to be afraid of? Yi Qinghan quickly calculated and verified in his mind. In the end, he confirmed that it is possible. The last problem is time. The planar war only lasts for 100 years. Devil Mountain can only bring people for 90 years. After 90 years, they will all be teleported to the battlefield of the final battle. Yi Qinghan originally ran around in Devil Mountain for several months. In the end, Other than the black and white passageway that he came in, he only found one passageway with color. How many passageways there are, how wide, and how complicated. Yi Qinghan does not know. But he knows that the passageway to the divine world is very difficult to find. He must have enough time to find it. Otherwise, if he teleports out of Devil Mountain and returns to the camp in Heaven Plain, it will be damned. There are still more than 40 years. 20 years, at most I can cultivate for another 20 years. Regardless of whether I can successfully cultivate this mystic ability or not, I must find the passageway back to the divine world. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. He waved his hand and released a Godslayer's spear. Then, he immediately controlled the power of origin hidden in his body and attached it to the spearhead according to the beastman's method. Success. That trace of power of origin easily attached to the spear. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, but before his smile could fully bloom, he smiled bitterly. The moment the Godslayer's spear moved, the power of origin separated. Originally, the power of origin was attached to divine metal. That is a dead object, and Yi Qinghan did not need to control it. Once it attached to the spear, he directly threw it out to attack the enemy. But the Godslayer's spear looked like a physical object, but it is condensed from the power of space. Most importantly, the Godslayer's spear cannot be thrown out. It needs to be controlled by Yi Qinghan's divine sense. Moreover, it is not a straight line. The energy inside is still constantly changing. Of course, it is impossible to attach it. Damn it, this young master doesn't believe it. 20 years is not enough to create it. Yi Qinghan became ruthless and started to practice crazily again. Chapter 1142. Brother Han Yi, 20 years is up, 20 years passed in a flash. Yi Qinghan was so engrossed in cultivation that he forgot about time and where he was. If it wasn't for Pandora's reminder, Yi Qinghan might not even know that he was teleported out of the Devil Mountain. Ah! It's here. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He was incomparably shocked and a little helpless. He sighed and stood up. The time is too short. I only managed to infuse my origin energy into one spear. Furthermore, it's not in the most stable state. But, it's enough. Even if it's just one spear, if I sneak attack it, Deus will die. Humph. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed like lightning. His hands danced in the air, and a long spear suddenly emerged from the void in front of him. It circled around Yi Qinghan, and the spearhead turned white. It was like a venomous snake opening its eyes. The aura it emitted made one's heart palpitate. Go! Yi Qinghan roared. The God Slayer spear was like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards the opposite wall. Although it was only a spear, it was like a magnificent army, unstoppable. Bang! The entire hall shook. The restrictions on the walls flashed and sparks flashed. Suddenly, a powerful aura was released from the Battle Emperor Hall, causing Yi Qinghan to feel suffocated. Pandora's face turned pale. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan protecting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. This time, Yi Qinghan seemed to have gone overboard. The restrictions of the Battle Emperor Hall reacted with unprecedented intensity. F***ck, brat, you want to destroy the Battle Emperor Hall? An incomparably shocked voice transmission rang out. After that, a figure floated out. The Battle Emperor stared at the restrictions on the wall in shock. His mouth was so wide open that one could swallow 2 eggs. Clearly, the restrictions at this distance had alarmed him. The Battle Emperor looked around with a sunken face. He heaved a sigh of relief and said to Yi Qinghan, "Brat, are you courting death? You've already triggered the highest level restriction I've set up. If you were any stronger, this Battle Imperial Hall would have collapsed. At that time, all of you will be sucked into the spatial turbulence. It's that serious." Yi Qing Han sighed and had an innocent look on his face. The Battle Emperor immediately asked Yi Qing Han how he did it. After Yi Qing Han explained everything, the Battle Emperor was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He shook his head and murmured, "Freak, freak. You can think of all these methods. But that's right. No one has ever had as much origin energy as you do. Not to mention, you can't even finish using it. I didn't even think about it, brat. Listen, when you have time, continue to study this divine ability. This thing is terrifyingly powerful." Of course, Yi Qing Han knew how powerful this thing was. He nodded and the Battle Emperor went back into the God Crystal with a sigh. Xiao He was startled awake by the commotion in the War Emperor hole. When he heard the War Emperor's words, his black eyes lit up. He asked joyfully, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Boss, did you come up with something crazy again?" Hee, this is all thanks to Pandora. If Pandora didn't remind me, I wouldn't have thought of it. However, I don't have time to study it in detail now. I'm going out first. I don't have much time. Let's find the passageway to the divine world first. Yi Qing Han said a few words to Pandora. Xiao He went back into the Slaughter God's saber while Yi Qing Han raised his saber and rushed out of the War Emperor hole. "Supreme God Emperor, please help me find the passageway to the divine world." Yi Qing Han disappeared like a leopard in the passageway. His speed was at the limit, and his divine senses were also extended to the limit. After the previous lesson, Yi Qing Han was very careful. He didn't dare to stop using his divine senses at all times. "Xiao He, your energy is here. Devour them." A few days later, they encountered a legion. Yi Qing Han could not be bothered to make a move. With a wave of the Slaughter God's saber, Xiao He flew out and turned into a gust of cold wind. In front of them were more than 10,000 demonic beasts. The strongest among them was only a supremacy. Other than that supremacy, the rest of the demonic beasts were instantly devoured. This supremacy monster only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds before turning into dust and merging with the cold wind. "Do you want this emblem?" "I'll keep it." There was a pile of emblems on the ground. Yi Qing Han threw them into his interspatial ring and continued to run. Along the way, Yi Qing Han did not make a move when he saw low-grade legions. He let Xiao He devour them. Those who could come to the planar battlefield were at least god thearchs. Their vitality was very strong. Maybe if Xiao He devoured a lot of them, it would be great if he could evolve once more. Along the way, Yi Qing Han did not encounter another level 9 expert. After half a year, he encountered a lower level 9 expert. Yi Qing Han did not make a move and slipped away quietly. After half a year, he only found a passageway that had a color. It was red and black. Without resting, Yi Qing Han continued to run. His divine senses also did not stop to explore the surroundings. After half a year, he still did not see the light blue and light purple passageways. Another level 9 expert? In a huge and dark passageway, a green figure suddenly stopped. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and fled. Yi Qing Han only sensed an aura that was not weaker than his and immediately fled. He had been searching in the passageway for 3 or 4 years. During these years, he had encountered several level 9 experts. However, with the help of an expert's divine senses, he immediately fled. He was not here to kill. He was not in the mood to fight. Moreover, Pandora was in the War Emperor Palace. If Pandora accidentally died in a fight, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. *T. How many legions are coming here? After retreating tens of thousands of miles, Yi Qing Han tragically found a few legions in front of him. They were the bad demon legion that he hated the most. Yi Qing Han had encountered this bad demon legion before. It was terrifyingly fast and extremely sensitive. They might not be able to detect Yi Qinghan's figure from afar. However, once they got close, they could easily detect Yi Qinghan through the fluctuation of space. This was not important. What was important was that this bad demon legion could make a sharp sound that could attack his soul and affect his speed. Forget it. I have to kill my way over. I don't know what level the level 9 experts are. I can only escape this way. Yi Qinghan did not care anymore. Once the slaughter god's saber was unsheathed, Xiao He turned into a gust of wind and swept forward. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's origin hidden weapon scattered and turned into cold stars, shooting at the bad demons in front of him like a storm. He wanted to kill all the bad demons in front of him in one hit. Squeak, the bad demons were attacked and all screeched. Yi Qinghan felt a sharp pain in his head and his speed instantly slowed down. When his mind cleared, he immediately looked behind him. His expression turned bitter. The powerhouse behind was indeed an upper rank 9. Judging by his aura, he was even stronger than Dai's. At this moment, it was obvious that he had sensed the commotion here and dashed over at lightning speed. Luckily, I escaped from the beginning. I'm still at a safe distance. I should be able to shake off this upper rank 9 powerhouse. Yi Qinghan was secretly relieved. At this moment, the upper rank 9 powerhouse was almost 10 li away from him. This passageway was full of twists and turns. As long as he moved stealthily for a period of time, coupled with teleportation, combat Emperor Palace, and hiding form, he could easily shake off this powerhouse's lock on him. Xiao He had already devoured tens of thousands of bad demons and retreated back into the slaughter god's saber. Yi Qinghan's speed increased explosively as he dashed forward. However, just as his speed increased, his body paused again. His expression was even more bitter than a bitter gourd. Mothif *Ker, I actually met Dai's again. His divine sense detected a bright sun in front of him. As the saying goes, enemies do not meet unless they meet. He actually met the god of light, Dai's again. Yi Qinghan knew that Dai's would not be so easily fooled this time. His mind worked quickly. In the end, Yi Qinghan increased his speed crazily. His body turned into lacries, and he gritted his teeth as he dashed toward Dai's. I'll give it my all. If I'm discovered, then I can only give it my all. God Slayer's Spear, it's all up to you. Chapter 1143. Yi Qinghan sensed that the superior rank 9 powerhouse's aura was slightly stronger than Dai's. He was also familiar with Heaven's attacks. If there was a chance to deceive him, it would be best if he did not have to risk his life. Hence, Yi Qinghan chose to ambush Dai's. Of course, he was also prepared to fight to the death. He held all the hidden source weapons in his left hand and kept the slaughter god's saber. If he encountered a superior rank 9 powerhouse, he would not be confident. Yi Qinghan did not dare to let Xiao He take the risk. In his soul space, his powerful soul force was circulating wildly. If anything went wrong, Yi Qinghan would use his most powerful soul-destroying attack. However, a superior rank 9 powerhouse would protect their soul ocean and divinity crystal very tightly. Not only would they be protected by the origin force, but they would also be protected by the various elemental powers bestowed by heaven and earth. Your Majesty, the great and omnipotent Your Majesty. Yi Qinghan shouted through telepathy as he ran. His face was filled with ecstasy and excitement. His acting was so good that he could win an Oscar. The ball of light in front of him paused for a moment before flying towards him at top speed. *T. Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense had been locked onto Dai's. He could feel a hint of coldness hidden in his eyes. He immediately knew that he had been seen through. He steeled his heart and continued to act as if he did not know that Dai's had seen through him. He ran madly, shouting anxiously and excitedly, as if he had seen his own mother. Dais was stunned again. He had clearly noticed the superior rank 9 powerhouse chasing after Yi Qinghan. However, he looked at the pathetically running Blackry and steeled his heart. He was prepared to kill Yi Qinghan first before fighting the superior rank 9 powerhouse. Yi Qinghan was a creature from another plane. He had actually snuck into Heaven's plane and even tricked him once. This was a blasphemy against him. It was unforgivable. Creatures from another plane, how dare you hunt down the people of the light? This God will judge all sinners who dare to blaspheme the light. Dais watched as Yi Qinghan used the same old trick, and his eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He calculated the distance between the two of them. On one hand, he put on an incomparably convincing act, and on the other hand, he prepared to attack. Little did he know that Yi Qinghan had been guarding against him from the very beginning. He had long sensed that Yi Qinghan was about to make a move and had been calculating the distance between the two of them. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 600 meters. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly became filled with fear. He looked behind the God of Light, and shouted, "Your Majesty, be careful." Just as the God of Light was about to make a move, he was bewildered by Yi Qinghan's realistic performance. Of course, he did not stupidly turn his head to look, but was slightly stunned. Soul Extermination. Origin Hidden Weapon. Godslayer's Spear. In a battle between experts, a single second could determine the life and death of many people. Dais was stunned for only half a second. But after he regained his senses, he saw 2 bewitching gazes, and he felt the frenzied golden soul threads in his brain attacking his soul. There was also a flash of light in front of him. Countless hidden weapons that flickered with origin energy whistled over, giving him a fright. He immediately used his origin energy and soul force to protect his soul sea, resisting the invasion of the golden soul threads. At the same time, he used his origin energy to protect his body. Just as Dais was about to release the power of light to kill Yi Qinghan, he did not expect that a spear would suddenly appear in front of him. The powerful pressure from the spear caused Dais' heart to tremble. Main God. This creature from another plane is actually a main God. Evil creature from another plane, this God will tear you apart and suppress your soul in the Azura Sea for eternity. Dais became hysterical and angry. Being allowed to enter heaven by Yi Qinghan was already a blasphemy against him. Not long ago, he had been tricked and used as a tool. Now, he was tricked again. But Yi Qinghan's attacks were endless, and Dais could only defend himself first before thinking of a way to counterattack. Bang! Bang! Godslayer's spear after Dais shot over like dragons. Each time, there would be 2 spears, one aimed at Dais' head, and the other at his deity crystal. Dais released the power of light and collided with the Godslayer's spear. A powerful energy burst forth in the cave, and the shockwave created a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Without any suspense, Pandora was shaken out, but Yi Qinghan immediately protected her. He then let her climb onto his back and activated his origin armor to protect her. Godslayer's spear, it's all up to you now. Yi Qinghan looked at the 4 Godslayer's spears. They were blocked by Dais' light power, and the shockwaves caused his speed to slow down. Yi Qinghan sensed that the 9th-ranked martial artist behind him was getting closer. He had no choice but to make one last gamble. With a wave of his hand, he released 6 Godslayer's spears. 5 of them shot towards Dais from different directions. The last spear circled around his body, and the origin energy quietly attached to it. Then, it chased after the 5 spears in front of it, whistling towards Dais. In the blink of an eye. Although it was only 1 or 2 seconds, the 2 of them had already clashed a few times. The distance between them had also increased to 300 meters. The last few spears had just been released, and in the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Dais. Bang! Dais released 5 rays of light of judgment, each of them colliding with Yi Qinghan's 5 Godslayer spears. Then, he hurriedly controlled his soul force to block Yi Qinghan's soul-destroying attack. In the previous round of attacks, in order to block the Godslayer spears, a few golden soul threads had already entered his soul. Also, if he didn't clear them, his soul would become slightly chaotic. If Yi Qinghan continued to attack, it would be difficult for him to block it. This foreign plane's trash actually has so many strange skills. Humph. Wait till this god cleans up the soul attack in my brain. This god will let you know what true power is. Under the power of light, all tricks are useless. Dai's was extremely sullen. His strength was obviously much higher than Yi Qinghan's, but he was currently being suppressed by his continuous attacks. He was exhausted and had no choice but to deal with it. Most importantly, the sneak attack of the soul-destroying soul skill had caught him off guard, and some golden soul threads had entered his soul sea. If he didn't clear up these golden soul threads, Dai's soul would definitely become slightly chaotic. Once he became chaotic, he would definitely die in a fight between experts of this level. Swish! The final Godslayer spear came slowly. Although Dai's was a little puzzled, what was the point of Yi Qinghan releasing the last Godslayer spear? But now that the golden soul threads in his soul sea were about to be cleared, Dai's didn't think too much about it. He condensed the power of light and shot out a light of judgment before continuing to clear the golden soul threads in his brain. Good ball. God damn it, Xiao Hei. Come out and devour this trash. Yi Qinghan had been staring at Dai's. When he saw that Dai's didn't care about the Godslayer's origin energy, his eyes lit up. He was very clear that this Godslayer's spear was much stronger than before. How could Dai's block it with just a casual light of judgment? The Godslayer's saber appeared in his hand, and a ghostly figure flew out. He was prepared to kill this bastard. How strong was the Godslayer's spear that contained the origin energy? If the previous Godslayer's spear was a wooden arrow, this Godslayer's spear would be an iron arrow. How could Dai's wooden shield withstand it? Chi! The light of judgment collided with the Godslayer's spear. There wasn't an explosion, but a piercing sound could be heard. The light of judgment exploded and dissipated into the air. The Godslayer's spear only lost some energy and slowed down a little. However, it continued to fly towards Dai's head stubbornly. Ah! No! Dai's eyes widened in fear as he saw the Godslayer's spear emitting a gentle light. As it pierced through his light of judgment, his eyes widened in fear. The distance between the two of them wasn't far, and the Godslayer's spear was as fast as lightning. There was no way for Dai's to dodge. He could only quickly channel all the origin energy in his body into his head and protect his soul sea with all his might. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Dai's body was sent flying. Half of his body was smashed into smithereens by the power of space. His brain was almost smashed into smithereens. Luckily, he used all his origin energy to protect his brain, and his soul sea didn't shatter. However, in the next second, Dai's fell into despair. Because a gust of wind suddenly blew over and enveloped his body. His body was instantly corroded by the powerful strange energy. It didn't matter if his body was corroded. The most important thing was the God Crystal. Chapter 1144. The origin energy was all in his mind, leaving the divine crystal unprotected. Although the crystal was hard, under Xiao Hei's perverse corrosive ability, half of it was corroded in an instant. Dai's really wanted to use his origin energy to protect the crystal, but his body had been completely corroded by Xiao Hei. How could he transfer his origin energy to the crystal? In an instant. The crystal was completely corroded by Xiao Hei. When the crystal shattered, the god of light, Dai's, was dead. Waha, boss, it's done. A superior 9th grade powerhouse, such a strong origin energy. Great tonic, great tonic. Xiao Hei's savage laughter rang throughout the passageway. Yi Qinghan was ecstatic, but his body didn't stop. He turned into a flickering shadow and grabbed Dai's spatial ring through the air. Then, he put away Xiao Hei and fled madly. Ha! As Yi Qinghan ran, he investigated the situation behind him. Although the battle just now was complicated, it only took a short 3 seconds. At first, the distance between him and the superior 9th grade powerhouse was about 10 li, but after 3 seconds, the distance was pulled to about 10 li. But now, Yi Qinghan sensed that the superior 9th grade powerhouse had suddenly stopped chasing him, and instead turned to leave. He didn't have time to think whether this powerhouse's head had been kicked by a donkey, or if he was retreating because he killed Dai's. Yi Qinghan covered his head and ran for tens of thousands of li. Only when he was sure that the superior 9th grade powerhouse was no longer chasing him did he stop. He exhaled deeply, and used his divine power to shake off the cold sweat on his forehead and back. Pfft! That's too dangerous. That's too exciting. If it wasn't for the God Slayer's spear, this young master would have died for sure. Yi Qinghan put Pandora down from his back, hugged her and kissed her fiercely, laughing. Pandora, you saved my life this time. Brother Han Yi, you're the best. Pandora is very stupid. Even if I didn't remind you, you would have thought of it. Pandora's face was flushed red. Although she had lived for a long time, she was still as pure as a piece of white paper. Pandora ponders for a moment, then says, Han Yi, Dage, can I not enter that palace? Pandora is scared to be in there alone and fall out again. Yi Qinghan was startled, his face filled with guilt. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, then you won't go in. Come, I'll carry you. After such a long time, Yi Qinghan completely understood the situation within Devil Mountain. As long as he was not as unlucky as today, encountering 2 upper-rank, 9 powerhouses at the same time. With his powerful divine consciousness, he could easily avoid a 9th grade powerhouse. As for the legions, there was no need to bother with them. Of course, it would still be very dangerous if they encountered a 9th grade supreme martial artist. It was just that a 9th grade supreme martial artist should not be bothered to come in and hunt low-level martial artists. Therefore, it didn't matter whether Pandora went in or not. Her several dozen kilograms didn't affect Yi Qinghan's speed and movements. Moreover, carrying a beauty on his back and rubbing against her soft and fragrant body was also a very comfortable massage. Boss, it feels so good. I can't take it anymore, I need to sleep for a while. I've swallowed too much life force this time. It feels so good, even better than sex. Xiao Hei's voice came over. Yi Qinghan smiled, thinking that when he became stronger in the future, he would enter this dimensional battlefield again and let Xiao Hei swallow a few 9th grade powerhouses. He scanned through Dai's spatial ring and found a lot of treasures inside. It's just that he didn't know what they were used for, and he didn't have time to explore them now. He casually put them away and carried Pandora on his back, continuing to fly, looking for the passage back to the realm of gods. The realm of gods wasn't peaceful recently. The eternal palace that had disappeared for thousands of years reappeared 100 years ago. It floated in the sky above Saint Island, shining with golden light, like a demonic sun, mighty and unparalleled. Star Sovereign Shintu Xiong didn't show up, but it was said that he summoned a few elders of Supreme Island and the South Mountain Sovereign. Although he didn't know if Star Sovereign's internal injuries were healed, the appearance of the Eternal Palace and the summons of Star Sovereign raised the spirits of everyone on Saint Island and the Star Sovereign. It also made Qing Shan and the other sovereigns even more low profile. Lei Jin and the Rain Emperor's faces became more bitter. The faces of Lei Jin and the Rain Emperor became more and more bitter. The two of them were like poultry in a slaughterhouse, waiting for Shintu Xiong to give his all before killing them like 2 ants. They knew that even if Star Sovereign didn't make a move, Li Tao and the South Mountain Sovereign would. There were fewer and fewer martial artists in soul-devouring city and fire dragon city. The two main cities that were once famous in the realm of gods only had a few tens of thousands of people left, and that was the combined population of the two cities. The only fortunate thing was that Lei Zhen's cultivation improved a few decades ago, reaching the upper-grade venerable realm. Emperor Yu, on the other hand, finally took the last step and became a venerable. Soul-devouring city was still incomparably beautiful, but half of the huge city was empty. Apart from thousands of official army soldiers, there wasn't even a heavenly god martial artist in the plaza, making people feel a sense of desolation. 3 people sat on the balcony. The handsome Emperor Yu, with a dark face, was sitting at Lord Devour's favorite seat. Opposite him was the purple-haired Thunder Emperor. Last night, Emperor Yu broke through to the venerable realm, and Thunder Emperor came to congratulate him. Unexpectedly, Venerable Li Quan came too. Lord, you shouldn't have come. Emperor Yu smiled bitterly. He and Thunder Emperor were both alone now. Thunder Emperor and Lei family had already separated themselves from each other, and Lei family had also announced that they would expel Thunder Emperor from Lei family. But Venerable Li Quan was different. His family members were all over the Li Quan estate. If they were implicated, their entire family would be exterminated. You don't have to worry about this. I know what to do. Moreover, Shu Bei has become Xiao Hei's wife. I can't get rid of her no matter what. Do you want me to break off my father-daughter relationship? Do you think I, Li Quan, am such a person? Venerable Li Quan waved his hand as if he didn't care. In recent years, he had made a lot of arrangements. Many of his family's disciples had been scattered, and countless seeds had been scattered all over the divine world and secret domains. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come here today. Swish! At this moment, a figure flashed on the rooftop once again. A beautiful lady appeared on the rooftop. She looked at Lei Zhen with a look of anger and resentment. Her eyes were filled with affection. Nonsense. You Duanfei, didn't I tell you? If you come to find me again, I will slap you to death. Lei Zhen was enraged when he saw her. Yu Duanfei had followed him for a period of time, but after Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour had escaped, he had chased her out of the Flame Dragon City. He didn't expect that she would pester him again. Yu Duanfei wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled charmingly. Lei Zhen, this old lady's rain butterfly island is empty now. Where do you want this old lady to go? If you want to kill me, then kill me. This old lady will follow you for the rest of my life. Lei Zhen was so angry that he wanted to curse again. However, Venerable Li Quan smiled faintly and said, Yin Ling has followed Yi Qinghan. Yu Duanfei is like the 3 of us, grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Moreover, we don't need to be so pessimistic. Who knows, maybe Little Han and Milord will be back soon, right? Little Han, Lei Zhen, Emperor Yu, and Yu Duanfei's eyes brightened as they pondered. This man had always created miracles. Could he create another one this time? In the distance, the waves of the wandering sea surged, and the crashing sounds were still there.